Okay, so welcome back. That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you see my screen? Hope I'm sharing that. Are you able to see that?
I do.
Yeah, okay, great. In fact, okay. So how was yesterday evening? Was nice? Spent some good time?
It was.
Okay.
It was. It was a pleasant
Okay.
evening. Just had a nice dinner and
Okay.
relaxed a little bit.
Oh, great. In fact, okay. So welcome back to the 4-day session. Okay, and today we'll try to conclude. Yesterday we discussed about resource management, communication management, and project risk management. That's what we covered yesterday. And today, we'll be covering the procurement management and stakeholders management and a few basics of agile concepts. Very short presentation on that. Then we'll also look at the required knowledge and skills for project management. We'll look at it, and few minutes we'll spend on exam approach. Of course, many times I have said, but in case if anything, we'll also try to touch upon those points. In fact, this is going to be the agenda for today. And any questions regarding yesterday's concepts? Have any queries or anything, Steve?
No.
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 Okay, great. In fact, that's nice. In fact, okay. So we'll start the day's presentation with the 4th day with the project procurement. That's what we'll be discussing. Okay. You know that the project procurement, of course, you're seems to be very familiar with all these concepts and outsourcing, procurement, other things. Basically, the procurement management deals with contracts with your vendors and your suppliers or the service providers. So it includes the processes necessary to purchase or acquire products or services or results needed from outside the project team. Whenever the organization is not able to, or for certain reasons, that they decide to outsource certain facilities or services or the products, that's where the procurement management comes in fact. So it includes the management and the control processes required to develop and administer agreements. That's the most important thing. Agreements also can be called as contracts or the purchase orders or memoranda of agreements, MOS, or even sometimes it's called as internal service level agreements, SLAs. I'm sure you must be familiar with those terminologies, SLAs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Great, in fact. Okay. So the personnel authorized to procure the goods or services required to the project may be members of the project team, or even management or the team, or even sometimes the part of the organization purchasing department wherever it's applicable. A few important things about the procurement thing, some of the key concepts is that there can be significant legal obligations and penalties tied to the procurement processes because you are binding with some contracts or MOS, in fact, so you're always legally binded with that contracts. And another important thing is the project manager need not be a trained expert in a procurement management laws and regulations, but he should be very familiar with enough to procurement processes to make the intelligent decision. That's very important. You need not be a trained expert in all the legal terminologies. That doesn't happen also in many projects. Yeah, you know that. But he should have some familiar things about how to procure certain things, in fact, and those things, he should have sufficient knowledge about these things. And the another important thing, I don't know in your company it applies, the project manager is typically not authorized to sign any legal agreements. How it works in your organization, Steve? You sign the legal agreements or you have... Okay, hello? Yeah. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm just asking you that in your company, do you sign the legal agreements or you have somebody else signs the agreements?
Upper management signs that.
You have a legal advisor or a legal person who signs that?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
Yeah, that's right. Because even as the PMI clearly says that you're not supposed to sign any legal agreements. But in some companies, smaller projects, sometimes that also can happen. But otherwise, in our organization, normally, in fact, I used to sign many of those agreements. In fact, I was authorized by the managing director. So again, I think
Hmm.
it depends upon the organizations, their culture, the processes, and other things. But normally, they are not authorized to sign. Only the legal experts are supposed to sign, unless for some emergency or some other reasons. In fact, that's what it's like. So you normally don't sign those agreements, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's right. Again, it depends upon the organization, the complexity of the projects, the nature of the contracts, and all such things. Probably a simple memorandum of understanding probably can be signed, but if it's really a complex agreements, then probably it has to go through. Of course, unless it's vetted by your legal experts, you cannot sign that. But they have to approve that. Then only probably you'll be signing. It's a legal contract or the binding that. That's right. Okay. That is a little bit few key concepts about the procurement management, what is happening, and regarding the contracts and other things. And that's right. In your company, how many you have such vendors? Pretty large numbers, or depending upon the projects and I think. Correct.
Yeah, depending on the projects, it can be as small as
Yeah. Okay.
3 or 4,
Uh-huh.
and it can be up to 20, 30 sometimes.
Uh-huh. Someday, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it depends upon what you're going to get. So in this knowledge area, we got three processes. Project procurement, if you look at firstly the plan procurement management, then conduct procurement. Conduct procurement is acquiring those resources. You're getting into the legal agreements. That's what we will be doing. And you also the control procurements. Here is where your claims administration and have you evaluate the performance. In fact, this is how the control procurement comes. So these are the three processes we have in this knowledge area. And if you look at, we have come to the last two digits of the number in 7664363. Yesterday, we covered 7 risk processes. So far, we have covered about 42 processes out of 49. Correct? I hope that 42
Yes.
processes has been covered. So we have 3 processes in procurement management and about 4 processes left in stakeholders management. So with that, we'll conclude once we complete that, the 49 processes that you need to remember. At least the flow of these, that's very important. You may not be able to buy out all those things or memorize all those things. But what's important is to understand the flow of these processes. And all these processes will have inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs. One more information I thought I want to give you. There are 132 tools and techniques listed in PMBOK Guide 6. 132 tools and techniques. These are all only, I think there could be some more also, in fact, but probably in these things may not be used. But in certain other projects, certain other processes, probably some more techniques also might be used. But in this PMBOK guide, there are 132 tools and techniques are there, in fact. Okay. Now, there are 3 types of contracts normally in the procurement. One is the fixed price contracts, cost reimbursable contracts, and the time and material contracts. Which are the one you normally use in your company? Is it fixed price or the cost reimbursable or the time and material?
Fixed price.
Or fixed price? Most of the time, it's a fixed price, in fact.
Yeah, most of the time.
Yeah.
It tends to limit the risk.
Okay, that's right. So we'll try to understand a little bit about the advantages and the risk factors of these contracts. Fixed price contracts is normally when your scope is very clear. It is acquiring the goods, products, or services with well-defined specification or requirements. That means your scope is very clear. What needs to be done? What needs to get from your contractors or the suppliers or the vendors? That's where the fixed price contracts are taken. The next one is the cost reimbursable. it's basically used when your scope is not very clear. In fact, that means you don't know your input cost. So then what you do that you get into a cost reimbursable contracts where the you will be reimbursing the entire cost plus some service fee to the vendors. In fact, that's where the cost reimbursable cost comes. Then the third one is the hybrid, that is the time and material. They are best used for small orders or small contracts, in fact, or for a short period of time. So the time and material contracts are also used. These are the three types of contracts. Now let's try to understand a little more in detail. Fixed price control, you'll have a clearer requirements. That means your scope is very, very clear. It is a limited, but just sometimes, or when the scope is there, you have a determined deadlines that you need to get it in 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, whatever it is. In fact, it is some of the pros are is a predictable. There is a lot of transparency and ease of management, because once you agree on certain the price and the period and the quality, there is nothing else you can do about it. In fact, so there's a fixed price contract. Only some consequences could be lack of flexibility. Once you agree on a certain price, then probably you may not be able to change the prices unless the customer, unless your supplier takes it up for some valid reason. But most of the time, there is a lack of flexibility, and also there could be some less accountability also. In fact, because once whatever the price you agreed, you need to pay that price, in fact, and whatever the supplier or the service provider takes, whatever efforts to bring down the cost or whatever it is, in fact, that advantage you'll not be able to get that, in fact. So it's some of the fixed price model. In this, there are fixed price contracts. There are three types of contracts. I'm sure you must be familiar with these things. One is the firm fixed price. Then is the firm price with incentive fee. And the third one is the fixed price with economic price adjustment. You are very familiar with the fixed price contract, and the incentive fee is certain times that you also provide an incentive to your vendor or the supplier for meeting certain additional requirements. For example, he says that you need a delivery of every 10 days. Suppose they agree upon that with some special consideration that you are trying to incentivize them for them. In fact, it could be, for example, deliveries. It could be in terms of quality, or it could be in terms of any other extra service they provide. You give them a fixed price along with the incentive. In our company, we had a project where we wanted that every month, for about 3 months time, we wanted around 400,000 of bottles of a particular product. So we told them that we don't require everything together. Every week you supply us about 100,000, in fact. So for 4 weeks, and they agreed on that, and we gave them an extra incentive for that, so that our inventory cost is come down. Second thing, even the space could be a certain time constraint. So if a supplier or a service provider agrees for those things, you pay them the incentive. Have you heard about economic price adjustment, Steve? The contracts?
Yeah, sure.
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 Yeah, great. It's basically, I think, it is any currency fluctuations. If it is a long-term contracts for 2 years or 3 years time, the price fluctuations or some of the cost of the raw material goes up, in fact, according by the inflation rate, sometimes you also adjust the price accordingly, in fact. So these are the three types of contracts. Among these three, which is the most one you always use, you prefer to use? Is it a fixed price incentive or
Firm fixed price.
Fixed price, firm fixed price in Pramara? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You don't get into the incentive fee or the economic price adjustment. You don't get to that too much.
Incentive fees are for our industry tend to be. I think that they're difficult to manage and conceptualize for stakeholders.
Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. And economic price, because it's all short-term projects, probably you may not require that, correct? That's also there.
Yes. Yeah, the only time we get into the economic price adjustments is when it's a long-term contract.
Long-term projects, yeah. And also,
Right.
for example, multi-countries involved. In fact, sometimes the
Sure.
currency exchanges, so those things are there. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Again, it depends upon your complexity of the project or the duration of the project and the geographical areas of the projects that you are covering. All those things will go this time. So
Sure.
this is about the firm fixed price contracts. Let's try to understand a little bit about, of course, even though in your organization, the present project, you may not be using this cost plus, but let's try to understand that there are again 3 types of cost plus contracts. As I told you that when your scope is not clear, when your requirement is not clear, then you get into the cost reimbursable contracts. So the one is the cost plus fixed fee. That means you will reimburse whatever the cost incurred for all the inputs or the raw materials or equipments or whatever they are providing. Plus you provide them a fee to them for the service they are providing that. That is a simple cost plus fixed fee. Same cost plus incentive fee also is almost similar to like the firm fixed fee plus incentive fee. Like you will be reimbursing all the cost. Plus, you will also reimburse some incentive fee for the extra service they provide, either by, for example, if they are able to reduce the cost of the inputs, cost of the raw material by a certain percentage, then they say that, you will have an 80-20 ratio or something like that. By reducing the cost of the inputs, we will reimburse extra additional incentive fee for that. So that is the cost plus incentive fee. Cost plus award fee is again putting some extra conditions, or if the supplier meets those extra requirement, either it could be in terms of quality or in terms of deliverability or in terms of price, then you will also award them a fee. In fact, that is a cost plus award fee. This is mutually agreed, and there should not be any dispute on those things, in fact, and the supplier should be able to adhere to those requirements. Then only this award fee will be given. Even, for example, the same supplier, an award can be again continuous business or giving some more orders. All those things can be the part of cost plus award fee. So these are the 3 and cost plus agreements or the cost plus contracts. In fact, this is where again I'm repeating that when your scope is not clear, you don't know the cost of the raw material, you don't know the cost of those things, or sometimes even very difficult to source those things. In fact, you get into this cost plus contracts. Now let's try to understand the time and material contracts or the hybrid arrangements. So they are sometimes the combination of both cost reimbursable and fixed price. As I told you that it is basically for short-term period, you get into this type of contracts. Suppose you need to outsource about 5 people for about 2 weeks time. Then the best thing is that you go and get the time and material. Or in certain your location that, for example, where your project is going on, you need some extra computers or some software thing, for a very short period, then you get into the time and material contracts. Have you gone through this type of contracts anytime? I think this is a very common thing in many places, Steve, right?
Yeah, time and sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally, and it ends up being a fixed price.
Yeah.
Or
correct. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. So this is also very common in many projects. They do take the time and material contracts, in fact.
Right.
Yeah. Now let's try to understand the risk factors arising out of these things. Here, if you look at it, the buyer, all the cost reimbursable contracts, the buyer will be at risk always. I'm sure it makes sense also, because the the supplier or the vendor, will have no issues regarding the cost input because that has been agreed upon that. So whatever the escalation of the cost, in case if it happens, the buyer has to bear that. So always the risk will be with the buyer for all the cost plus award fee or cost plus incentive fee or cost plus fixed fee, in fact. So the buyers will be at risk. In the time and material, it is usually shared between the seller and the buyer input because it's a combination of both the fixed price and the cost reimbursable. Whereas in the fixed price contracts, it's always the seller at the risk, in fact, because they have agreed for certain terms of on the pricing or other things, in fact, with the buyer, and it has been mutually agreed. That's a contract. So the seller will be always at the risk in the fixed price contracts. From the examination perspective, these three are very important. Probably this is how the questions will be asked. Who will be, for example, in the cost reimbursable, who has to bear the risk? It will be always the buyer who has to bear the risk. In the fixed price contracts, it is the seller has to bear all the risk. Whereas in time and material, it is shared between the seller and the buyer. Any thoughts on this? You would have experienced a certain risk in this type of contracts?
Yeah, sure. That's why we try to stay with the firm fixed price.
Firm fixed price contracts, in fact. Yeah, that's right.
Right. That's the preferable one for us in our industry.
Correct. Absolutely right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's good. Right across through everybody you does that, or all your suppliers, vendors, is most of the time it's a fixed price contract. That's how your industry works, probably.
Yeah, it's pretty much an industry wide
okay
thing. And usually if we have to bear any risk, we try to limit that with the cost plus.
Cost plus. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good.
But that's,
very rare phenomena, probably. That's right.
Yeah. If we have to bear risk, that we would try to transfer somehow as much of that risk onto the say the owner as possible.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that's good. Okay, that's because you need to protect the interest of your organization. That's important. That's right.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. That's right. And just asking, any litigation so far you would have faced if they're not able to meet the requirement? Have you faced such issues?
It happens from time to time.
Time to time.
But generally, it's a no-win situation when you get into litigation with subcontractors.
Yeah.
The preferable thing to do is to end up with either arbitration or or some kind of negotiated settlement before it gets to that point.
Why I asked you that, I was coming to the point, of course, in the following slides we'll be discussing. The legal option should be the last remedy for sorting out these things. In fact, legal option. It always should be good to negotiate and arbitrate and try to solve the issues. In fact, that's the best way of dealing it. If these two things doesn't work, then probably that should be the last remedy for any legal action. So that's
correct. Right.
Yeah. Because it can hurt both ways. One is the loss of business or the reputation in the market. There could be many issues once we get into the legal triangle. And it will take a lot of time to sort out those issues also. Of course, in these countries, the legal remedies are much faster. But countries like us, where it will take years together, decades together to sort out these type of issues. That's right. So that should be the last remedy. Only thing is in between the lawyers will make good money. Correct?
Yeah, sure. Right. And you would be surprised how quickly you can lose credibility with subcontractors. If you go to court too often.
Correct.
There's there's a big risk of that happening.
Correct, absolutely right. It's a reputation will be at loss, in fact. Yeah, that's great. Okay, so I hope these concepts are clear. In fact, fixed price contracts, cost plus reimbursable, and time material. Very simple, of course. Since you're already dealing with, I think it's easy, far more easy for you to understand these contracts. That's like that.
Sure.
Yeah. Only from the examination perspective, we need to remember the risk factors. That's where the questions will come. And when this type of contracts are awarded, in fact, that if you're familiar, I'm sure you should be able to answer 2 or 3 questions from the examination. Okay. So the plan contracting, just to summing up, cost reimbursable is cost plus fixed fee, cost plus percentage of cost. Cost plus percentage of cost is one more cost where, certain times, what happens, getting some raw materials or getting some inputs might be difficult sometimes. So the supplier has to put some extra efforts, or it could be a seasonal supplies. So at that time, the supplier can also ask for some percentage of the cost also for the extra efforts they're taking it. So in those scenarios, it is a cost plus percentage of that cost also they will take it, in fact. They have to get it from a far off place, or they have to get it a seasonal product. They have to store it for a long time. If such things happens, in fact, the cost plus percentage of cost also a contract can be done. Otherwise, cost plus incentive fee, I explained cost plus award fee, and the time and material and anything. And one more thing is the common thing for small purchases, I think, purchase order. Suppose you need about 5 computers. What is your finance department will raise a purchase order, send it to the supplier, and you get that. That is another type of very simple and straightforward contract, the purchase order for short-term requirements or one-time requirements like that. Okay. These are a few more things regarding procurement. Let's try to understand. A request for information. A request for information is to get the potential seller's information. Suppose you need to procure certain things, then what you do is that you shoot out that at asking for the suppliers to provide the information about their capabilities, about their reputation, about the products they service, in fact. So you would like to know about your suppliers or the vendors. So it's called request for information. Request for proposal is that from your prospective sellers that you would like to buy certain materials like computers or paper rolls or what is it, you ask for them a proposal for that. We are interested in this much. Can you send your proposal with your terms and condition, your pricing, your quality, all those things? That is a request for proposal. Request for quotation is once you decide about that, then you ask them to give a quote from your prospective sellers, in fact. This is what we are interested to buy. Let's say we want to buy about 1,000 computers, or we want to buy this amount of furnitures or anything. Then you ask them to give a quotation. Then once all these things, it's a purchase order. You release a purchase order about that. I'm sure you are familiar with all these things. Am I right, Dusty? Yeah. Request for information, yes. Request for proposal, yes. And request for quotation. Just to understand who does all these things in your projects, you have a purchase manager you have, or who does it, in fact?
I generally take on most of these
roles.
I
see. Oh, excellent. Okay. That's right. And it's all project specific, or you have for all projects, you try to get either centralized thing like that you do, or project wise you do it?
Project specific.
Oh, project specific, in fact. Okay, good. That's right. Sometimes, what happens when an organization doing a multi-projects together, where the requirements are almost similar sometimes, in fact, then they have a pool of these things, in fact, and they try to get it also for all the projects required. That's also a possibility is there, in fact. So you will have a centralized manager who will be handling it, of course, with the guidance from the respective project managers. That's also a possibility. No. But most of the time, it could be a project-specific requirement, because each project can vary of certain things. So it can be a project-specific also. That's great.
Correct.
And the statement of work, it basically defines the scope of deliverables according to the contract, typically drafted by the project team to define the deliverables required for the project, the statement of work according to your requirement. What the statement of work contains, I think I'll just have a slide on that.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The statement of work I'm talking about, yeah, it defines the scope of deliverables according to the contract. Am I right? That's what is mentioned in your statement of work. Correct. Yeah.
Right.
And it's typically drafted by the project team to define the deliverables required for the project. That's what the statement of work does.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, generally drafted by the project team.
Yeah.
There is some input from the vendors.
Yeah.
Generally, right. And that becomes part of the negotiated contract statement of work.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
That's right.
And then there needs to be, you know, on typically on our side, we need to make sure that there's no duplicity with another contract.
Yeah.
Or
that's right. Yeah.
or scope holes where we don't have some levels of scope covered.
Covered in it, absolutely right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what happens. I have, I think, a slide on that statement of work, what all it covers. Yeah. You see, for example, it have the period of performance, what time to, sorry. Can you see the slide? That's right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So it's like, for example, your statement of work will have period of performance, your work requirements is a place of requirement. Yeah. For example, if you have in different locations, you know, you'll also have the place of requirement. Then schedule milestone, probably acceptance criteria, that what criteria you will be accepting that. And if there are any other requirements, in fact, this is all what you will have in the statement of work. I think that's right.
Correct.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add onto this, or?
I mean, usually we'll have, you know, the articles of the contract.
Yeah.
And some of those are boilerplate.
Yeah.
Articles. When we do draft the contract, and those again are also they're always negotiable points with subcontractors.
Absolutely.
Before anybody acknowledges a contract.
Hello. Yeah. Then her quotation, of course, which we discussed. Probably you get a quotation from your supplier that based on the vendor, you know, based on your requirement, it contains the commercial terms of the work. That is all the commercial with all the terms and conditions, all those things will be there. NDA, I think you must be using it, NDA very frequently, am I right? With all your vendors, non-disclosure agreement.
Generally, not while we're doing the project. We've gotten into NDAs during the bidding process.
Okay.
You know, if it's a large project and we see that we would have an economic advantage by enlisting the services of a particular subcontractor. What we would try to do is to get them to sign an NDA with us, and it gives us some level of exclusivity with that subcontractor. And when we go into the bidding process to the government, when we have them listed in an NDA or they're a team partner, what we can do is use their experience to try to justify the project.
Oh, I see.
So that's NDAs are generally an upfront agreement that we try to get into. We don't generally develop any intellectual property that you may need an NDA. For an ongoing project, like you may probably see in IT development.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, even in pharma industry, in fact, because I was dealing with certain pharma products, so any product development or drug development, you get into these NDAs, in fact, because that requires a lot of confidential information. That's right.
Correct. Yeah. So our use of NDAs is not what you may see in your business or your business types. Correct.
Yeah, right. In fact, I would have signed more than 60 to 70 NDAs in my career in about 10 years' time, because we are dealing with a lot of suppliers from US and European countries. We used to deal with them, and when they used to ask, we used to sign an NDA with them.
Sure.
So that's, but it's a very important part and parcel of the procurement process. In fact, NDAs, they do it. Again, of course, as you explained very clearly, depending upon the context and the project and the product requirements, those things are there. That's Otherwise, for general supplies of goods and other things, you don't require an NDA of that. It's like
no. Typically, we just have a purchase order.
Yeah, purchase order, or that's right. Our statement of work duly signed, and it will be part of your contract or agreement. That's how it's done.
Right.
Okay. Letter of intent is issued by the buyer and the seller to indicate that he is interested in carrying out the work with the seller. In fact, this is what the letter of intent you provide. Normally, all the terms and conditions are agreed. That's where probably you will issue a letter of intent that you have agreed the terms and conditions, and we would be interested to deal with you, with your organization. In fact, probably they'll be sending a letter of intent. Do you send such letters? You have a practice? Again, it depends, depending upon the projects and the suppliers like
that. We do.
You do that. Okay.
Yeah, but letters of intent for our business can be they can be a problem. A lot of the upfront work for our business is time sensitive, where we have to get material orders and pre-construction items in place.
Okay.
Right. It's much cleaner. It's much cleaner to contract with someone than to just forward an LOI.
Correct.
But I've used them in the past.
Okay.
But you do need to have a complete understanding on both sides.
Both sides
of the
clarity will be there. That's right.
Of the contract documents before you do issue an LOI.
Correct. And normally it's done first time when you hire a new supplier or thing. In fact, if it's a continuous business, for example, if it's a regular provider, then it's not required. I think it's only first time that you're showing the interest that you want to deal with them. In fact, it's like that.
Right. What we've done in the past is we've used it for purchasing vehicle with subcontractors that we've used on a continuing basis. We've done some work that are called IDIQ projects. Which are indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, which means that we'll be at a certain facility and do multiple contracts. So what we've done with our suppliers is send them a master agreement for the projects that were awarded. And then what we'll do is we will do task orders. Which are they're basically an amendment to the master agreement.
MSA, in fact, you call it. Okay, master service agreement you're talking about. Okay.
Right. Where basically what happens with the task order is we identify the scope of work and the dollar value to go along with it.
Okay.
But all of the other upfront items have already been identified and agreed to under the master agreement, and that tends to work out pretty well. Where we can short circuit the time frame. For awarding a contract.
Okay. That's right. Thanks. That's good input. Absolutely right. The last one in this is the terms and conditions. Of course, this has to be part and parcel of all the agreements that you are agreeing this contract based on these following terms and conditions. Now, the terms and conditions have become so popular. In fact, even every package, every product we buy, the terms and conditions are mentioned in that. Am I right? But most of the time, you can't even read what is being mentioned on those things.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's either so small or in such legally.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you have to accept it before, for example, you are just accepting. Even, for example, some software downloading, or when your computers wants to get updated, it will ask for the terms and conditions. Such a long list. Nobody, I don't think 99.9% nobody reads that, but still they say that I agree for that. Am I right? That's what happens.
Oh yeah. I've done that 100 times.
100 times, absolutely right.
Yeah.
Because nobody will have patience to read all those things. But if you don't agree, you will not get it. So you're forced to agree there.
Sure.
And it will become almost like a one-sided agreement, in fact, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, and most of the agreements happens like that. It will become one-sided agreements many times. Okay, that's the terms and conditions. So these are all some of the important, the key terms and conditions in procurement management. I'm glad that you're already aware of it and you're already practicing those things in your project life cycle. That's great. So the first process is the plan procurement management. Here are the key inputs. If you look at it, you have business documents, the business case and benefits management plan. We touched upon it several times. The business case is basically why you want to do this. In fact, what benefits the organization is going to get. All those things are mentioned in business case. Benefit management plan is what benefits you are going to get, arrive at of it, and how you are going to measure it. The people involved, the time frame, all those things will be the part of the benefits management plan. Then you will have few very important, the project management plan. It will have your scope management plan. It's very important. The quality, when you're dealing with your vendors, your suppliers, what quality you require of the material. So you'll have a quality management plan. Then your resource management plan, that what you're procuring it from outside, that you'll have the entire plan. Then this scope baseline, because you're procuring it to meet certain of your scope. So scope baseline you will have. Then your various project documents like milestone list. When you require, this is where the delivery schedules are fixed with your suppliers. Then project team assignment. Since you are dealing with external vendors, who are the people who are going to deal with these external vendors? You will have some dedicated team to deal with them, to get the material, to test the quality of the product, in fact, and also to make their settlement claims. All the administrative part of that, all those things are clearly mentioned in the project team assignments. Then you will have your requirement documentation. It's a part of your statement of work. Then requirement traceability matrix also, since you're dealing with multi-suppliers. So you need to have that, the traceability matrix. Then your resource requirements, what you are getting, what are the various resources you are getting? Is it the people, is the material, or the equipment, or the products? All those things are clearly mentioned. And the risk register, like yesterday we discussed, that whenever you have a new vendor or a new supplier, naturally the risk factor also will be going up, in fact. So analyze, you identify the risk, what all risk can happen. You mention it very clearly, like we discussed yesterday. Suppose suddenly he goes out of business or is not able to meet the delivery schedule, what impact it can happen on your project. So you analyze those things and you mention it very clearly in your risk register. Then the stakeholder register, because when you are signing with a new suppliers, new vendors, they will also become a part as a stakeholder, in fact. So you will be updating the stakeholders register with every new agreement signed with a new vendor or a supplier, in fact. So you're updating. And also in the stakeholders, you register will be mentioning that what are the needs, in fact, the communication time, how you want to deal with them. All those things are clearly mentioned in the stakeholders registers. Another two common inputs like enterprise environmental factors and the organization process assets are also part of your inputs, in fact. So if you can see the long list, because you are going to deal with external customer, so external supplier, a stakeholder, in fact, so you require all these things. Then the common tools and techniques here, the one is the expert judgment. You will get the subject matter experts. Then data gathering techniques that we discussed yesterday. Here, the market research is another tools and technique. Before, for example, signing an order with your vendor, you also do some market analysis. We are agreeing at this price. What is the prevailing price which is happening in the market for the material or the equipments that we are outsourcing it? So you normally get the information through your market research. You do such things, Steve, market research before you sign any agreements?
Yeah, we do.
You do that.
It's generally limited.
Yeah, limited. Okay.
Right. It's like I said, it's generally a limited nature. But we do market research.
Okay.
And it's for we need to find out the competitors.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
In products.
Yeah.
And we need to have an understanding of the marketplace.
Marketplace, absolutely right. Then only you should know that whether the competitive or the quality that we require, are they able to supply that at that price, and are we paying more price or lesser price? All those things, you
Correct.
do the market research.
Correct.
Absolutely right. It's a very important tools and technique when you're signing that. That's right. Next tool and technique is the make or buy analysis. Of course, yesterday we discussed on the decision tree. There's one more example I want to share with you. Suppose you want to take a decision whether you make it internally or buy it from outside. So probably a comparison like this. For example, here there is one alternative. One is a make internally, or alternative two is buy from outside. So let's look at the cost benefit analysis, or the what decision we can take from this. Let's say here variable cost, when you make internally, cost to buy from outside is zero. Your direct material cost, you're spending $300,000. Your direct labor cost, you are spending $160,000, and manufacturing overhead, you are spending $100,000. Then your fixed cost, factory, you have equipment, you're $110,000. Your building rent, $290,000, whether you do or not, you are spending this $290,000. Then your production supervisor salaries is $140,000. So you're going to spend this 110, 11,000. These are what you are going to spend. In fact, $1,100,000. Now, suppose you buy it from outside, then cost to buy from outside is $700,000. There will not be any direct material or direct labor or manufacturing overhead, because you are outsourcing it. Coming to your fixed cost, your factory, whether you run it or not, your factory equipment lease will remain same. Your factory building rent will remain same, $290,000. Probably, since you are not undertaking any production, your production supervisor's salary may come down from $140,000 to $90,000. So you'll be spending 1190 followed by 30. This is what you're spending if you are buying it from outside. Now let's look at compare the benefits or is there anything. So here, for example, differential amount is $700,000. Here it will come 300,000, 160,000, 100,000, and these two 00 plus 50,000. So the overall benefit is, for example, is a $90,000 minus. So here the cost to buy from is lower, direct material is higher, higher, and lower. So then you can take a decision whether alternative one is lower than, for example, these two. In fact, that's how you can take a decision about that. It makes sense. Am I right, Steve?
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And you would have done such calculations. I think your finance guy must be doing such calculations before you take a decision, correct?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
we do look at make or buy decisions.
This cost benefit analysis or decision tree analysis. Probably we'll be doing all these things. Sometimes this terminology, as we keep discussing, will be missing those things. That's the only thing, probably, I think. You may call it a different name, but the PMA calls it like a decision tree analysis of the make or buy decisions, in fact, where you use this type of comparisons. But it's a very important tool to understand that whether to make it or buy it does. Yeah, and in fact, your procurement policy depends upon this type of decisions most of the time.
Sure. Yes.
This is also a template. Probably you can download it and make use it in your organization in case if you require for your future products. Probably Any questions on this? I think it's very straightforward and it's very clear. I think it's right. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No. I'm good with that. Make or buy decisions.
Yeah. Great. That's right. So make or buy. A few important things is make is always a strategic decision. It is an in-house expertise when you make it, and the availability, for example, in-house. These are all certain. You look at the make. Whereas in buying process, you look at the direct and indirect cost, your third party risk. This could be a bigger factor actually. In fact, that is because you're outsourcing from outside. So there could be a third party risk. Whereas in making, you have your in-house expertise on the product or whatever you want to do. And another important thing is that your legal consideration, that's also very important. So these are the few points you need to keep in mind when you get into this type of contracts or make or buy decisions. We discussed about the typical source selection criteria. Once again, of course, we did discuss in the resource management. Just to revisit once again to have some more clarity on that. So these are the four important things: your financial capabilities, the technical capabilities, the security, where you have your intellectual property rights, your warranty, your confidentiality. That's where the NDA plays a big role here. Then the quality is another important thing, because if suppose you are getting different materials from 10 different people on in fact, all those quality has to meet your project requirement. If one vendor is not able to meet the quality standard, then your entire project can go haywire, in fact. So these are all the security part is very important. The technical capabilities like the capacity, the support that they are going to extend after sending the material is also very, very important. Do you face such problems once they supply, they wash off their hands, or they try to continue to extend the support by supporting your production or the projects?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, it depends on the situation.
Okay, that's right. I remember in one of our project, where we are outsourcing certain bottles, we did have some compatibility issues of those bottles to aligning to our production line. Then that the caps and the bottles are two separate entities. In fact, one bottle supplied by some other vendor and the caps by some other vendor, and there was some compatibility issues. Then
Yeah.
I still remember, both these sub vendors, they sent their technicians, and they stayed in our factory for about a week's time, and they got it rectified, that issues in fact, and they went back. They learned certain lessons and they went back and adapted those things in the next production. We never had any issues, in fact. So the
Hmm.
support also from the vendor is very, very important, particularly for your project to make it success, in fact. And those things
Sure.
have to be clearly mentioned in your agreements or the contracts. That otherwise, sometimes many guys can create problems, and we are supplied, in fact we cannot do anything, we have met your specification, they will say. That's where the verification and the validation, the part which we are talking on that day. Verification, of course, it meets your specification, but validation, it has to meet the customer's requirement also, in fact. So there are some catches like that, gray areas like that. So that's where, the agreement should be clearly spelled out to extend that all practical support to make the project successful, in fact. You agree with me on that, Steve? And these are thoughts.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. It's there's a lot to consider when you do your source selection.
Yeah,
Sure.
source selection, absolutely right. That's why this is a very, very important slide, that you need to keep all these factors while signing an agreement or a selection criteria. Even the working cost and their stability, their market reputation. And the open book is to go and verify the records, for example, on what quality process they're following it up, their people, their working experience. It's like that. All those things has to be there, and the risk capability. They can, how much risk they can absorb, or the risk covers. All those things. We need to look at it. Apart from that, of course, their cultural match. Like yesterday, I think you were mentioning about these two are very important. Your supplier companies or the vendors, their cultures, and your principal organization has to match. If there is a mismatch there, however capable they are or however reputable they are, we get into the problems, in fact. Um, then, of course, the relationship is the most important thing for the business success, and the management also. Management should be pretty serious. Management should be quality oriented. Management should not be only after profitability, but at the same time, they should be able to extend a lot more service to your principal company. So this whole, some typical source selection criteria. I think you must be doing it day in, day out, all these things. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. We do. We do.
Yeah, that's great. So once we do that, you have selected the scores, in fact, and keeping those parameters in mind. The next process is the conducting the procurement. Basically, conducting the procurement is awarding the contract to the selected sellers. That's what we do in the conducting the procurements. So the major inputs here is the scope management plan, your requirement management plan. The communication management plan also is important. In fact, as we select the new vendors, new suppliers, they will be part of your communication management plan. How frequently you want to communicate with them, who has to communicate with them, all those things are clearly mentioned in the communication management plan. And the risk management plan, like we discussed yesterday also, that any new vendor, any new supplier will bring new risk, in fact. Risk in terms of deliverable, risk in terms of the quality of the product, risk in terms of their continuity in the business. All those things, will become the part of your risk management plan. So if such things arises, how are you going to handle those risks, in fact? Then you will have a detailed procurement management plan. This procurement management plan will also consist of your making or buying decision. In fact, internally you are making it, or externally you buy it. And what is the rationale for that? You would have done your cost benefit analysis, or you look at the various other factors of the procurement management plan will be part of that. Then the configuration management plan, when you buy that, the new products, the aligned to the tracking, the configurable items, in fact, how it will get into your assembly line, different products, all those things, you look into the configuration management plan. Then the cost baseline, because whenever you procure from outside, what cost implication it will have, in fact. So you look at the cost baseline, your budgeted certain cost for that. Is it going as per the plan, or is it because you are servicing, you are getting the service from another supplier? In fact, whether is there any implication on the cost? Then the various other project documents, you look at lessons learned register. Also, from you look at the previous, suppose if the same vendor you are getting the requirement, what is the lessons learned in the previous agreements or the previous contracts? You look at those things, in fact. And if there are some issues in the previous, for example, if those things have been recorded, then you try to address those issues and ensure that those mistakes are not repeated, or you keep those points in mind when you're dealing with these agreements with the supplier. Then your project schedule. This is another important, because the deliverables, the agreed terms, in fact, has to meet your project schedule. That's very important. In fact, is it aligning to your requirement? You will look at those things. Then your requirements documentation is clearly another important input. The risk register, like we discussed in the previous process, what are the various risks, and all those risks are documented or recorded in your risk register. Then your stakeholder register, another common input, as he has been additionally added, another supplier or the vendor, it gets updated with their requirements. Then procurement documentation, which will be part of your statement of work and other things. And the seller's proposal. Seller proposes, like we discussed in the previous thing. In fact, based on your quotation, based on those things, you would have taken a proposal from the seller based on your requirement. In fact, that will be also part of your input. Seller proposal may contain the terms and conditions, the delivery dates, all those things, will be there, the quality that they are going to meet, on various other terms and conditions. Then the two other common inputs like enterprise environmental factors and OPA. These are all the common inputs, in fact. So then some of the tools and techniques, expert judgment, of course, we have discussed several times. Advertising is one thing. Suppose you want to get certain products or certain material which are very popular in the market. For example, it's already available, then probably you do advertise for such products or for such vendors. Do you undertake such things in your projects? Do you advertise that you require this requirement like that, or it's always one-to-one or selected suppliers?
Oh, there's a lot of advertising, especially if we go to a new market. There's an entire process for sending out ITBs, which are invitations to bid.
Invitation to bid. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Where we provide the contract documents to them, so that they can give us the whatever pricing and whatever format that we're requesting. Most of the time it's firm fixed price.
Okay.
Sometimes it's unit, if we're buying material, it would be unit price costs.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all part of the advertising package that we send out.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's right. And who bears that cost? Normally, you'll have to provide that. Suppose on your behalf, if they advertise or something like that.
Yeah, I do the advertising and the bid reviews when they come back in.
Oh,
for
okay.
the proposal reviews.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay, okay. Uh-huh. What medium you use? Is it a paper medium, or is it a newspaper you do, or electronic medium?
Oh, it's electronic.
Electronic, yeah, okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah, everything is managed by an invitation to bid software program.
Oh, software program, okay. Uh-huh.
Yep.
Okay, okay, that's good. Oh, in certain, for example, you advertise in certain websites like that? You do that?
Yes, yeah. Depending on the marketplace.
Marketplace, okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah, if it's a larger metropolitan marketplace, usually there are clearinghouses for that type of bidding, and we try to get involved with them.
Uh-huh. Okay, okay. Oh, that's right. That's good. In fact, these are the common concepts, or the similar way even everywhere they do it. That's right. Yeah. This bidder conferences, you're familiar with that? Do you have such bidder conference in your projects?
Yeah, we do on larger projects. The smaller ones, it's more of a one-on-one forum where bidder conference may be with a large group of bidders. But for smaller projects, it's generally over the telephone or use an email to make sure that we've got an understanding of what we're trying to buy.
Oh, okay. One more advantage of bidder conference is that you're calling them together to one common place, and what you do is that you give them a detailed proposal of what is your requirement. In fact, this is what you do in the bidder conference. It will ensure that all your prospective sellers have clear common understanding of your requirement, in fact, so that there will not be any confusion, and at one place you can satisfy all the requirements of all your suppliers, particularly if they have any questions, and all those things can be clarified in one place with the interest of all the suppliers. Particularly the bidder conference they use when you have large project requirements. You have multiple requirements in different places or in a large quantity for long period, then probably this type of bidder conferences are held, in fact. But for limited project requirement, probably this may not be, I think. Am I right? It's like
right. Yeah. It would be difficult for them to justify.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
Attending.
Yeah.
Right.
But so that's right. Particularly large projects like which I was telling about L&T, for example, or the road transport, the big projects, these are required, in fact. So that they will have even many of the government contracts, I think, they go for this bidder conference many times because your requirement is very, very huge and large. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And also there will be a lot of transparency will be there. So everybody is treated equally there. All the information are provided to all the bidders, in fact, so that suppose tomorrow somebody gets a contract, there will be transparency. Otherwise, that there is a lot of politics sometimes. People do question that why I was not awarded, why they are awarded, in fact, large contracts. So all these things are very important to maintain the transparency among the various bidders. It's a very ongoing thing in many places. I'm sure even in US also, bigger projects, they do take these type of things.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. So this is one tools and technique. Again, from the examination perspective, there will be a question that what's bidder conference? It's like that. Basically, to understand that meetings with prospective sellers prior to the preparation of a proposal. Before they give a proposal, you call them and you brief them about your requirements in terms of quantity, in terms of quality, and all those things. You brief them so that, in case if they have any questions, they can clarify the questions then and there, in fact, and also they can give the required proposals. In fact, this is the main purpose of any bidder conference. Okay. Few more terms and thing. Procurement documents. You are just mentioning about these things. Okay. One is the RFI. That is a request for information to collect the various strengths and capabilities of the suppliers and vendors. In fact, this is what they provide. Then IFB, you were mentioning about that, am I right? Invitation for bidding, asking vendors to bid on price, whereas the work is already predefined by the buyer. That means, you will be giving them the almost like a statement of work. We require these things. Please give your bid for this. It's called invitation for bid. Then request for proposal, asking the vendors to submit commercial proposal and how it be done. And request for quotation. Again, of course, I'm just retouching. This all will be the part of your procurement documents. Depending upon which one you're selecting, you can be part of that. Then your tender notice, primarily for the government work orders, where the work is already predefined with the quality like road laying and those things. In fact, when you deal with government projects, Steve, you have it's like tenders, or it is other type of thing. Steve?
Yeah. We don't really call them tender notices.
Okay.
That's a new term for me. But everything else is related.
Oh, okay. Probably tender notices for the long contracts in probably like road laying or the railway tracking and those things, probably tender line. But yours is a little more specific, am I right? So that's it doesn't come under that.
Correct. Right.
Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, these terms, you said you're already dealing with these terms like RFI, IFB, and RFP. Yeah, that's right.
Right. Yes. Right.
Yeah, that's right. So these are typically the documents floated and circulated to sellers to invite prospective competitive bids or reformed as procurement documents. And these are all very important in terms of, particularly it's all legally binded. So I'm sure every word that you use in these type of things, it's very carefully selected and used, am I right? Because you need to protect the project interest and the organization interest. So a lot of thought process. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Hello.
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 Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I for some reason the phone.
I think. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. That's right. So this is what we are discussing about that. The every word that you use in your or mention in your contract has to be carefully worded because it all becomes the legal requirements. In fact,
sure.
Yeah, that's right. And you said it's vetted by your legal expert, am I right? All these things.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Even though you will be signing the agreements, but still it has to go through and it has to be vetted by them.
Yeah, I don't sign the agreements.
Yeah. Okay. And your sponsors also will have a say in this type of things. Correct. I'm sure. In fact,
yeah, not generally. No.
Not generally.
No, generally, these are our agreements with our resources.
Resources, in fact. Okay. And you have a policy and procedure clearly laid out, I'm sure, about it, how to go about all these things, in fact.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's good. But that's how, most of the projects organization works, in fact. It has to be a decentralized one. You cannot have everything centralized many times. Yes. Okay. So after you conduct the procurement, that means you acquired the procurements, then you need to control the procurements. Control procurement, the basic, most of the inputs are almost the same. Procurement management plan. You'll also have the change management plan because it's a new supplier or the vendor is supplying that. What are the changes that you're addressing? In fact, And also, if any requirements of the change request come from the supplier or the vendor, again, it has to go through the change control board. So that will be part of that. You look at, again, the cost, the scope, you look at the schedule, in fact, and you only after analyzing those things, you will send it to the change control board and you get the change request gets approved, then you will implement those things. And if you'll also look at, is there any impact on the schedule baseline because of these changes made, in fact. You will also look at, so that will be another important input here. Then your project documents like assumption log, your lessons learned register, your quality reports is also very important because your quality department has to validate that whatever supplies you are getting from your service provider is meeting the requirements, because again, the quality will have a big impact on your projects. So it's very important that you need to have those quality reports. Then your requirement documentation, your traceability matrix is also important, and the agreement part of it. In fact, all these things, you'll be clearly mentioning your statement of work. Those things are very clearly mentioned as a part of your agreement. The terms and conditions, the quality that you require, all those things are clearly mentioned. Then the procurement documentation, like we discussed about the procurement documentation. We have all these things. This is your procurement strategy, that your source of option, your price and terms, the delivery schedule, receipt and inspection purchases also will be part of your procurement documentation. Then the approved change request, because any goes through the change control board has to get approved. So you will also have the approved change request. Then your work performance data, like any other control knowledge area, the control process, that when you're doing the control procurements, you'll also look at the work performance data of the supplier and enterprise environmental factors and the organization process assets. Expert judgment, the claims administration is a part, a very important tools and technique of the control procurement. The claims administration, for example, if there are any issues you have in terms of quality or in terms of delivery schedule, all those things, the supplier raises those claims or you raises those claims. In fact, that has to be sorted out, that has to be settled. Even the payments also can be a claims administration. Hello? Are you with me?
Yes, yes. Sure.
Okay. Do you handle the claim administration also, or you have a person in your team who can handle this claims administration?
Generally, that I'm the first step. When we make a claim. Yep.
Okay. In your thing, normally, what type of claims you get, Steve? In fact, is only the bill settlement, or you have any other types of claims keeps coming?
Generally, just the bills.
Generally,
invoices. We use a schedule of values. Which is on an AIA billing form. It's the typical. It's called the AIA 702 and 703. 703 is the schedule of values, and it illustrates the work performed in that specific billing cycle.
Okay. That's right. Okay. So it's all settled. You have some time frame for those things to settle those things.
Usually between the 25th and the 30th of the month.
30th of the month, but yeah, that's right. That's what in many projects they do. They fix it that every first week we'll do, or every second week. So that's the period they can climb it, and they will also give a deadline that if it is not, for example, settled before this date, then probably you can give an SMS, or it's like that. It's all those things are clearly mentioned. Because this has to be done on a regular basis. You cannot keep these things pending for a long time. Again, it can affect the relationship. So usually in every organization, every project, you have a smooth settlement of all these things. That's right.
That's correct.
Because once the parameters are fixed, once there is a clarity there, then it's just a regular procedure to follow that. That's what happens most of the time. Yeah. Then another important tool and technique is the performance review. Having signed an agreement, it doesn't mean that you have to accept whatever. You also keep validating the performance of the vendor. Whether are the supplying in time or the quality is in time intact. In fact, is it meeting our specification, our requirement? Is there any issues? In fact, so you do for example, your scope baseline, your schedule baseline, or the cost baseline. So those performance reviews also has to be done on a regular basis. In fact, what procedure you have? Is a regular, is a monthly reviews you have about your vendors, or uh, how frequently you do the reviews for your vendors?
Oh, it's monthly review.
Monthly review, in fact. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll look at them pretty closely.
Oh, okay.
Once a
Very
month.
good. Uh-huh.
Right.
And they'll be part of your meetings. They'll be also part of these reviews, or internally.
Internally we'll look at them, and then we'll assess them internally.
Internally, and if there is any serious issues are there, then probably you'll call them for the meeting and apprise them about that. That's, or
sure.
you give them, or you give them a feedback. That's what you mentioned. All those things. That's very important.
Exactly. Right.
Correct. Absolutely. That's how the standard procedure in many projects areas they do it. In fact. The next one is the earned value analysis. Again, earned value analysis is like, for example, you're comparing your cost, you're comparing your schedule. That analysis is also you're making it. And here, probably you will also utilize your make or buy decision by taking this outsourcing the decision, buying the decision, how much the organization is saving, or those comparisons also you do in your earned value analysis. The trend analysis is compared to the previous thing. In fact, you try to compare that the present trend with the past trends, in fact, so that you understand. Then the inspection and audits. I think yesterday also we discussed about it. You have a third party audit sometimes, or internally also sometimes you have this inspection. In our company, we used to have our internal team comprising of supply chain and quality. And those two guys, usually used to audit their facility. And also when we receive the material, in fact, from the suppliers, they used to audit. And that's how they used to do that, in fact. I think in your organization also, the same thing you must be doing it, correct? Inspection and audits.
Sure, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's also very important, the regular and periodic checks. Even before it goes to your assembly line or anything, that needs to be inspected, whether you are getting the right specification, whether you are getting the right quality of the material is important. So audit and inspection are the two important tools in controlling procurements. So what outputs here you get is your closed procurements and work performance confirmation. What is important is before you close your procurement, you have to administratively close that vendor, the procurement. That's important. You need to remember this, in fact. So before you close the project, you need to close the procurements, in fact, in terms of the settlement, in terms of any claims are there. All those things will be part of your closed procurement. And you look at the work performance information, in fact, whether it has been delivered, or you will make use of it for your earned value analysis. Then your procurement documentation also should be updated. This is one thing you need to remember very clearly. This closed procurement has to happen. The administrative closure has to happen before you close the project or the phase. Because unless you close it, you cannot close the project, am I right? It makes sense also, common sense there. Correct, Steve? Hello? Hello, are you with me?
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I dropped off again.
Okay. So that's what you normally do. You first you close all their administrative issues, then only you close the project. Am I right? That's what you do.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. That's a common standard procedure across all the projects, in fact. But from the examination perspective, there might be some tricky questions like that. So that you need to remember very clearly. First, you close all the administrative issues. You close the procurement, then you will close the project. Then you have outputs of change request. Then project management plan gets updated. Then your risk management plan, procurement management plan, your schedule baseline based on the change request. If there are any things, that also gets updated. Then your cost baseline also will get updated. Then your documents like lessons learned registers, because each vendor will be learning new lessons. In fact, new issues would have come up, new lessons would have been recorded. So those things also get updated. Resource requirements, requirement traceability, your matrix, stakeholder register, organization process assets also gets updated during the process, in fact. If you look at it, these lessons learned registered in almost all processes, it's becoming an output, and also it gets updated. Because the reason, Steve, every project is is a lot of complexity. Every project is unique, in fact. So we try to learn different lessons from different projects. Am I right? So that's one of the reason in the PMA has given so much of importance for the lessons learned, and that has to be used for the future projects, in fact, because each project
Sure.
is so unique, it's so complex. So we'll be learning from different projects, so that those things should become an important knowledge base for the future project. That's one of the reason, they are given so much of importance of lessons learned are registered, getting updated in these projects. Okay. Any question on those things, Steve? I hope it's very straightforward and very clear. I think that's right. Yeah.
No, I think I'm good.
Yeah, very good. Great. That's right. So the two important things is the approved change request. Approved change request can include any modification to the terms or condition of the contract. Sometimes, after some experience with the supplier, or if there are any issues, the supplier can come out with and ask for a change request. But again, that has to go through your change control board. The change request could be in terms of, statement of work, the pricing, or the description of the products or services, or the results to be provided. So all procurement related changes are formally documented in writing and approved before being implemented through change control processes. And in complex projects and programs, change requests may come from sellers involved with the project that can influence with other involved sellers also, in fact. So the project should have the capability of identifying, communicating, resolving the changes that impact the work of the multiple suppliers. In fact, if there are about 10 to 12 suppliers, the multiple suppliers, that it can have some impact on few suppliers. But when those things are accepted, it can have an impact on the other suppliers also. So it's very important that, you take them into confidence, convince everybody, so that, the harmony of the business relationship is maintained. That is a very, very important thing. Then the work performance data, it contains the seller data on project status, such as your technical performance, that activity that has started or in progress and have completed, and the cost have been incurred or committed. So all those things will be a form of your work performance data, and that goes through this process, control process, and that will become the work performance information. And that work performance information is converted into a report, like status report, which is sent either through electronic media or any other form mutually agreed with the suppliers. That's how the data flows. So coming to the claims administration, it relates to the contestant changes where the buyer and seller cannot agree on terms such as change request or incentive payments or penalties. So it referred as a claims, disputes, or appeal sometime. So a resolution process is normally documented in the contract, and settlement via negotiation is preferred. If agreement cannot be reached, then only the legal action may be required. This is what we discussed in the beginning of this knowledge area. You remember that the legal option should be only the last method, but you should try the arbitration, you should try the convincing, or you should have the meeting so that those issues can be sorted out. Then another important thing is the records management system used by the project manager to manage contract and procurement documentation and records. It will also contain the retrievable archive of all the contracts, documentation, correspondence, and performance reports. In fact, so this is a very big task, record management system. Most of these things you have in electronic thing, or the hard copies you have still in your company?
Most of them are electronic.
Most of them electronic. Yeah, that's right. Probably an original initially signed could be a hard copy of that. Am I right? That you may keep it. I think initially one set of copies.
Yeah, most everything you do is signed electronically anymore.
Electronic, yeah. Nowadays, you have that electronic. Even signature, you can sign electronically. In fact, that's right. Yeah.
Yes.
So that will save a lot of paperwork. In the sense, that will take time also. In fact, am I right? Sending by courier, all those things can be avoided if it's an electronic one. In fact, in a jiffy, you can transmit it and get it signed and get it back. Actually, it will save a lot of time and efforts also. That's
right. Yeah, absolutely.
And also the multiple copies. You can mark the copies to various people. At one go, everybody is, it will come. And that's right. That's the advantage there. In fact, you will have. So the close procurements, which we touched about it, the buyer usually through the authorized procurement administrator provides the seller with a formal written notice that the contract has been completed. Requirements for formal procurement closure are usually defined in the terms and conditions of the contract and are included in the procurement management plan. It's very clearly mentioned there, when we can close this procurement. So typically all deliverables should have been provided on time to meet the technical and quality requirements. There should be no outstanding claims or invoices, and all final payments should have been done. In fact, this is what I mentioned about the administrative closure. In fact, so all the claims, all your invoices, everything should have been agreed, and project management team should have approved all the deliverables prior to the closure. Normally, I think few departmental colleagues have to sign, am I right? One financial head, one project head, and another your IT head or supply chain head has to sign. In fact, that before you close the procurement, am I right? We don't have any pending claims or pending issues like that. You have such arrangements in your projects?
Yes. Yeah, there are specific closeout procedures on every project.
In every project, I'm right.
Right.
So all these head of the departments or whatever you call them, they have to align to that, am I right? They have to agree that, okay, we don't have any claims.
Yes, absolutely. Right.
Yeah, that's what we also do in our projects. In fact, everybody has to sign, because tomorrow nobody should make an issue after that. Once we close, oh, we did not get this, we did not get that. All those things. In fact, that's important. So that gives a lot of transparency, and it's a good. In fact, it's a long term.
Right.
Then work performance information. Of course, we discussed it, that how a seller is performing comparing to the deliverables received. In fact, so work performance data, you analyze it, and that will become the work performance information of the supplier or the vendor, and the cost incurred and the accepted against the SOW or the statement of work or the budget for the work performance. That's very important and critical about that. So some of the key points that we have been discussing for last 1 hour 40 minutes is that the contract is a mutually binding agreement that obligates the seller to provide the specified products, services or results and obligates the buyer to provide the monetary or other valuable consideration in turn. In fact, this is very important because it has to be a seller has to provide the required goods, services, or the products, and the buyer has to make the payments, the financial returns in terms of the service that he get it from the supplier. In fact, so the contract has to be clearly mentioned those things. In fact, in centralized contracting, a single contract manager handles the multiple projects, whereas this decentralized contracting, a contract manager is assigned to a project full time. This is what I'm just trying to touch. Sometime in the multi projects in an organization, suppose they're running 10 to 12 projects. Sometimes, there will be one central contract manager who will be responsible for all these projects. And he will take the responsibility of signing all the contracts, will be signing the responsible of finalizing the vendors or the suppliers. But each project may have a decentralized also, in fact, so that that particular manager will be reporting to the project manager. So the advantage of decentralized is that he'll be dedicated to the particular project. Whereas in the centralized contracting things, in fact, he or she will be doing for all the projects, in fact. Some advantage is that the resource is well utilized from the corporate perspective or from the organization perspective. But the disadvantage is that whenever a project manager wants the service of contract, if it is a centralized contract manager, sometimes you may find it difficult to get them whenever you require it. Right? So that is a disadvantage when you have a centralized contract manager. I think you never had that type of situation, am I right? Working as the centralized contract manager.
Yeah, in one organization, we did have a centralized contract manager.
Oh, you did have, is it? Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Did you face this type of situation? That his time focusing on a particular project could be limited. Those issues might have come, I think. That's right.
Yeah, it's just it is a different dynamic with the team.
Team in fact, yeah, correct.
Right, because the information needs to be delivered and disseminated by the central contract manager. And
correct.
You're right. It's it makes it difficult for them to spread themselves over.
Yeah, all the project requirements. Yeah, correct.
Right.
That's right. So there are some advantages. At the same time, there are some disadvantages also. Another disadvantage could be if it is a decentralized project manager, his knowledge area probably could be limited to only that particular knowledge. But if it's a centralized project manager, he will have a wide variety of knowledge acquired because of various projects that will be handling either in the past or simultaneously, so that he can pass on that knowledge benefits to various projects also, in fact. So there are some advantages and there are some disadvantages, but depending upon the project requirement, then you can always take a call on that, as whether you need a dedicated contract manager or you can go with the centralized contract manager. Then the three types of contracts which we discussed, just to recap once again, that we have cost plus, time and material, and unit price is also called as unit price or the fixed price or the lump sum. What you need to remember is that if all cost plus contracts, the risk will be always with the buyer. If it's a fixed price contract, the risk will be with the seller, and the time and material, it is a shade between this supplier and the principal company, in fact, seller and buyer, in fact. Those three things kindly do remember, even from the examination perspective. You can expect a few questions on these type of contracts and also the risk factor, so that you should be very aware of it. Then you have project procurement management includes the process necessary to purchase or acquire products. So that make or buy decision tree, that which we discussed, that why you make it or what are the advantages, what are disadvantages, the cost benefit analysis that you do for taking the decision. That's very, very important. So that is an important aspect in the procurement management knowledge area. Then the 3 procurement knowledge areas are the process, or first you plan the procurement. That means, you take a decision whether to buy it or make it. After that, you do the screening of the sellers, or screening of the suppliers or the service providers. Then you do the conduct procurement, is acquiring those services, in fact, or finalizing the awards or contract. That's what you do during conduct procurement. Then in the control procurement, you analyze the performance of the vendors, the suppliers, and you take corrective measures there. And you also do these evaluation management. You do that, and value analysis you do, and you settle all the claims during the control procurement, so that before you close the procurement or the contracts, in fact. So that's about the procurement knowledge area. Great. Any questions on this, Steve, so far?
No.
Okay. Since you're already familiar with most of the concepts, it's of course important to remember your right for information, your bid to information, IFB, and those things. Then bidder conference is another things probably you need to remember. There could be some questions on those things. Otherwise, a very straightforward knowledge area. And since you are already dealing with day-to-day with these type of vendors and the suppliers, I'm sure it will be easy for you to. Anything new you learned today? I'm a bit curious to know. You are doing most of these things, but today, anything new that you came across? Any terms or terminology or anything?
I think it was interesting to look at the graph of the risk for the contract types.
Contracts. Okay.
I've never seen that illustration before, but it does make sense, and it brings clarity to that.
Okay, great.
No, everything else is pretty straightforward.
Very straightforward. Yeah. Okay. You can keep those factors when you sign the next agreement, that who will be bearing the risk. In fact, those things probably it may strike you at that time. Correct? Sure. Yeah. That's one advantage. That's great. Okay. Just a repetition that you try to implement these things in working place, so that 2 things. One is you remember those concepts. Second thing, you'll be also building your team with these new concepts and those things. So you'll be sharing this knowledge with your team members. That will also help for your project success in a larger area.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So let's get into a few questions. Once signed a contract is legally binding unless one party is unable to perform, one party is unable to. Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Did you drop your mobile again? No. Hello. 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 Can you hear me, Steve? Hello.
Sorry, I dropped off again.
Yeah. Okay. I understand.
Okay.
So the few questions. Once signed a contract, is legally binding unless one party is unable to perform, one party is unable to finance its part of the work, or it is in violation of the applicable law. It is declared null and void by either party's legal counsel.
See, it's null and void if it's in violation of applicable law. Yeah.
I think absolutely right. I think that makes a lot of sense, that answer. With clear procurement statement of work, a seller completes work as specified, but the buyer is not pleased with the results. The contract is considered to be. With a clear procurement statement of work, a seller completes the work as specified, but the buyer is not pleased with the results. The contract is considered to be null and void, is incomplete or complete or waived.
That contract is complete.
Complete, am I right? If the seller completes work as specified, but the buyer is not pleased with the results. But as far as the contract is concerned, it has to be complete, am I right? That's right. Let's see.
That's right.
You are preparing a procurement documents for the building of a community center. There will be government standards, guidelines, and possibly regulations involved. You need to structure the procurement documentation in order to get proposals from the qualified prospective sellers interested in doing business on a particular project. All the following statements concerning the procurement documents are incorrect, except well-designed procurement documents can simply comparison of responses. Procurement documents must be rigorous with a little flexibility to allow consideration of seller suggestions. In general, procurement documents should not include selection criteria. Well-designed procurement documents do not include a procurement statement of work. The catch is are incorrect, the documents, except.
All the following statements concerning procurement documents are incorrect, except well-designed procurement documents can simplify errors and responses. There must be rigorous. In general, procurement documents should not include. A. Well-designed documents, procurement documents can simplify comparison responses.
Can simply comparison of responses. Okay, must be rigorous with little flexibility or consideration. Seller proposition. Okay, let's look at the answers. So the first one is said C, the second one is said C, and the third one is said A. Okay, absolutely right. Congratulations, you have hit the nail. All the three have answered very nicely. So once signed, a contract is binding on both sides. Contracts typically state that either side can choose to terminate the agreement by negotiating a settlement based on the work already performed. So generally, the inability to perform or get financing or the one party believe that the contract is nil and void does not change the fact that the contracting is binding. If however both sides are in the contract can move into closure. All and legal contract is not enforceable. That's a catch in fact. Any illegal contract cannot be enforceable. That's what I think they mentioned very clearly is one of the class that it is legally bounded, and you also mentioned the country, the geographical area. All those things are clearly mentioned in this contracts. The second one is also absolutely right. If the seller completes the work specified in the procurement statement of work, the contract is considered complete. That doesn't mean that same thing is procurement being closed. That's the only point. In fact, the contract is completed, but procurement need not be closed. Procurement closure must still occur. However, in this situation, the contract work is completed. That's the only catch. The third one is you are absolutely right. The seller is required to inform the buyer or anything that is missing or unclear in the procurement document. It is in the buyer's best interest to discover missing items, since it will save the buyer money and trouble to correct the problem early. Procurement documents must include terms and conditions and selection criteria, as well as documentation of all the work that is to be done. This is also the seller price of the project, know what is most important to the buyer. Well-designed procurement documents can simply comparison of responses. This is an important point. In fact, so all those things which we mentioned here in the above one, except the A, rest all has to be the part of the agreement. In fact, you're absolutely right. It's good that you read it and got the right answer. That's nice. Just a few more questions. A project manager for the seller is told by her management that the project team should do whatever possible to be awarded as an incentive money. The primary objective of incentive clauses in the contract is to reduce the cost of the buyer, help the seller control cost, synchronize objectives, reduce the risk of the seller by shifting risk to the buyer. What should be the right answer?
D, reduce the risk of the seller by shifting the risk to the buyer.
You feel that's the
Now,
primary
wait.
objective? Yeah, the primary objective of
Primary
incentive class.
clause is to doesn't help the seller control costs, reduce the cost of the buyer. No. Synchronize objectives.
Yeah, I think that should be the right answer actually, because why
Yeah.
you give incentive? Because both the buyer and seller should achieve certain objectives. Am I right? So it is.
Right.
I think that should be the right answer. That's right. A routine audit of a cost reimbursable contract determines that the overcharges are being made. If the contract does not specify corrective action, the buyer should continue to make payments, halt payments until the problem is corrected, void the contract and start legal action to recover overpayments, or change the contract to require more frequent audits.
A routine audit, determining that earning charges are being made.
What do you think is the right answer there? Hello? Steve, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just it fell off again.
Yeah, okay.
You know, audit, continue to make all payments.
The catch is that if the contract does not specify corrective actions.
Right. I guess you got to continue to make project payments.
Yeah, I think so, right? Let's look at that answer. I think you're right. The first one, of course, the incentive are meant to bring the objectives of the seller in line with the buyer. So they work same objective. Synchronizing the objective is the right answer. Incentives are meant to bring the objectives of the seller in line with the choice of theirs. So both are working toward the same objective. You are absolutely right. The third one is also, you look at it, halting all the payments would be breach of contract on the buyer's part. Voiding the contract and beginning the legal action is too severe. So you can straight away, these two, you can straight away rule out. Only thing is you need to debate between the A and B. Continue to make project payments or halt payments until the problem is corrected. But the catch is here, if the contract does not specify corrective action, that's the count. If you read that line, then halt payments on the disputed amount would probably be the best answer, but it is not offered here. That's very important. So the best choice available is to continue to make the payments while working to resolve the issues, in fact. So this is how sometimes, the tricky, the questions will be there in the exam. What happens is that, okay, you have a little more time, you can think and have some clarity and try to answer. But in the examination, what happens is the time clicking. It's like you've seen that James Bond films, the last scene usually 007. And they'll be clicking that. You would have seen that some of the James Bond films. So it's like that, the clock will be ticking in front of you in the examination. And the maximum time, as I told you, to answer a question is about 1 minute and 2 seconds. 1.2 is the time that you have for each questions. So that's where, sometimes, you when you build up some pressure that, you're losing time, then the clarity of thoughts go for a 6, in fact, correct 6er. So that's where, you need to be careful about that. But otherwise, if you read it normally twice or thrice, I'm sure this type of questions you can easily answer those things, in fact. But there you are fighting against the time. That's the only thing that we need to keep in mind. It's like that.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's great. In fact, any feedback or anything on the procurement management? Then we're concluding this session now.
No.
Okay, great. That's good. Okay. So you feel before we get into stakeholders management, the last knowledge area, we'll take a break so that take a
Sure.
should be our that's right. We'll take about 15 minutes. Is it fine or?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Like yesterday, what we discussed. Any questions on schedule management? You have anything to cover today, or is it okay? You know, you're quite comfortable on those things. Cost management.
No, actually, I'm comfortable with all the knowledge areas. I think.
Okay.
I do understand. I've got to do the reading.
Reading, yeah. Okay.
And make sure that I've got things compartmentalized correctly.
Okay. Great. Okay. So we'll take away a short break and. Hi, Steve. You're back. Yeah, great. Yeah, great. Okay. We'll move into the last knowledge area, project stakeholders management. Are you with me? Am I audible? Is it clear? Hello?
Yeah, I see it fine.
Okay, great. Great input. Okay, that's right. So the project stakeholder management is basically it's a process required to identify the people or groups or organizations that could impact or be impacted by the project, or to analyze the stakeholders' expectation and their impact on the project. And also, once you identify them, you develop an appropriate management strategy for effectively engaging the stakeholders so that the project decisions and the executions are made for the success of the project. So that's the project statement, what are the definition, or to understand the stakeholders management. Some of the what is important thing is that the stakeholder satisfaction should be identified and managed as a project objective, because unless all your stakeholders are happy, unless all your stakeholders are aligned with the project objective, then that project cannot become a success. So the key to effective stakeholder engagement is to focus on continuous communication with all the stakeholders. Yesterday we touched about this. I also told you that, about 4 or 5 years back, the stakeholders management and the communication management plan are one. But then the PMI realized that stakeholders plays a critical role for the project success. So they separated the communication management and the stakeholders management separately. So we have a new knowledge area in stakeholders management. Some of the trends that is happening is that in the project environment, that identifying all stakeholders, it's not a limited set. In fact, you have to keep on identifying the stakeholders as the project progresses. Under end of each phase, probably, in fact, new stakeholders will be added. So you need to continuously identify them, that ensure that all the stakeholders are involved, in fact, in the engagement activities. Then only, they will become the supportive. And reviewing the stakeholders community regularly, often in parallel with the reviews of the individual project risk, is also very critical and important. So consulting with stakeholders who are most affected by the work or outcomes of the project through the concept of co-creation, because you need to get their support. And co-creation sometimes places a greater emphasis on including the affected stakeholders in the team as partners. Some of the diversity or tailoring consideration that you need to keep in mind while handling the stakeholders is that the stakeholders diversity. How diverse is the culture within the stakeholders community? You need to keep in mind. We have been here yesterday also. We were discussing about the cultural issues in the project environment. So it's important that the project manager should know the cultural diversity among the stakeholders and the complexity of the stakeholders relationship. How complex are the relationship within the stakeholders community? The more networks a stakeholder or a stakeholder group participate, the more complex the networks of the information or misinformation the stakeholders they have, in fact. And also with the advancement of the communication technology, what support or mechanism are in place to ensure the best value is achieved with the technology? That also we need to keep in mind. These are all some of the key concepts and the tailoring measures that we do undertake, in fact. Have you seen this type of situation among the stakeholders, like your board of directors? They have some difference of opinion sometimes, so it can affect the project, Steve?
Sure. On usually larger projects will lead to conflict. We did a project down in Texas, and it was a larger project and had many stakeholders.
Okay.
With varying interests. So there were some stakeholder conflicts.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's absolutely right. In fact, normally in many sessions, I give one analogy. For example, you have a birthday for your child at home. I just used to ask them that who are all the stakeholders for a birthday party? So normally they give, suppose, can we list out the birthday party stakeholders just for us to have some interesting discussion on this so that you will have some clarity. A simple thing. Those who provides those who provides food, probably, in fact, who supplies the cake could be a stakeholder. And of course, your invitees, your children, friends, and families, they could be the stakeholders. Am I right? You list out all the various stakeholders. One important thing, probably, generally people do forget is your neighbor is also a stakeholder. Am I right? You agree with that point? Your neighbor who is staying with you is an important stakeholder, isn't it?
Who's the stakeholder?
Your neighbor who is staying with next to your house.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I'll buy that.
Yeah. Yeah,
right.
Because in case if you don't invite them or if you don't inform them that you are having a birthday party at home, what can happen? Suppose when the loud music plays in the evening during the party, they can complain, isn't it? That they're making sound, they're disturbing my peace in my house, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it can happen, isn't it? And in US, suddenly they can dial 911, somebody will come, in fact, isn't it? That also can happen,
right.
in fact. So
right.
identify, why I gave this analogy, identifying of the stakeholders in a project is very, very important. This could be a small birthday project, but at the same time, if you neglect some stakeholders or if you overlook them, in fact, they can create a lot of problems. Similar way in a project environment also, identifying all the stakeholders and keep them engaged or keep them informed is very, very critical for the success of the project, in fact. So
sure.
I'm sure you do develop a stakeholders list whenever you take up the projects. You have that process?
Yeah. Generally, there's a list. Right.
There's a list, in fact. Okay. That's right. What all, for example, your present project, what's the list of stakeholders you have, Steve, for the government project which you are doing, 2.5 million?
We've got the government representative, the contracting officer representative. We've got the contracting officer.
Okay.
We've got the various user groups. They're stakeholders. They're the they're not responsible for the contract, but they are the people that we're delivering the project to. And they're the ones that are using it. The different acceptance authorities. On the project.
Correct.
And then we've got to work with the different. They're called shops. They are the specialized groups of people that in and amongst the facility that may have a specific impact on a system or a group of systems. So there's a pretty large.
Pretty large. Yeah.
Right.
So, okay, you segregate as a internal stakeholders and external stakeholders. Am I right? That's how you bifurcate them.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. So, and your internal stakeholders, your team members, your project team members, your senior management, your sponsors, they all could be your internal stakeholders. And your external
Yes.
stakeholders are absolutely right. So the clear demarcation, or so that each one you will have a different strategy, how to deal with your
Right.
internal stakeholders and how to deal with external stakeholders. What are the challenges? I think this should be a regular, ongoing thing for you. That's right.
Correct. Right.
Yeah, great. But on the same page. So just to the last one, if you look at it, there are four processes here. First, you identify the stakeholders. Then once you identify, you plan the stakeholders engagement plan. Then you manage the stakeholders and you monitor and the stakeholders. These are the uh, four processes we have. One thing to remember that the initiating process group, which we talk about, there are two processes there. One is the develop project charter and identify the stakeholders, in fact. So identify the stakeholders also comes in the initiating the process group itself, because that means that when you are taking up the project, in the beginning itself, you do a stakeholders identification. In fact, it's very important to remember. Identifying the stakeholders, it comes on the initiating process group, whereas in the closing process group, you got only one close project or phase, in fact, whereas in this initiating process group, you got two processes, in fact, just to remember this information. So let's go one by one. uh, Plan project stakeholders management overview. If you look at it, first one is the identify stakeholders. As I said you, there are four processes there. So far we have covered 45 processes. The last four processes we are looking at now out of 49. Identify the stakeholders. You have the inputs as we go. We keep discussing about things. So first one is the identify the stakeholders. Once you identify the stakeholders, then you plan the stakeholders engagement. Once you plan the stakeholders engagement, then you manage the stakeholders engagement. Then you do the monitoring the stakeholders engagement. These are the four important processes we have in stakeholders management. So a stakeholders, just to revisit the definition, is an individual, group, or organization who may affect or be affected or perceive itself to be affected by a decision, activity, or an outcome of a project. It could be a program or a portfolio, in fact. Sometimes, for big projects, like major projects, sometimes even the customer, even the neighbor, the staying people, the residential people also could be impacted because of the outcome of the projects. Suppose a factory is put up in a city, the people, residential people who are staying across or nearby that factory also can be impacted by the factory that they put up or the project they undertake. One is could be a pollution issues, another could be a noise issue, in fact. So even the public can be impacted by this activity, in fact. Do you agree with that? You have some similar examples you have?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. In India, I want to give, of course, is a very sad experience. You heard about Union Carbide Company, who make Everest batteries. You're
Yes.
familiar?
Yes.
Yeah. They had a plant in Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. It happened way back around 35 years back. And you know that there was a gas was leaked, very bad gas, in fact. And almost around close to 2,000 people died in that Bhopal town, which happened about 35 years back, Steve. And even today, many people, the impact of that the gas was so bad. Even today, a lot of people are suffering from many deformities, in fact, the physical deformities because of the gas, the impact. So that's why, when you consider the project stakeholders, management is so critical and important. So a lot of cases are still going on, and I think there's a big battle is going. But still, you see the poor people, in the sense, the who are no way with their connected to the project also got impacted in the episode, in fact. So when we put up a project, it's very important to keep those factors in mind, so that the public safety is taken care of. I don't know whether you read this, you came across this anytime. So Bhopal gas tragedy is a very famous one in India, which has happened. Actually, very unfortunate thing.
Yeah, it was a real tragedy.
Yeah.
And you're right, and still an ongoing tragedy.
Yeah, it's right.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's what, the people get impacted sometimes, so you need to keep those factors in mind when you take up the project. One more thing in India is what's happening, because, there is severe water shortage in many places across India. And even drinking water is becoming scarcity in some places. So sometimes, these beverage industries, the soft drinks, they try to put up the factory. Many state governments are reluctant to give the permission to put up the factory. The reason is that the soft drinks manufacturer, they consume lot and lot of water, millions of gallons of water for the production. And already, there is a shortage of drinking water. So the governments are refusing to give the permission to put up the plants, in fact, because they know that if they give permission, the lot of localites, the people gets impacted or affected because of these projects. So the governments are become very strict, and they're not allowing them to put up the factory in many places where there is already water shortage is there. So the stakeholders management, the point which I was trying to drive is that whenever a new project comes up, you need to have the stakeholders list and analysis very critical and important for the success of the project. That's right. One more example I can give you that you heard about the Tata company. I was telling you that they had a small car called Nano project. They introduced that is for 200,000. For example, for Indian rupee, the Tata company wanted to come out with the cars, in fact, so that all. It is for a very economic model, and so that more number of people can afford to buy the cars. So they tried to put up a plant in West Bengal, one of the states in India. And the local people, in fact, they affected, they opposed it because of some the land disputes and other things, in fact. So ultimately, they could not they could not put up the plant, and they had to shift it to another place. And that's basically, because some of the stakeholders got affected, and they opposed the project. In fact, of course, it took a political turn, and the local politicians also played a role. In fact, these are all few examples that if you don't take care of the stakeholders, their interest sometimes, that can affect the project success. Yeah, it's like okay. So the few examples of stakeholders, as you project managers, your project team members, your senior management, the sponsor, and the people affected by the project's output. I gave you the example of the Bhopal gas tragedy. Then vendors and suppliers, also your stakeholders, which we just discussed in the procurement knowledge area. They're also part and parcel of your stakeholders. Then end users, your customers, also is your stakeholders. Then customers could be, for example, your supply chain customers or income like that. But end users who directly consumes the end product also could be your end users. Your competitors also stakeholders. Many times, I think we don't take them into consideration. Am I right, Steve? Competitors.
No.
Yeah. But they are also stakeholders, in fact, because your organization decision, your organization product, for example, launch, it can affect their sales or their performance also sometimes. Am I right? So the competitors also a stakeholder in. And of course, the social groups, which I just gave the example many times, social group, they also plays. And you are very familiar with the government and political leadership, since you deal with a lot of government projects. I'm sure you know your. So here you can segregate it as your internal stakeholders like project manager, team members, senior management, sponsors. They all could be your internal stakeholders, and your customers, end users, vendors, suppliers, and government, social groups, and competitors could be your external stakeholders. So when you develop a strategy, you will have a separate strategy for your internal stakeholders, and you'll have strategy for external stakeholders. Dealing with internal stakeholders is far more easy compared to dealing with external stakeholders. You agree at that point? Um, because they are aligned to your project, your internal stakeholders, they have a stake in that. Whereas external stakeholders, I don't think you have any control on them. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Sure.
Yeah. So you need to have a different set of strategy, different set of policies, or different type of mindset to deal with your external stakeholders. This is a very important, I will spend a couple of minutes on this to understand. See, every stakeholder, you need to segregate them, or you need to put them in this block that power interest, power influence, or power impact. So some stakeholders will have very high power, and some stakeholders also will have high interest. Some stakeholders will have high power and low interest. Some stakeholders will have low power and low interest, and some stakeholders will have high interest and low power also, in fact. So it's very important to you make an analysis of the stakeholders. So once you make this analysis, it will be easy to strategize how to engage them, in fact, and what communication strategy you should have to keep them engaged. In fact, you can arrive at that. Let's understand a stakeholder has got a high power and high interest. So you need to, those who got high power and high interest, you need to manage them very closely, in fact, because they can make a big decision on the projects. They got a high power and also they have high interest. So you need to manage them very closely. There are some stakeholders who have got high power, but probably they got low interest, in fact. So such stakeholders, you need to keep them satisfied, who have got high power and low interest. And some stakeholders will have high interest, but they may not have high power. In fact, they will have low power. So those who have got high interest and low power, you need to keep them informed about the project. Those who have got high interest and low power, you need to keep them informed. And those who have got low interest and low power, probably you have to just monitor them, in fact. The same thing apply for power interest or even influence also. Power and influence, suppose you put it power here and influence or the involvement, you can put it here, or impact, suppose those who make the impact. So all these things will go, power will be the left side. In the horizontal, you will have either the interest or the impact or the influence. So those who have got high power and high influence, you manage them closely. Those who got high power and low interest, for example, then you keep them informed. So this all high interest and low power, you keep them informed, in fact. And those who got high interest and low power, probably you have a different strategy for all these things. So what I would request you is, if you have a piece of paper, you can just do this exercise. Is it possible to, in your project, is it possible to put them, your stakeholders accordingly, at least few stakeholders who all come in that high power and high interest, and high interest and low power, or high interest and low power, and those who got low power and low interest? Can you name few so that we can, you got this slide clearly, Steve?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Can you name a few so that we can try to put it in the block so that we can understand clearly? For your project, present project or your previous project, whatever it is.
Yeah. For the present project, the ones that we would manage closely is the contracting officer and the contracting officer representative.
Very good. Okay, great.
Keeping them satisfied.
Yeah.
That would be the users. the user, the end users.
You feel they got high power, but they got low interest, is it? That's what that's why you want to keep them satisfied.
Yes. Well.
Okay.
Well, you know what?
Yeah. Sorry.
Actually keeping them satisfied with high power and a low interest. That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's you see, some of your, for example, board of directors. Let's say, in fact, of course, your sponsor will also come here, am I right? He has got a high power and high interest. So manage them closely. Right. Now, let's say in your one of your board director, he has got a high power because he is a board of member, in fact, so he has got a high power. But he may not be interested on a day-to-day basis every day, in fact. So he may not take a keen interest on a day-to-day basis, but he has got a say in your project. He has got a power. So such people, probably you need to keep them satisfied. That's very important, actually. In fact.
Right.
And there are some other directors, for example, they've got very high interest. They want to know what is happening. They'll be looking into that, but they may not have much say in the project. There are some stakeholders like that. So those have got high interest and low power. You have to just keep them informed. So in your project, can you name like that? Who has got high interest, but they don't have power?
Those would be the users. They've got an interest in making sure that we do things correctly and acceptable, but they really don't have much power over what we do.
Okay. Right. Yeah, correct. Absolutely right. So you need to plot them like that, in fact. So who are all your who has got high interest, but they don't have much say or much power in the project, in fact. So you have to just keep them informed what's happening, in fact. And low power and low interest, can you give some examples?
Those would be well, we're working at a VA, so that would be the general public population.
General public,
Yeah, the public and the patients and the doctors that are in and amongst the hospital staff.
Sure. Okay. So they are the one who have got a low power and low interest on the project.
Right.
And also sometimes internally, suppose you're trying to put your external stakeholders. Internally, for example, you are, let's say on your project, you're taking somebody from other department, let us say from IT department, who comes and helps you for your project, certain software or other thing, in fact. So he will neither have interest nor power, in fact, but he's coming and helping you for some of your software requirement. Correct? Am I right? So
sure. Yeah.
Such of them, you can plot them as got low interest and low power, in fact. Because he is assigned to do certain help for you. So he will come and help you for a few days and he will go back to his functional area. But again, of course, he is a stakeholder. Since he's coming and help you, probably you can plot them here as a low power and low interest, and you can monitor them actually, because they are important for you, in fact. Whenever you want them, correct? So you can monitor them. Similar way, for example, if your HR colleague who comes and help you for recruitment once in a while for some appraisal system, you take their help. So he neither has got any power nor has got any interest in your project, but they come and play a role there. In fact, so you can, so they have got low power and low interest, but still you need to monitor them, in fact, because you require their help any time in the project. Just an example like that, you can give several examples for all these four. So what is too important thing is you high power and high interest, you need to manage them very closely because they have a lot of say in the project and they can take any decisions regarding the project. And those who got high power and low interest, also you need to keep them satisfied. The same grid applies, as I told you, for interest and influence and impact also, in fact. So power will be always in the vertical side. The horizontal side, you put the influence and impact, and you create them. Have you any time done this type of thing and stakeholders analysis, Steve? No. Subconsciously,
yeah,
probably you would have done it, am I right? Subconsciously.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
More unconsciously, more subconsciously, sure.
Correct, correct.
We know who the important people are to take care of.
Correct, absolutely right. You know that you, particularly as you said, you know, your government contractors and your sponsors or senior management. Subconsciously, you know very well that you need to manage them very closely to get the required resources or the support and other things. Probably what we miss out is that this low power, low interest, and high interest and low power stakeholders. Am I right? You know, sometimes we try to overlook them or we try to neglect them. Correct? Am I right? That happens.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
That's right. Yeah. So probably if you make a grid like this and for your important projects, if not for all the projects, at least if you have this type of analysis, it's good that to have this in for all your projects, you know, that will help you to manage your stakeholders very well. And second important thing is that you can also, as I requested, that make your team members are also aware of it, so that they are the important stakeholders. So you need to manage them closely, and these are the stakeholders who have got high interest and low power, or high interest and all these things. If we inculcate this in the project environment, so everybody is aware of it and we take care of them well. So this is a very important, even from the examination perspective, Steve. This I request you to just practice this, make this in, have about 2-3 examples and try to plot them here, your stakeholders, so that it will be easy to answer the questions in the examination. Definitely, okay. you can expect 1 or 2 questions on this stakeholders analysis. Okay, that's it. Is it clear? I hope this concept you got it. I hope that's
right. Yeah.
Okay, great. One more thing on the stakeholders analysis. It's also called silence model. It describes the classes of stakeholders based on their power, their urgency and legitimacy on the project. The power, of course, we discussed, is the ability to impose their will. Your sponsors, your government contractors, they have a lot of power on the projects. The urgency, in fact, they also will be looking for the immediate attention on the project. In fact, the urgency, and they're also legitimate in their power. In fact, for example, your sponsor, he has got a legitimate power on your project, correct? Or even your government contractors that you're hiring, they have a legitimate, because you're legally bounded with their contracts. In fact, so appropriateness of their involvement. So where the power, urgency, and legitimacy is involved, they are called the silence model. Describe the classes of stakeholders based on the silence model. So again, this is another type of stakeholders analysis. So you got both. One is the power, high interest, and this is one set of analysis. At the same time, one more analysis you can do is that the power, urgency, and legitimacy. Here also, can you plot some of your stakeholders? For example, power, urgency, and legitimacy. Can you name few under each of these things?
Well, the power would be the contracting officer.
Yeah.
The sponsor.
Correct. Absolutely right. Yeah. Senior management. Yeah.
Sure. My senior management, business owner.
Correct.
Yeah, that's those are the people that generally exert the most power.
Correct. Absolutely.
Over a project.
Yeah. And urgency?
As far as urgency, the users, the people that were, right, because our schedule affects them the most.
Yeah, they are the one gets impacted or affected by the project outcome. Absolutely right. That's right.
Sure.
Okay.
Legitimacy. Who would have a legitimate? Well, I think everybody's got some level of legitimacy.
Yes.
I guess high level of legitimacy. Once again, the users.
Yeah.
They have a level of legitimacy. Pretty much across the board, everybody's got certain levels of legitimacy with regard to being a stakeholder.
Stakeholders, yeah, okay. So I hope you got these concepts clear. In fact, one is the analysis. The second set of analysis is the silence model. Yeah. Actually, definitely you can expect one or two questions on this. So I request you to just get familiarized. Why I ask you to do this exercise of plotting the stakeholders in your project, so it's easy for you to remember and answer the question. That's the only reason I asked you to put it in context, right? And even your project also, of course, you have been doing it subconsciously. Now, if you have a picture like this, and if you have this type of on a document, it will be easy to follow up on those things also. It will also help you in this aspect. You can download this template. It's available, and you can customize it according to your project requirement. Just do that. Okay. Any questions on these two? Hope it's clear. So.
Yeah, no, it's clear.
Okay, great. That's right. So this is the stakeholders engagement assessment matrix. If you look at it, you can classify your stakeholders, or you can put them in this matrix. Some stakeholders are unaware of, in fact, stakeholders not aware of the project and its impact. Then some stakeholders are resistant. They are aware of the impact and is very resistant to change. There are some set of stakeholders like that. Then there are some stakeholders who are neutral to your project, but neither supportive nor is resistant. In fact, they are the neutral stakeholders. Then there are many stakeholders who are very supportive, in fact, for your project, and they are supportive of the change. And some stakeholders in your project environment, they'll be leading because they are aware of the project and they actively engage to ensure the project success, in fact. This is how in most of the projects, you have a combination of stakeholders. Some of them are unaware, some of them are resistant, some of them are neutral, some of them are supportive and leading, in fact. Leading stakeholders could be your sponsors again. I'm right, they will come under that because they want the project to be successful. Your end customer also, for example, they're the leading one. In fact, they are the one they engaged in the project success. Same way, the supportive also could be there. But the biggest challenge for any project manager is how to handle this unaware, resistant, and these stakeholders. I think this is the biggest challenge that PM always faces. Correct, Steve? Have you come across, have you experienced this type of stakeholders in your projects who are very resistant, the stakeholders?
Yeah, we've got one right now.
Right now?
Yeah.
I see. In your current projects, you have a lot.
Yeah, we've got to do some upgrades to a room in an IT closet in a gentleman's office. And he's not very happy about it.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. He thinks we're going to be disrupting his mission.
Oh,
we got to make it move out for a little bit. And, he is not very fun to work with.
Oh, I see. I see. So, what strategy you are proposing or you're planning to handle this? Very interesting, in fact, a good case study for me, for us.
Well, we're going to use. We're going to go to his supervisor and try to get his supervisor involved. Help him to realize the benefit of us getting it done, and hopefully get him to not put up as much resistance as he's putting up right now.
Oh, okay. That's great, in fact. Okay. When did you realize? When did you make this analysis? Recently, or you have been experiencing it for a long time?
I found out about it Friday.
Oh, fine.
So
Oh,
it's pretty recent, pretty
oh,
fresh.
pretty recent, is it? Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good analysis you have done, in fact. Okay, and you have framed your strategy also to handle that accordingly. In fact,
yes, we have.
Yeah. Okay. Great. In fact, that's right. So in that context, do you think this assessment matrix makes a lot of sense? That you can plot clearly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there must be some stakeholders who are unaware of also. Can you give not examples in your projects, who are unaware of these projects?
That would be in a large part the public. You know, the patients and the doctors. They're pretty much unaware of what we're doing, but they're still stakeholders. They still have the potential to be affected by what we're doing.
What you're doing, in fact. Okay. That's right.
Right.
I think that's also a big task for you to make them aware of the project. Am I right?
Yes. Yeah. At some point in time, we're going to be affecting them. So we do need to make them aware.
Yeah. So that's where your communication management plan comes in fact, correct? That's how do you make them aware?
Sure.
With what set of communication that you're going to do? You're going to call them and address them, or you're going to send regular feedback or the mails on the progress of the project. Those things, again, it becomes your communication strategy that, how you make them aware of the projects. Correct. That's right. Yeah.
Correct.
So if you look at it, that means, there's so many knowledge areas interlinked in one, in fact, if you look at it, for example, right? Why they are unaware? Because, they don't know what's happening, because probably they have not communicated earlier. In fact, they have not informed certain things, in fact. So that's where your communication strategy comes in line.
Correct.
Yeah. And once you do that, then you will also inform them about the benefits they are going to get out of it. That's where, for example, your scope baseline will help you that, this is the scope of the project and this is what we are going to achieve it. And if they are interested to know about the cost, this is what the cost we are incurring, and this is the cost benefit analysis. Also, probably, that's all these reports that you keep sending to them. So they become from unaware to aware of the projects. In fact, and more and more they are aware, the resistance comes down. Correct. So it will have a direct impact on that.
Sure. Yes.
So here, stakeholders is aware of the impact, but probably they may not have all the required information. That could be the reason why they are resistant to change. And here, the more and more information goes to them. So then, it will become a neutral stage. Then after starting seeing the experience or after getting convinced, these neutral stakeholders will become your supportive stakeholders. And of course, once they become supportive, I'm sure, you can convert them into a leading stakeholders. So this is the role that a biggest challenge for the project managers to play, that how do you move these unaware stakeholders to resistant to neutral to supportive, and of course, leading, of course, sponsor will be always there. So this is the biggest challenge that you will face. I'm sure it's pretty useful, am I right? This matrix to follow in your projects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, you must be doing it subconsciously, but once you have this type of structure, it will be easy to implement those things on a piece of paper, and you can plan it well also according to this, right? Yeah. As I told you, for smaller projects, you remember all your stakeholders, and probably it's easy to manage. But in the complex projects where hundreds or thousands of stakeholders are there, you need to have an analysis like this that will help you to handle them. In fact, otherwise you will miss out the stakeholders management. So this is how you plot it. Here, for example, stakeholders 1 is unaware, and you need to make him as a supportive, in fact. So your task is that move these unaware assistant stakeholders to neutral, and neutral becomes then supportive will become the leading, in fact. This is how we should move them, in fact, stakeholders engagement. First, you have a complete list of them, plot them under each of these things. Then the next task is that how do you move them a resistant stakeholders to become a neutral stakeholders. This is the current, for example, the current situation, and what is your desired situation. Your desired situation, that is all your stakeholders should be under supportive. Am I right, Steve? You agree with me on that? For the project
Sure, yeah.
success, for your project success, all these stakeholders who are unaware and resistant or even neutral should move into the block of supportive. In fact, this is your desired level. And how do you do that? That is your constant stakeholders engagement plan, and how you manage with them, how you communicate with them. That's what we are going to discuss in the stakeholders engagement plan. Hope it's clear. I think there's a lot of clarity, am I right? We understood that who is the stakeholders, and how do you classify the stakeholders, and those stakeholders have got high power and high interest. How do you manage them? Those who got low power and low interest, you have to just keep them informed. Like that, you have different strategy for the different set of stakeholders. It's such a wonderful knowledge area, am I right? Stakeholders management. I love this subject, in fact, yeah. Because your project success depending upon your stakeholders management. If you can manage your stakeholders well, I'm sure you're definitely you can achieve the project success. There is so much of importance on the stakeholders management. That's why even the PMI, the triangle which we are discussing about, the talent triangle on that day, the people is getting more and more importance. In fact, in the coming next year, the examination, just for repetition, 2020, July 1st onwards. In fact, they have announced the date also, Steve. July 1st, 2020, the examination will be on the new the content, in fact, examination outline content, where the people questions will be 48%, process will be 50%, and your business environment will be about 8%. So they're moving away from the traditional that so far we have been doing on initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and control, and closing. And the new set of examination will be on the parameters of 50% will be, 48% will be on people, 50% on the process they use, and 8% will be on the business environment. In fact, that clearly shows that so much of importance the PMI is giving for the people and the stakeholders. In fact, that is really thing, when the technology, for example, is trying to rule the industry, same amount of importance is being given to the people also, correct? And I think that's a very fascinating development, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. So what is the stakeholders management skills? Stakeholders management is both an art and science. In fact, it deals with dealing people, and our people are inherently unpredictable. We discuss about their emotions. In fact, the emotional intelligence we were discussing in the resource management. And there is no one size fits all strategy or the tool to manage. It's a very common saying that what works with one stakeholders may not work with the other stakeholders, in fact, because he has got different expectations, his ego high level could be different. So you cannot use the same yardstick to all the stakeholders in a project team. In fact, you need to really plan the strategies according to the individual stakeholders. That's very, very important to remember, in fact, because they're basically unpredictable. Even sometimes, I have seen some board of directors in the earlier companies. Initially, they'll be very supportive, but after some time, suddenly they will become very resistant for some reasons. Then in one of the things I came to know that it's basically because of one of my friend used to tell me that because of certain ego clash among themselves, even though they're convinced about the project, but for the sake of opposing, they used to oppose the project progress, in fact. So all such the politics can happen in the project environment. Of course, you cannot generalize, but there are several examples like that. Correct. I'm sure you would have also experienced it in your earlier projects, such similar situations.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the biggest task for any project manager. It is not that doing your, for example, process improvement or your other quality issues. Addressing those issues sometimes is far more easy than addressing the politics of within the project. Correct? That's the biggest task for you many times. It's
Yeah,
like that.
right.
It's like that. Yeah. Okay. So how do you manage them? So you need to have some interpersonal skills and managerial skills. In fact, of course, I'm sure you are very, very familiar with these things. Just to go through that, these are some of the traits that these project managers should have while managing the stakeholders. Your interpersonal skills like building trust, that's important. The trust can be built over credibility, with your experience, keeping up your promises and managing them well, that is the building trust. Next one is the resolving conflicts. We discussed at length in the resource management. First of all, the reasons for conflicts or could be your scarcity or various things. And how do we resolve, in fact, whether you like to use a compromise technique or you would like to avoid the conflicts or you want to accept the conflicts and go ahead about that, or you want to collaborate and problem solve it. That is the best conflict technique or PMI that we discussed. So resolving those conflicts well in time before it becomes major issues. Try to address in the trivial stage in the beginning itself so that you can solve that. Very important thing is active listening. We discussed, in fact, it's another important interpersonal skills. Many times what happens if you hear them out, many conflicts are solved actually. They wanted somebody to hear their problems. But many times what happens, the many project managers, they don't give importance for listening to their problems. They take them for granted. So again, the conflicts can get escalated though, in fact. So active listening, just give here, then, many problems can be solved. That's right. I'm sure you will also agree with me, am I right? If somebody customer wants to complain, just by hearing them peacefully, in fact, half of their problem gets solved many times, correct?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's right. So these are all some of the practical examples and practical solutions also that how you address those things. And overcoming the resistance to change. This is another important thing for a project manager, that some of the team members, they are very, very reluctant to change, in fact. So how do we make them change, in fact? First of all, change is again, you are moving from uncomfort zone to comfort zone to uncomfort zone. Am I right? If you are comfortable in certain area, when we have to try to move to a different situation, it is a very uncomfortable. That's where the resistance comes. So how do you prepare them to move from the uncomfort zone to uncomfort zone, in fact? So that is the overcoming the resistance to change. So you need to probably the project horizon or the project objective, the advantage of that has to be clearly spelled out to them. The first question everybody asks is that, what is in it for me? Am I right? In any change movement, the person who is going to get affected or perceived to get affected, he thinks that, what is it for me? That is the first question they'll be having. If you can address that by changing yourself, these are all the advantages you are going to get. Then if you can share the vision of the project objectives or the organization objective, then probably you can overcome that resistance to change. You have any thoughts on that in your practical experience? How do you make them change, the resistant people?
Yeah, make them think it's their idea.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
you must.
it's a lot of it's the interpersonal skills.
Yeah.
By talking through it, and that's probably the first defense.
Absolutely right. And that's the biggest challenge that the project manager. That's where, when we say that 90% of the time a project manager spends on communication, I think these are all part of those things. How you build trust, how you resolve conflicts, how is a good active listener, and you need to deal with a lot of resistant stakeholders or the team members, and how do you overcome, in fact, by talking to them, by communicating to them. In fact, these are all the interpersonal skills the project manager should have. In fact, then the managerial skills, apart from that, we talk about the project manager has to use the following. One is the facilitate consensus, particularly with your senior stakeholders or the stakeholders who have got high power and high interest. Sometimes you you need to facilitate the consensus among them, in fact, so that everybody come in one line and support the project. In fact, that's very important. Facilitate the consensus among the subject matter experts or the key stakeholders. You need to influence people also with your experience, whereby with your charm or with your authority you have on the projects, in fact, or your desire to convey. All those factors will help you to your motivational skills, in fact, your communication skills. All those things should help you to influence the people, in fact, and your seriousness, your commitment to the project. All those things should help you. Negotiate agreements, as we discussed, it has to be a win-win situation, whether you negotiate for the resources or you negotiate for your customers or your external vendors or suppliers. Any negotiation has to be mutually agreed. That is the most important thing. You cannot force upon certain things, certain agreements or certain decisions on somebody. Then it can become a win-lose proposition. In fact, you may win at that particular moment, but you may not get the required support on a long term, again, which can hamper your project's success. So negotiate agreements is also is very critical and important. In fact, it's not just with the suppliers or the vendors, even within the organization, inter-department. Sometimes to get the required resources, you need to have a proper negotiation with them. In fact, so that both the parties, both the departments will have a win-win situation. That's great. Then the modify the organization behavior also. Sometimes, in order to achieve certain objectives, in fact, certain changes has to be made, in fact, with the people. Organization behavior is basically, we're talking about the people who are involved in that. So behavioral changes is also very much required to change, in fact. So these are all some of the managerial skills that a behavioral skill, let's say, in fact, people has to come to the meeting or anything by 9 o'clock. Suppose they're used to coming late, in fact, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, sometimes, you need to make them to change. These are all certain basic requirement in the project environment. They modify the organization behavior to achieve the success, in fact. So these are all some of the interpersonal and managerial skills required to manage the various stakeholders. Any thoughts on this? You are fine with these two?
Yeah, I am. It's a large part of what I do on a day-to-day basis.
Day-to-day basis, absolutely right. Yeah, that's right.
Right. It's managing the.
Yeah. Yes, right.
Managing the needs and concerns of everybody on the team.
Yeah, absolutely right. In fact, that's right. Many times, what happens, Steve, that it's all taken for granted sometimes. Okay, and that's where the problem comes. Everybody thinks
Sure.
that, oh, they're supposed to do it. In fact, why should I tell them, or why should I manage them? They're supposed to do like that. But that doesn't work many times. You need to have some proper ground rules, and you need to keep reminding them, in fact, because human tendency is to forget something, or they overlook certain times, in fact. So as a project manager, it is your responsibility to ensure that everybody fall into the line all the time, in fact. Then only it will work. That's where your regular weekly meetings you speak about. First of all, in every meeting, I'm sure you must be discussing about the risk factor. That should be the number one agenda. This followed by also you need to talk to them about certain of these managerial skills and the internal skills. You need to exhibit those things to very clearly to the team members. That will help you. In fact, whenever I used to conduct meetings, I used to start, of course, the monthly meetings and those things. I used to talk about the vision of the company, of the objective. The first slide used to be that, sharing the vision of the project or the organization, so that, even though it could be a repetition, but it used to help because the human tendency, again, you need constant reminders always. That also helps in a long term. That's why.
Sure.
Okay. Probably next, your weekly meeting, you start with the project objectives, a slide in the beginning itself, so that everybody aligned to that from the beginning itself. And just to change how you take it forward like that. Okay. The process, every project has stakeholders who are impacted or can impact by the positive or a negative way. I gave the example, of course, that Bhopal gas tragedy, it has affected in a negative way. But there are several projects, community projects, for example, it could be a park or it could be a theme park. In fact, how a lot of people gets impacted and benefited with those things also there. Even your healthcare projects, in fact, your hospital projects, how it's going to help millions of people, not only in the surrounding area. When you have a hospital project, for example, people do come from outside the country also they do come. Am I right? That's a very, very familiar thing, in fact. Just to tell you, in Bangalore, there is one Narayan Hrudayalaya. It's a hospital, in fact, known for heart surgery, in fact. That hospital is so famous, and people from abroad, they come and stay in Bangalore and gets operated, Steve, just for information. They do it at a very, very economical price. And people from Pakistan and neighbor countries, they visit Bangalore and to get operated, in fact. So that is the positive effect of some projects, they undertake. That's like, yeah. It's also called the Chennai and Bangalore, sometimes called the medical tourism, in fact. Medical tourism. Have you heard that terminology, medical tourism? Because the hospital facilities are so good in some of these projects they undertook. A lot of people are coming, and that helped for the medical tourism. In fact, people come and stay in a hotel for months together. They get operated. They go back. So you can see the lot of economic activity which happens. So they call it as a medical tourism. These places.
I've heard of that before.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people from the United States that do that instead of paying higher insurance costs.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. That's right. Yeah. They go out and get it done in 1/3 of the price which they spend here. In fact, correct. That's right. Because in heart surgery in a place like US is very, very expensive. Am I right? It's very expensive.
Oh yeah, it's extraordinarily expensive.
Yeah, that's right. So when they know that the same facility or the same comforts, we can get it from outside US, they don't mind traveling and get it done.
That's right. Yes, correct. Sure.
That's okay. So the first, the process here is the identification of the stakeholders. It's basically the identify the stakeholders is the process of the project stakeholders regularly and analyzing and documenting the relevant information regarding their interests and involvement and interdependencies, and also their power and influence or the impact on the project success. So when you have the stakeholders register, all these things has to be clearly mentioned, in fact, in the stakeholders register. In fact, it is the name and also their power and influence they have on the project. And all these things, it will help you once you have this document very clearly, that will help you to address those issues very clearly. So as I told you, this identify the stakeholders comes in the initiating process group. That means as early in the project, you start identifying the stakeholders. It could be both internal stakeholders and also it could be external stakeholders. So what are the key inputs here? Project charter is one of the key important input. Project charter will have your is the one which authorizes you to go ahead on the project. It will have the broad level of assumptions and constraints. You will have the broad level of cost implications. Then you will also have the broad level of the risks. All those things are mentioned in the project charter, which is the one which authorizes you to go ahead of the project. Then you will have the business documents like business case and benefit management plan. Then you will also have three important management plans. The part of that one is the communication management plan, which we just discussed. How, for example, an unaware stakeholders or a resistant stakeholders can be moved into, for example, a desired level of supportive stakeholders, in fact. So what communication management plan you can have for those stakeholders, and how you keep engaging those stakeholders, with what strategy, how frequently you want to keep them engaged. That's also part of your input. Then your project documents like your change log, because every new stakeholder's addition to that, the change request will come, in fact. So that change log and the issues, since you're dealing with people, you're dealing with different stakeholders, the different issues comes along. So those issues will be clearly recorded and monitored, in fact, in those issue log. When this issue came up, how it was solved, in fact, all those points are mentioned in that. Then your requirement documentation and agreements is very, very important, because your external suppliers, which you just discussed in the procurement knowledge area, there's various vendors, suppliers. In fact, as you keep adding them during the project progress, so various agreements also will become the part of the thing. Then because your supplier involved, your external service providers are involved, they also become the stakeholders. So the agreements also become the input. Then your enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets are the other two common inputs. So coming to the tools and techniques, here basically we discuss about the data gathering, the questions and surveys. Yesterday we discussed the brainstorming techniques. There you generate the ideas, you talk to the stakeholders, in fact. And data analysis, the stakeholders analysis, which we just discussed on the stakeholders analysis. Both things, for example, high power, high interest, then high interest, low power, in fact, unawares. All those analysis you do, in fact, that is the tools and technique you make use of it. Then your document analysis of the stakeholders register and all those things, it's a document analysis. You analyze those documents. Then data representation, stakeholders mapping representation, which we just did that stakeholders mapping. One more slide. For example, this is the stakeholders register. Just so that you put the project name, then the project phase. As I told you that, each phase of the project, you may add certain stakeholders and you may remove certain stakeholders. That possibility is there. So project phase during planning, these are all the stakeholders will be having, name of the stakeholders, their role, the department, their role in the project. Then here are some names we have given. Role, the project director, for example, project info system, then customers, the project manager, then project manager. This is how you maintain a stakeholders register. Then the type of stakeholders and type of communication and their expectation. What do they expect? One is the frequency. Second thing, for example, on what area they will be requiring those things, they will be putting it. Then the type of the stakeholders, probably you can, that high power, high interest, or low power, low interest, in fact, all those things can be clearly mentioned here. So this keeps getting updated as the project phases. Moving from planning, you get into monitoring and control phase. Probably some of the stakeholders, new stakeholders may come there. And when you get into, for example, closing, you may have some different type of stakeholders, like that. You keep adding or removing the stakeholders. And this is a dynamic register, in fact, here, so that, all changes getting updated on every process. I don't, you were mentioning that you don't have a register like that. Am I right now for your project?
No.
You don't.
No, we don't generally discriminate, but I could see the value of it.
Yeah, that's right. But there's a lot of value, in fact, particularly when you take up future bigger projects. it's good to have a register like this and maintain it, in fact, so that you won't miss out any stakeholders handling them.
Oh
Because what
yeah,
happens,
sure.
yeah, particularly the larger projects, what happens sometimes we get a tendency to overlook some of them, and we may get into some problems sometimes like that.
Yeah,
Because there are some stakeholders, just because you don't speak to them or you're not sent a communication, that itself can become an ego issue for them. Actually, why I was not informed. So he can become, he can become a resistant to your change.
sure.
Yeah, it's good to document like that. So coming back to that, this is the stakeholder register I just explained. Then you have a stakeholders mapping. Of course, mapping is very clear who are the unaware stakeholders, resistant stakeholders. You map them accordingly and work out a strategy. Then the change request and the project management plan updates, and these are all some of the common updates that you do. And project documents updates like assumption log, your issue log, and the issue. Once the issues are resolved, you update that information also. And if any assumptions that you have considered in the beginning, if those assumptions are not there or been addressed, then you also update that, and you also update the risk register. This is the process of identify the stakeholders. We just looked at it here, in fact. So the next process is the plan stakeholders engagement. Once you are very clear about what is analysis you have done, what is their expectation, then you need to plan the stakeholders engagement. So planning stakeholders engagement is the process of developing an approaches to involve the project stakeholders based on their needs, expectation, interest, and potential impact. In fact, this is where you are going to make use of that grid. That high power, high interest, low power, low interest, or it could be the other one with the silence model. In fact, you make use of that grid and you manage the stakeholders. In fact, so here is, for example, I'm sure you are very familiar since you are dealing with a lot of government projects. This could be a template for engaging the stakeholders. For example, program issue or proposed activity, you put the date here, your stakeholders, your organization, your group or individual, the potential role in the activity, you can put that here. Then engagement strategy, how will you engage the stakeholders in the activity? In fact, how do you do that? Then follow-up strategy, after engaging them, what is the feedback or continued involved in that? It could be government, it could be political, your commercial, your non-government organization or other civil society or international NGO if it is spread across the geographical area. Can you give one example, Steve, from your project? For example, if it's a government, how do you, is a stakeholders, I'm sure about it, and what activity they role and how do you engage them? Just give one example, possible.
The potential role for the the government. Well, it would be acceptance of the portion of the project.
It's a good one, yeah.
Oversight meetings. The engagement strategy.
Okay.
For the acceptance, we would be inviting them to the pre-final inspections and other oversight areas.
Okay.
And then the follow-up strategy, we would we document that with some kind of a correspondence, whether it was a formal letter, or an informal email.
Okay, that's good. So you're already doing this, am I right? I'm sure. Of course, you mentioned.
That's a pretty standard engagement plan for the government people that we work with.
You have a similar document, or probably, or customized it. In fact, it's almost similar like this.
Yeah. No, we do not have a written stakeholder engagement plan. It's
Okay.
It's just one of those things that we do on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Okay. That means you don't document, is it? You are just doing it, but you are not documenting it. Like that.
Correct.
Yeah. But it's good to document. As I told you that in the project environment, everything should be documented in the interest of the project and the interest of the project manager. Of course, I understand it's a smaller projects, probably day to day you are interacting and they are aware of it, you are aware of it. But nevertheless, I think in the long run, you need to develop this type of documents and customize it according to your requirement. And somewhere it should be in the your lessons learned register or the documents of the project documents. This is important. You feel it can be done? Is that right?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely, we can do it.
Yeah, you can do that in Western. And you can put your people to do it also. It's not that only you can do it, that you can always have your IT colleagues or somebody who can document these things. It could be even electronic documents, but somewhere it should be recorded. That's important, actually. So the artifacts of the projects, when you talk about artifacts, these are all some of the important documents that will come. That means there will be a lot of clarity and transparency that these things have been taken care of. It's like that. Yeah. Of course, the political and NGO probably in your projects, it may not come, and international NGOs. This is according to your requirement. You can customize it. As I told you, you can download this template probably, and you can customize it and make use of it. That's important.
Okay.
Yeah. So the stakeholders engagement metric, just to revisit that, we looked at the unaware of the project and the potential impact, then resistant and the neutral state and the supportive and the leading. So this is the stakeholders engagement plan, that how you manage them, in fact. And this is the desired level, that how do you move from the current level of unaware, neutral to this desired level, in fact. That should be the challenge always. Of course, leading your sponsors and your customers, they'll be always leading you and have no issues on that. But your biggest issue is that how do you manage these three, unaware, resistant, and neutral, to get the support for the project. This is the stakeholders engagement plan. So once you engage your stakeholders, the next process is managing the stakeholders engagement. How do you manage the engagement? So managing stakeholders engagement is a process of communicating and working with the stakeholders to meet their needs and expectation and address the issue to foster the appropriate stakeholders involvement. In fact, that's how you are going to manage them. So what are the tools and techniques to manage? Of course, the inputs we have covered any number of times. Your communication management plan need to have a right communication strategy for the stakeholders. Based on this level, in fact, based on that, you need to make use of for unaware stakeholders, what is the communication plan? For resistant, what is the communication plan? How frequently you need to address them, whether you need to talk to them one-to-one or you need to call them in a group and talk to them, or you need to facilitate those group discussions, in fact, and how do you convert them, how do you from the current state to desired level? This is where you are going to use your communication management plan is going to help you that. Then your stakeholders engagement plan, based on this, how you do that, and the risk management plan. Also, you need to have that, with these resistant stakeholders or unaware stakeholders, what are the risk factors that you can expect from them? In fact, if they are resistant to your project, sometimes, if they are very, very resistant, then it can affect your schedule, it can affect even the cost implications. So all that the risk, it will be part of your risk management plan. Then the change management plan comes, is that how do you change them? In fact, how the resistance, how do you overcome the resistance? All those things will be part of your change management plan. You talk about the project vision, you talk to them about the advantages, the benefits they are going to get, and also what is in it for me. Also, probably you're going to address for those stakeholders what benefits they are going to get out of it. Then the important documents like your change log, because many of the changes that happen, it has to be documented. It has to go through the change control board. You will also analyze the implication on schedules, cost, or the scope of the projects, in fact, from these stakeholders. Then you look at the issue log, since you are dealing with people, what are the rise issues came, resistance issues or the unaware issues, in fact, why they were unaware of, in fact, all those issues are mentioned or documented in your issue log. Then your lessons learned register. As I told you last time that, the PMI has given so much of importance on from the every project, because it being a new unique project, complex projects, the lessons you learned will also a part of your input. Then you are updating the stakeholders. I just show you the stakeholders register, in fact, where you document all the stakeholders' name, their power and impact, influence, in fact, their expectation, needs, all those things will be part of the stakeholders register. Then enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets. So what are the tools and techniques here? The communication skills, because unless you have a good communication skill, you cannot engage with the stakeholders. In fact, you need to talk to them on the wavelength that they expect from you. You need to communicate, so you should have a communication skill. Feedback is also very important. Feedback should be always, feedback technique, it should be always a positive feedback, or whenever you give a feedback, it should not be persons oriented, it should be issues oriented, in fact. You are familiar with those feedback techniques, Steve? Feedback techniques, whenever you expect a feedback or whenever we give a feedback, it has to be only on the issue based, not on the people based. Correct? You agree with that?
Sure. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. And whenever you give a feedback, it should be always constructive feedback also. It is not blaming somebody, or it's not like that. Of course, I understand depending upon the context, you're asking for a feedback. But at the same time, whatever the feedback they give, it should be how to make the project successful. They should talk about it rather than, just criticizing or giving the negative feedback. You need to, those things are very, very important in the feedback. Then you have your interpersonal and team skills. Of course, we discussed at length on the conflict management, the cultural awareness of different stakeholders, the diversity. In fact, you will have among the stakeholders, it could be in terms of communication, or it could be in terms of various other things. Negotiation skill is also very important. It has to be mutually agreed. It should be mutually beneficial, not at the cost of somebody you negotiate and try to win over. The observation and conversation that we discuss, and the political awareness. Every project you will have various politics that as a project manager, you need to have that. The ground rules, the tools and technique, which we discussed in the resource management knowledge area. Just to revisit, for example, when you're calling for a meeting, you have a ground rules that everybody should assemble at 9 o'clock. If you have a particular dress code, for example, for a project, everybody should adhere to that. And everybody should be given equal importance to express their ideas and voices, in fact. That also could be a part of a ground rule. And the minutes of the meeting should be circulated to whom, when, how, all those things also should be part of your ground rules. Do you lay down any ground rules for your project meetings, Steve? You have anything like that?
Yeah. We try to make sure that we get the appropriate attendance. That's one of the ground rules.
Okay,
And we, with our subcontractor groups, we try to make them brief so that
great. Okay.
So that we know that we're going to get in and out of the meeting in 15 or 20 minutes, and we get to limit the topics. We keep three things drilled down to the important matters at hand.
Yeah, correct. It doesn't get repeated or duplicated. Those things are avoided very clearly. That's right. Yeah.
Sure. Right.
And the time management also, for example, you have sharp 10 o'clock means 10 o'clock everybody should assemble. That's right.
Right.
And they should come prepared with a particular agenda. That's also important. In fact, the agenda should be circulated well in time before the meeting or during the meeting, beginning of the meeting. You have some ground rule for that. Correct. That's right.
Right, right.
Yeah, that's right. So absolutely, these all the ground rules are very important when you have the meeting with the stakeholders and other things, so that everybody aligned to the project success, rather than coming and talking with loose ends and all those things. That will not serve any purpose. In fact, that's right.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
right.
It's counterproductive.
Yeah, it has to be proactive, in fact, because every minute you spend, it costs money to the company and to the project.
Oh,
Correct.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, yes, absolutely right. And, that's what I used to tell in my working experience to my team. When we have the uh, basically sales team, in fact, when they work the market, so their salary starts, for example, it costs company money 9 o'clock when they go to the market until work 5 o'clock. Every minute they spend in the outlet or in the market, it costs money to the organization, correct? In fact, in terms of salary or
Absolutely.
in terms of allowances. So they have to make best use of it, in fact. So,
Mm-hmm.
so like that, every team member spent in a meeting also costs money to the project or to the organization. So they need to keep those factors in mind and make every minute a productive minute, in fact. So, and these ground rules all helps that when you have
Sure.
very very strict ground rules. All these things, many times, what happens, we do it subconsciously, but sometimes we don't, document those things. That's also there, correct? Or
Mm-hmm.
we miss out these terms sometimes. It's like that. That's also there.
Sure.
And that's what the project management knowledge and skills helps actually to document these things, so that it will be part and parcel of your meetings and agendas. And that's right. Within how many, you have some ground rule to send the minutes of the meeting within next 24 hours or 48 hours? You have that ground rule also? You have that, I think.
I like to get my meeting agendas out 48 hours afterward and do
Okay.
the meeting minutes
Oh,
within
very good.
24 hours.
Within 24
Yep.
hours. Okay, okay. Great, in fact.
Yep.
So that's, you're really following that. It was a very strict deadline, in fact. That's very good, in fact. That's right. So they
Right.
know that
Right.
within 48 hours, they get the required information or the feedback on the outcome of the meeting. That's clearly mentioned. That's
Right.
great. Yeah, that's great. These are all ground rules, very simple. You're already following that. Very nice. That's good. So the meetings is another important input. The tools and techniques we talk about, which you regularly conduct the meetings, and the outputs, what we get here, your change request, then your project management plan, updates like communication management plan, because new communication strategy would have laid out based on this analysis, based on these tools and techniques, based on the feedback that you get from your stakeholders. So those communication management plan also gets updated. Then your stakeholders engagement plan also gets updated, because in the process, there are certain unaware stakeholders or the resistant stakeholders who would have moved to the next supportive stakeholders. So you also engage the stakeholders management plan also gets updated during the process. Then your project documents updates like change log and the issue log, and the lessons learned register and the stakeholders register also gets updated. So these are all some of the important outputs in the managed stakeholders. Once you manage the stakeholders, the next few things, the internal personal and team skills, of course. Sorry, we discussed a couple of times. Just to revisit, the conflict management, the project manager should ensure that the conflicts are resolved in a timely manner. As I explained, if it's not handled in the beginning itself, it can become a major issue at a later stage. So conflicts has to be observed. Uh, no, conflicts has to be addressed in the beginning itself. And then cultural awareness, we talk about the cultural awareness used to help the project managers to communicate effectively by considering the cultural differences and the requirements of the stakeholders. This is a very sensitive area, but it requires a very delicate handling with project managers should be competent enough to handle such issues. Then the negotiation, observation, and conversation which you discuss is to stay in touch with the and work attitude of the project team and other stakeholders. And the political awareness, as we discussed many times, is achieved through understanding the power relationship within and around the project. This is another very important skill or the trait that the project manager should have to make the project success. Because in any project environment, you will have this politics, internal politics, external politics. How efficiently the project manager handle those issues, how diligently he handles, that determines the success of the project. Once you manage them, then you need to monitor the stakeholders' engagement. In this process, what we do is the process of monitoring project stakeholders' relationship and tailoring the strategy for engaging stakeholders through modification of engagement strategies. In fact, that means you are analyzing the progress, you are analyzing to looking to the relationships, and then you monitor the stakeholders, I think, engagement strategy and plans project management. What are the tools and techniques we had? You look at here the long list of tools and techniques you have. So the inputs are, of course, your resource management plan, your communication management plan, with all the things that we discussed several times. The tools and techniques are very interesting. If you look at the alternative analysis, also you look at it, in fact, and the root cause analysis you do. Why this particular stakeholder is behaving like this? What could be the issue that, is it because that we have not communicated him properly, or he or she, or have we not given the required inputs, or the timing was bad, or whatever his needs has not been met properly? You do the lot of this root cause analysis. Then you also do the stakeholders analysis. In fact, it's the unaware or interest and all those things, the power interest, all those stakeholders analysis you do. And all these things you do from the data analysis. Then you do your decision making, multi-criteria decision analysis, that you look at the stakeholders, in fact, in different angles, you try to analyze them. The voting is another, for example, a technique, a nominal technique that, is a decision-making technique that use that. And the data representation, stakeholders engagement assessment matrix is the data, one of the chart that you can represent your data. Then your communication skills, which we discussed on that, and your feedback, and the presentation, that how you present the data to you, the communicate with your stakeholders. In fact, what type of presentation, when your group meeting is called, for example, that you present, or you also present the artifacts to the stakeholders in terms of email or the electronic media. These are all the part of your communication skills. And we discussed about the interpersonal and team skills several times. You should be a good active listener. You should be aware of the cultural awareness. Your leadership qualities, how you lead them, how you have the empathy towards your stakeholders. All those things will be part of your leadership skills. Then your networking and political awareness and meeting. So most of these tools and techniques gets repeated among, for example, you are engaging the stakeholders and managing the stakeholders. What is important, as I told you, Steve, there are 132 tools and techniques listed here. And there are much more tools and techniques also in the project management areas. So you need to tailor according to your requirement. You need to customize it or tailor it to according to your requirement. All tools and techniques need not be used in all situations, in fact. But you should know when to make use of these tools and techniques, and when not to use. In fact, that is again the strategy the project manager has to keep in mind. You
Okay.
agree on that thing? That's a very critical one.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
But what's important is you should be aware of all these things, and you should know when to make use of it. That's important. Then the outputs we talk about, the work performance information. When this work performance data go through this control process, it's very common that you get the work performance information and your change request also. Then your project management plan gets updated, and your resource management plan also gets updated. Then the communication management plan, stakeholders engagement plan, all these things also are updated, and your project documents also, like your issue log, your lessons learned register, risk register, stakeholder register, also gets updated. This is a very important things to make a note that the project documents and your project management plan updating and after each and every process or each or most of the process, that's a very critical point. In fact, that means you have put the process into place, you have some inputs, you have used some tools and techniques, and you have some outputs, in fact, and that those records needs to be updated in the project environment. You feel it's a very tough task to keep updating these documents. I just wanted to understand from the practical perspective, Steve, or it can be done with good planning.
I think that if you manage to get it into a daily workflow,
yeah, correct,
and keep the documents so that they're easily available,
correct,
and easily updatable. Yeah,
yeah.
I think that it's a manageable task.
It's a manageable, yeah.
But
yeah,
if I could see that if it weren't set up correctly,
yeah,
it would be very, very difficult.
Absolutely right. You need to have proper templates, as you said, the easy templates, customized templates according to your project requirement. And if you have those formats, what's important is you make that culture in your project environment. So if that is done, I think probably then it's all easy, in fact, to do that. Correct.
Sure.
Yeah. That's what even the ISO, teaches, in fact, whatever you do, you record it. And whatever you record, you get it done. That's what ISO also teaches, in fact, Indian International Standard Organization. That's one of the things. Whatever you do in your projects, you record it. And whatever you are recording it, you try to do that, in fact. So it's a simple thing. At the same time, I know initially it could be difficult, but right from the first day, when you do the kickoff meeting for the project, if you put this also as a ground rule that, every project documents has to be updated, and after each process, I'm sure, your team members will get into that culture and keep doing it. In fact. So,
sure.
and if they don't do it, they feel that, the project is not completed or that process is not completed unless it gets, the documents are also updated. You need to build that culture. I think that's very important for the project success. Right.
Yeah, I can understand that. Sure.
Yeah, that's right. So just to revisit that, because once again, it's very important, the work performance data, that's your basic raw data, the observations. This includes any change request or the defects or the technical performance measure, actual cost, actual schedule, the cost baseline, the schedule baseline that you look at it. This is the work performance data. And this will become information. Now, these are the foundation for project decisions. The performance data collected from various controlling process, all controlling process, I told you that, work performance data will become the work performance information after going through the controlling process. Then the foundation for project decision, that the data collected from various controlling process analyzed and context and integrated based on the relationship across the areas. So you will have the implementation status of change request, the forecasted estimate to complete, and status of deliverables. This is where, you'll be using, for example, that earned value management, estimated at completion, EAC formulas, all those things, you'll be using it to make this information. And that information, you convert it into a formal report. The physical and electronic representation of work performance information compiled in project documents intent to generate decisions, actions, or awareness. Because any report you send, that means you expect them to take certain decisions on those findings which is mentioned in the report. Sometimes it could be just for information, but many times it can be to generate decisions. Particularly when you know that, for example, you have sent a status report to a sponsor, stating that, this is ahead going above the cost line, or it's going as per the schedule, whatever the information you are giving, you expect certain decisions are made based on the status report you are giving. And also you give the recommendation on memos and just for information, all these things, it will be the part of the status report. This is how the data flows in a project environment. First, initial basic data, then it will become information, then it will become the reports, in fact. Of course, I'm just repeating, just so that, it will be in your mind all the time. So this is just a repetition of that. The work performance data contains data on project status, such as which stakeholders are supportive of the project and the level of type of agreement. Then the work performance in this stakeholders context, this is how the data gets generated. Work performance information includes information about the status of stakeholders' engagement, such as level of current project support and compared to the desired levels of engagement as defined in the stakeholders engagement assessment matrix. So this is what you'll be mentioning in the work performance information. Their present level is this, and this is the desired level, and they have moved from that level to this level because of the constant stakeholders engagement plans that we had. Then the change request, of course, may include corrective and preventive actions to improve the current level of stakeholders engagement. Change requests are processed for review and disposition through the performance integrated change control process. These are all some of the important things to understand. So the key points in the stakeholders management is basically stakeholders is an individual group or an organization who may affect or be affected by or perceive itself to be affected by a decision, activity, or outcome. In fact, I request you to just remember this definition also. Of course, a practical thing, that any stakeholders who gets affected or be affected by the project or perceive itself to be affected by a decision, activity, or outcome of a project is a stakeholders. It's very important to draw a list of complete stakeholders, because any stakeholders not identified in the project may create problems many times, in fact. So it's very important to, like the birthday party example which I gave, just an analogy that you need to identify the right stakeholders under each phase. For example, as the project progresses, there might be some new stakeholders may get added, some stakeholders may get eliminated, in fact, based on the requirement of the project. So you need to update your stakeholder register as the project progressing. So the different stakeholder classification which we discussed, the power interest, power influence, and influence impact grids, and silence mode. I'm sure you are very clear about this concept. Am I right, Steve? That this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because from the examination perspective, you can expect 1 or 2 questions on this. So I request you to just practice it so that you can answer it in a jiffy. Yeah, those things. Make some grid like that and try to put power interest or power influence or power involvement. Those 3 matrix. Power will be always in the horizontal and the vertical, and the other 3 will be in the horizontal, and you try to put them in the respective block, so that it will be easy to answer those questions. At the same time, the power influence, the silence model, the power, legitimate power, the power, and we spoke about the urgency, power, urgency, and legitimacy. That is the silence model. Just please do remember it so that it will be easy to answer in the examination. Then you have stakeholders engagement assessment matrix, which we discussed, help in visualizing the current and desired level, the unaware stakeholders, resistant stakeholders, neutral stakeholders, and what is the desired level that we want them to be in the supportive or a leading. So how do you make them, in fact, to that desired level with a constant engaging of those stakeholders? Then the project managers need to demonstrate certain interpersonal and managerial skills, which we discussed a couple of times. In fact, I hope that will be there. Then the 4 project stakeholders processes, or identify the stakeholders, plan stakeholders engagement, and manage them. And after managing, you monitor the stakeholders engagement. These are the 4 important processes. These are the 4 last 4 processes of the 49 processes that we discussed. That is the 10-digit number. I hope you remember that: 7664, 363, and 734. So the 4 is the last digit of that 10-digit number. So these are the 4 processes that we discussed, in fact. One more thing to remember is the identifying the stakeholders. It will be the initial process. In fact, in the initiating the project itself, you start identifying the stakeholders. Then as the project progresses in at each phase, you keep updating the stakeholders, and stakeholders register will have all this information, that name of the stakeholders, their power, influence, or the what impact they can create on the project, in fact, and how do you engage them. All those information will be there. That completes the stakeholders management. I hope you enjoyed this session, Steve. That's right.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's right. Most of the things, I think you must be doing it on a day-to-day basis, but some of them subconsciously you might be doing it. But it's good to document many of those things, that will help you in the long run. Particularly when you are handling bigger projects, people involved 100 and more people or 50 and more people. It's good to document all these things, so that it's easy, so that you will not overlook. Because we'll be under so much of pressure all the time, any project environment, we'll be chasing the deadlines, and we give a lot more priority for those things sometimes, and we try to overlook some of the other aspects. Am I right? You agree with me on that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So when you have a document like this, when you have a process in place, that's the biggest advantage. Any process in place, that will help you to follow this process, in fact. If the process is not in place, then probably we take shortcuts, and we get into long. Sometimes shortcuts become long cuts. Am I right? You try to take a shortcut, it will end up in long cuts, in fact. So that can be easily avoided when you have this type of stakeholder. Good. So any feedback or any thoughts on the stakeholders management or any knowledge area which we discussed?
No.
Yeah, okay.
No.
Okay, great. So we just go through a few questions. The key objective of stakeholders management is what? Communication, coordination, satisfaction, or relationship?
Key objective.
Yeah, the key objective of stakeholders management.
Coordination, B.
Coordination is, as we will decide. Okay, we'll look at it. Communication and relationships, okay, and satisfaction and coordination. But okay, these are two answers. Let's look at it. What could be the, in what context, and how this question can be asked or answered. Let's see. As project manager, you are unable to allocate as much time as you would like to interact with your stakeholders. Which of the following stakeholders will you make it a priority to get to know? It's a very little tricky question. Let's try to understand. As a project manager, you are unable to allocate as much time as you would like to interact with your stakeholders. Which of the following stakeholders will you make it priority to get to know? The stakeholders who is an expert on the product or the project, but is not interested in implementing in his department, or the manager of the department that will use the project of the project, who is known to be resistant to change, the department employee who is unfamiliar with the product of the project, but open to the positive impacts he believes the project will have on his work environment. What do you think is the right answer?
I would say B, the manager of the department that uses the project.
Who is known to be resistant to change. Okay, interesting. That's great. Let's look at it. Then a stakeholder's belief about a mental picture of the future is a requirement or a heuristic or an expectation or a constraint. Belief about or a mental picture of the future.
Stakeholders' belief about or C, expectation.
It's expectation. Okay, we'll just look at some of these answers. The first one is this C, in fact, stakeholder satisfaction, because more than the coordination, the key objective is to make your stakeholders satisfied. Am I right? That's what your stakeholders management is. You have to ensure that all the stakeholders are satisfied with the project objective, in fact. So between
Okay.
coordination and satisfaction, managing the stakeholder is to manage the satisfaction. In fact, that will be the better answer there. Then,
Okay.
as the department, and you mentioned B, you are absolutely right. Why it's B? Because this person is a key stakeholder and wields a lot of influence over other stakeholders in a department. The fact that she is resistant to change indicates she will need some personal reassurance from the project manager, or she may exert her influence to derail the project. So that is the context. You are absolutely right. The manager of the department that will use the project who is known to be resistant to change, in fact, because if you are not able to change her or he, then probably he can have a negative impact on the project and he tries to derail the project. You are absolutely right. This is the priority to get to know, in fact, you need to understand. Then a stakeholder's belief about a mental picture of a future thing. You're right. I think answer C. I think that's the right answer also. In fact, expectation are not direct or straightforward requirements. Nonetheless, they are important to recognize and address to ensure stakeholder satisfaction with the project. Therefore, the project manager must be additional work to uncover the expectation of the stakeholders. In fact, this I think you're absolutely. Then a few more questions. The degree to which a particular stakeholders may be able to positively or negatively affect a project is there. Is it level of engagement or level of interest or level of commitment or level of influence?
Level of influence.
Level
It's a
of
direct,
yeah,
relationship.
Yeah, the power and grid that which we discussed, I'm sure that must be the one, right? Because here positively and negatively affect the project, in fact. So they should have that high power, high influence, or high power, low influence, or high influence and low power. What could be that? In an effort to identify the stakeholders who may be affected by your project, you are looking over the organizational structure of your client's company. As you identify stakeholders on the organization chart, you request meetings with each stakeholders. You will document the information you learn about each stakeholder in the stakeholders register. This register can then be used as an input to which of the following processes: plan risk management and collect requirements, perform integrated change control and plan communication management, plan quality, plan management, manage quality, and identify risk and develop project chart. Bit lengthy and little tricky, but let's try to understand that and answer it.
Your document and register can be used as an input to which of the following processes: form, change control. It would be B. Perform integrated. No,
change control and plan communication management.
Yes.
You will document the information you learn about each stakeholder, the stakeholder register. This register can then be used as an input to which of the following process: perform integrated change control and plan communication management. You look at it. Okay. A project manager on a multinational website implementation project is at a party and talks to his friends who will be heavy users of this new website when the project is complete and the site is rolled out. They describe some annoying aspects of the current website. The project manager takes this feedback to the sponsor and encourages design to scope changes. Which of the following best describes what the project manager has done? Has he done scope validation? Has he done integrated change control or stakeholders analysis or scope planning? A project manager of a multinational website implementation project is at a party and talks to friends who will be heavy users of the new website when the project is complete and the site is rolled out. They describe some annoying aspects of the current website. The project manager takes this feedback to the sponsor and encourages design to scope changes.
I would say integrate change control.
Integrate change control? Oh, that's okay. Integrate change control. So it cannot be stakeholder analysis, scope planning. Let's look at it in fact. That's right. Okay. The first one is, of course, D, the level of influence. You're absolutely right. You hit on the right on spot. The second question is, instead of it's a plan, risk management, and collect requirements. That will be the right answer. Explanation of the choices listed. Stakeholder register is an output of input of collect requirements. Plan quality management, plan communication management, plan risk management, and identify risks. Be sure to understand what is important in each of these process. We just quickly go through this, if I instead just write, for example, scope management area, if you look at it, just quickly go through that so that, if you look at here, collect requirements, this process we are discussing about scope management plan, and requirement management plan. The collect requirements output, if you look at it here, the requirement documentation, requirement traceability metrics, and these are all some of the things, probably we need to remember when we are answering. Probably when you practice more and more, of course, you'll be able to answer those questions very clearly, Steve.
Sure.
Yeah. So, yes. So here we are talking about the next question, sorry. The plan risk management and collect requirements. This is the document information you learn about each stakeholder, the stakeholders register. And this register can then be used as an input to plan your risk management, also the collect requirements. Sometimes, these questions could be tricky. So you need to know the inputs, outputs, and the tools and techniques. Some of these things. Probably when you practice it, these ITTOs, a number of times, you'll try to remember that. Here, the only thing is that, the next question is C is the right answer. Instead of integrated, because you have done the stakeholders analysis here. Which of the following best describes what project manager has done? He has done the stakeholders analysis that, he has got the power and influence, and that's one of the reason that he can have some lot of impact on the project. So that's what he did, stakeholders analysis. This is a process he has done in this year. They describe some annoying aspects of the current website. The project manager takes this feedback to the sponsor and encourages design to scope changes, because he analyzes that he's a very important stakeholder. That is the reason, he got annoyed with the outcome of this project. So he immediately tries to address that. So he has done a stakeholders analysis here, in fact. Of course, you can also say that he would have done some scope validation also. So that's one of the reasons he made the scope changes. But I think in this context, the stakeholders analysis is the first thing he did. Then probably he would have asked them to do some scope changes. In fact, correct? That's the rationale for this answer.
Sure. Yeah, I get it now.
Right. Yeah, I got it. It's like that. That's right. Okay. So the project manager has performed the stakeholders analysis by learning the stakeholders requirement and making recommendations to fulfill those requirements. So scope validation is a control function related to gaining customer acceptance of deliverables, and integrated change control relates to looking for multiple products. Scope planning creates a scope for management plan. So those two are not related things, but what is related here is the stakeholders analysis. He did this, then probably he would have asked them to do the changes in the scope. As I told you that when you answer the mock test, 4 or 5 mock test, then probably, you will be able to answer those questions. For mock test, I'm sure Ismart also have some links in the website. And also, there are a lot of mock tests are also available. If you want, I can also send you some links so that you can go through those mock tests and try to do at least about 78 before you take up the examination, and try to score at least 75% consistently. That's very important.
Sure. Yeah.
So any questions or any clarifications on this knowledge area? Okay.
No, I
Yeah,
need to, that's one of the areas that I need to do some work on.
correct. Okay, great. So what we'll do is we'll have a lunch break, and we'll reassemble. Then we got 3 more things to go that I'll go through. One is a brief about agile concepts. Then knowledge and skills. When we talk about the knowledge and skill, it's repetition of many of the processes that we have discussed. But I would like to go through those knowledge and skills and few tips on the examination. And also I will go through that once again, the formulas that I was talking to you about, the brain dump. One sheet that you need to prepare the various formulas. So I just want to go through that once again, so that in case if you have any questions on those things, you can clarify that. That's important. And meanwhile, in case if you have any clarifications, please do let me know so that I can address those things during the last session. That's right. Okay. Hello. Yeah, are you back? Yeah, great. Okay. Okay. How's your lunch, Steve? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Had a nice salad.
Oh, great. Okay, that's good. That's right. So the next session, we'll just go through quickly a little bit of agile concepts. You said you're already agile certified. Already have those things, basic things.
No, I've never done anything with Agile.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, we'll just cover a little bit of agile concepts. Of course, it's a very big, major. In fact, 2 days we require to complete the agile concepts alone. In fact, and in PMI there is a separate program, PMP ACP. PMI ACP. There is a certification program for agile concepts. But in this PMBOK guide, many of the agile concepts have been introduced. So we'll try to very briefly touch about those concepts. And in PMBOK Guide 6, as I told you, almost about 150 pages in the end of the PMBOK Guide 6. Once you download it, you can access that guide. In fact, almost about 150 pages of very important, some of these concepts have been clearly explained in that. And as I told you that once you become a PMI member, you can download the copy of the PMBOK Guide 6. Which will also have the agile concepts at the end of the book, in fact. So its PMBOK guide is around 950 pages, 955 pages to be precise. Out of that, about 150 to 160 pages are clearly demarked for the agile concepts and other things. Okay. So that I'll just give a brief so that, when you go through that book, you can understand a little more in detail about these concepts. Is it fine? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So basically, the Agile manifesto and mindset, some of the thought leaders in the software industry formalized way back in 2001 with the publication of the Manifesto for Agile Software Development. Basically, the Agile depends upon the 4 important values. One is the first and foremost, the individual interactions over process and tools. Normally, in the predictive environment, when the scope is very clear, we always look at the processes and the required tools to do that. Whereas the agile concept says that individuals and interactions over processes and tools. The second value agile has got working software over comprehensive documentation. In the predictive life cycle, we have a very detailed documentation, whereas agile concept believe the working software to meet the customer's requirement. So we'll have a working software over comprehensive. The third one is the customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Again, in the predictive cycles, we give a lot of importance for the negotiations with the contracts, with the customers. But here, The customer collaboration, that means, day-to-day activity, the customer is collaborated with the project success and responding to change over following a plan. In the predictive environment, we follow a particular plan. We have a plan in process and we try to follow that. Whereas in the agile concepts, the value is that you respond to the various challenges or the changes as it comes. So these are the four basic values the agile principle stands. That's where there is a value in terms of right. We value the items on the left more actually. This is what the agile concepts says. Now there are 12 important things to remember in Agile. These are the values. These are some of the principles. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. The second one is welcome changing requirements even late in development, even at the end of you are about to deliver, for example, the project, at the end of the project also, if some changes are required, that you encourage those changes. So the agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. The third one is they deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to the shorter time cycle. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project and build projects around motivated individuals, because in agile concepts you are giving a lot of importance for the team members. Motivated individuals, give them the environment and support the need and trust them to get the job done. Yesterday I was talking to you about the servant leadership. Here in the project manager will not be controlling the team, but he'll be just a part of the team members, in fact, so that they all work as a team and try to deliver that. And the most efficient and effective method of conveying information and within a development team is a face-to-face conversation, in fact, so that the immediate results or for immediate interaction or immediate, it's also iterative interactions, in fact, face-to-face. The working software is the primary measure of progress. It is not that you wait till the end of the project as the metric that you depend is the working software. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely, and continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Simplicity is the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. In fact, the amount of work not done is essential. That is a simple, you accept that. Then the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from the self-organizing team. So the teams have been empowered here to take decisions on that. It's a self-organizing team. And all at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes to and adjust its behavior accordingly. Because there is so much of empowerment of the team members that they can take decisions to improve themselves to achieve the project objective in a short cycle. In fact, these are the 12 principles, 4 values and 12 principles that Agile Manifesto stands in. So these are the 4 values and 12 principles that it practices. Agile is a mindset defined by values, guided by the principles, and manifested through many different practices. Agile practitioners select practices based on the needs. So if you look at the Agile thing, the following slide, Agile, it's an umbrella under which you got Scrum, you got extreme programming, Lean, Kanban, Crystal, DSDM, FTD, up. In fact, these are all some of the methodologies or frameworks that the Agile works. So if you look at this, the degree of change, if in the predictive life cycle, for example, in the construction industry or the well-proven, when the scope is very clear, the degree of change in the predictive life cycle is very low. But in iterative, like in agile manifestos or agile process, if you do that, the incremental is very high, in fact, the degree of change in the agile, because you are believing in short-term developments. In fact, you get the feedback, work on that, and you satisfy the customers. You make incremental changes, you make iterative changes. So the degree of change here is also very high, and the frequency of delivery also is very high. In the predictive life cycle, for example, you predict everything you deliver at the end of the project, whereas in agile, you keep interacting with the customers, you keep interacting with your team members, and based on that, you make short-term things. Now, which are all the industries it can be applicable? Of course, still, it's you can take according to your project requirement. Like yesterday, we are talking about even in a construction projects. If you took today agile concepts or the software, it's virtually ruling that or started ruling that industry also. That is the changes that is happening. Now, there are the characteristics. For example, if you look at the predictive life cycles, is all you are fixed, your requirements are fixed. You perform once for the entire project, the activity, in fact. Then the delivery will be at the end of the completion of the single delivery. And your goal is to always keep your cost under control. That is what you do in the predictive life cycle, because you got your schedule is fixed, your cost is fixed, and you try to deliver it, in fact, and your delivery is also fixed there. Whereas in iterative, it's a very dynamic situation. You have repeated until it is corrected. Because you are getting the feedback from your customers, from your team members, you are interacting with them, and you repeat it until you get it correct. It is also a single delivery, but correctness of the solution is most important here rather than the cost. I think you look at the correctness of the solution. Incremental, again, it is dynamic, performed once for the impact. Then your frequent smaller deliverables. That is what you look at, the incremental deliverables, and it is the speed at which you deliver is an important goal here. Whereas in agile is again a dynamic, repeated until it's corrected, similar way like iterative. Then frequent small activities, customer value via frequent deliverables and feedback. This basically applied for the software industry where you keep delivering to the requirement, but slowly it is spreading across to various other industries. But where it is applicable, depending upon the project size, complexity, you can take a call on that. It is important to know that all projects have these characteristics. No project is completely devoid of consideration around requirements, delivery, change, and goals. A project's inherent characteristics determine which life cycle is the best for the project. That's what I said. Depending upon the project thing, you can take a call that it has to be still predictive, or it's iterative, or incremental, or agile. Now here, if you, the dynamic system development, which we're talking about, DSM-DIM, it was developed way back in 1990s. Here, if you look at the traditional approach, your time and cost were fixed, whereas your features you keep developing. But here, the functionality, the cost and time, you keep it as a flexible thing. Of course, the quality will be always center, and the functionality, what is going to deliver, is going to give a lot of importance, and accordingly the cost and time can be changed here. In fact, it's a dynamic situation. That is a key difference between a traditional approach and the DSM approach. Here, product backlog is your customer, your requirements. In fact, you keep releasing the backlogs, in fact, in a small and sprint or short cycles. And iteration backlogs also it's iterative. You get the feedback, you work on that, again you keep releasing. This is what we do here. Here's an example: release plan, sprint 1, sprint 2, very short cycle. It could be maximum 2 to 4 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks. That's what in the release planning you do. Here is an example of product backlog. As I told you, the user stories or the requirements that you list out here, okay, create account, book reservation, print report. These are all some of the requirements, user stories. Then you have the sprint backlog. First you release, for example, print this one, then approve print, in fact, then cancel in case you cancel the print. So you have a daily scrum for 24 hours, you keep releasing, then a weekly scrum of 2 weeks of sprint, then potentially shippable product. So you are looking at the short-term deliverables of a sprint and daily scrum meetings and 2 weeks sprint. So how the user story will be here. This is what the syntax. As a manager, I want to collate a feedback so that I can deliver performance reports. This is, for example, in user story, a classical example of that. Here, the epic, you call them as a large stories. Is a multiple number of stories. In fact, you need to break it down. Theme is a set of related stories. These are all some of the terminologies. I'm sure you will get used to it when you go through those concepts in the book. So use of user stories, this is how a syntax will be. I want to collate a feedback so that I can deliver performance reports, and that's so you work on that. Then agile planning, how do you do that? The product vision, a high level of view of the product, that's what you do. Then you have a product roadmap for some level of uncertainty in an agile world based on a future landscape, a view of releases. Then you get into the release plan, which are a prioritized set of features. Then iteration or sprint plan, you look at the features delivered as user stories to be developed. Then you have a daily plan like precise task activities to be progressed. Then you have the product backlog here. Then you have sprint backlog, the sprint and usable increments. That's what you look at it. In fact, that means basically we're talking about delivering it in small things. So this is a very broad level of understanding the agile. I'm sure, once you go through that PMBOK Guide 6, or there are so much of other information and material available in the web, you can just go through those things and get little bit familiarized with these concepts. Because in the future examinations, as I was telling you, that the 50% of the questions are going to be based on these agile concepts. So of course, this time, you're going to take the examination from the present PMBOK 6, and you can go through what we explain. But for the future requirements, that's what the PMI has laid down the foundation of introducing these agile concepts, so that in the coming years, this will get more and more prominence, and also wide across. Apart from the software industry, many other industries also, as I told you, that the software is getting into that, and that is making a big impact in every industry today. So it's important that the PMI realize that after doing a lot of market research, that they thought it's better to have the agile concepts in place. That's about very brief about that, Steve. In fact, about the agile concepts. In fact, I hope that was a bit interesting. In fact, correct? That's right. Hello, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fine. That's right. That gives a very brief about the agile concepts, just for you to go through that.
Okay.
I think you got a little bit hang on those concepts. I'm right, so that you'll get some idea. So that when you go through
Sure.
that
Yeah.
guide,
Yeah.
when you go
Yeah.
through that,
When we do design build projects, there are deliverables and feedback loops.
Correct.
So there's some connection to the agile concept.
Absolutely right, Andy. Yeah, you must be already doing it. Certainly, you must be doing it. But in the coming years, I think there will be much more usage of these concepts, in fact. And they will also look at in detail about Kanban, Scrum, and all those, that is going to really be help the umbrella of agile concepts. In fact, that's very interesting. As I told you, it's a 2 days certification program. In fact, I'm interested. I may take it up next year to do that certification also. It's very useful also. It's like that. Yeah. So next we'll get into this list of knowledge and skills. Many of these concepts we have already discussed. It could be a repetition also, so that we can go through that knowledge and skills. Even from the examination perspective, these are also very important. So that's what I thought, let me cover this list of knowledge and skills. So examination content 2018, these are all very important. So this will also help you to answer some of the questions. And in case it could be a repetition also, so that you can recap some of these things. It's also called briefly describe cross-cutting knowledge and skills. Okay, so it's a continuous. I'll be keep talking about it. Anytime you want to interrupt, you can just stop me and you can go through that. Okay, that's no problem. Is it fine, Steve? That's right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, okay. So the first one is among the list of knowledge and skills from the PMP exam content outline, the elements of project charter. Hope you remember the key elements of project charter is the authorizes the project manager to go ahead with the project, and it also authorizes the project managers to get the required resources. It will have a business case, the broad level of scope, then assumptions and constraints. It will have broad level of cost. The project proposes to justification. It will have then measurable project objectives. These are all the key elements of the project charter, which I discussed. It will also have high level requirements, project description of risk also at a high level, and some of the key milestones list it will have, then key stakeholders list, project approval, who is given to, who has authorized in the project, those things will be clearly mentioned. Invariably, it will be your sponsor who authorizes your project. Then authority and sponsor authorizing the project charter. These are all some of the key elements of the project charter. I'm sure by this time you're already familiar with these things because number of times we have discussed and I have repeated those things in fact. Definitely you can expect one or two questions on project charter. As I told you that who authorizes or who approves the project charter, they give you 4 options. So you can select the project sponsor is the one who authorizes the project in fact. And also all the scope, everything will be in the broad manner. It's clearly mentioned in the project charter. The next one is the estimation of tools and techniques. I hope you remember analogous, parametric, 3-point estimation, triangular, and PERT. Triangular formula is optimistic plus pessimistic plus most likely divided by 3, triangular distribution. PERT, PERT is known for PERT, Program Evaluation Review Technique, and the formula is optimistic plus 4 times most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. That is the PERT in fact. And you also have the bottom-up estimating. These are all some of the estimation tools and technique which are both applicable for schedule knowledge area as well as the cost management knowledge area. Both the things we discussed, I'm sure you are familiar on those things. In fact. The third one is the cost management planning or including the project budgeting tools and techniques. Here we looked at the historical information review or your funding limit reconciliation, the cost aggression. These are all some of the tools and techniques which we discussed in cost management and including the project budgeting. Communication planning, yesterday we covered about it. You make a stakeholders analysis, you plan the communication. That's how you develop the communication plan. Then human resource planning, how do we do that? It provides a guideline to assign the roles and responsibility acquired. So in human resource planning, you plan the team, you acquire the team, you release the team, you set safety and compliance policies for employees, you define skills level required to make the project success. All these things, you do while human resource planning. Then procurement planning, today we discussed about it. It outlines the process to select vendors, award the required contracts, that's what we do, and monitor and control procurement related relatives. So it covers contracts types like source selection criteria, which we discussed in fact, technical skills management or all those things, for source selection criteria also will be part of that. Then your quality management planning, it provides a guidance of how to perform quality assurance using quality auditing, measuring the quality of deliverables, using quality control process. These are all the part of your quality management planning, which we discussed on the previous sessions. Now, the another important thing like a requirement gathering techniques, it involves your planning session, your brainstorming and the focus groups. What all it contains is it includes a planning sessions to decide who should be involved, who will be facilitator or who is a moderator or who will schedule the meeting, who will perform the agenda. These are all part of your ground rules, which we discussed today. Then it involves a brainstorming technique to generate ideas. Brainstorming is one technique. Then it also consists of focus groups that bring together. Focus groups will always have pre-qualified stakeholders and SMEs, which I was talking to you yesterday in the resource management. Then you have elicit the expectation and opinions attitude for a proposed product or a service for the project requirement. Then we looked at the risk management planning. They provide guidelines for how to manage your risk, identifying the risk using the different techniques, performing the risk analysis, then selecting the risk responsible response strategies like yesterday for positive risk and negative risk, what is the strategy? And afterwards, how you control those risks, how you monitor and control the risk also we discussed yesterday. Then we look at the scope deconstruction, WBS, scope backlog, tools and technique from the examination perspective. This is also very important. WBS, work breakdown structure. It includes breakdown structure, which involves decomposition, is one of the important tools and technique we discussed. Where in decomposing, you break the scope into smaller components called work packages. It includes scope backlog, which is a list of all requirements for an iterative project cycle, which we just discussed in the agile concepts, the iterative, the list of all the requirement, the product backlog, which we talk about. Then the scope management planning. Scope management planning, it requires, there are 5 processes. I hope you remember. Collect requirements. Then you define the scope. You decompose the scope into manageable components, then accept deliverable after validation, then you control the scope. You need to remember the verification and validation here, in fact, and the scope management planning gives a clear guidelines for planning this. Then you have schedule management, the time management. Now, of course, it's called a schedule management. It's including scheduling tools and techniques. It describes the estimation technique for scheduling and effort estimation, such as critical path. I hope you remember that. Critical path is the longest duration of the project with the shortest time in front, because unless you follow that, you cannot complete the project. So it's the longest duration. You also remember that in the critical path, the float will be always 0. In fact, I showed you that table and how to calculate the float also. We discussed about it. Then it covers the strategy to maintain a project schedule and track the review of the project progress. Am I going too fast, or is it okay, Steve? Just wanted to check with you.
No, we're fine.
It's fine. Okay, great.
No, this is a good review.
Okay, yeah. Great. Okay. So that is the time management scheduling tools and techniques. Then you have the workflow diagramming techniques. It helps to graphically represent the flow of activities. It is, for example, workflow diagram. You are familiar with the flow charts or the network diagrams. That's how your workflow is represented, in fact. Then continuous improvement process in the quality knowledge area we discussed. You perform throughout the project by conducting process analysis. You remove the certain bottlenecks and identify the redundancies. In fact, that's what you do in the continuous improvement process. Then the elements of statement of work. Today we just covered that point. It includes a business need. It includes the product scope description and the strategic plan. In fact, what you are going to acquire, in fact, what delivery period, all those things will be part of this statement of work. To continue about the knowledge and skills, then we have project budgeting tools and techniques. Basically, it includes the revenue projection model. You do the forecasting. You look at the expense budgeting. You also look at the cash flow for a given period. You look at the depreciation calculation, a profit or loss maintenance. These are all part of your project measurement and the project budgeting tools we are talking about. Then you have quality standard tools. I hope you remember there's 7 quality standard tools. I request you to memorize it from the examination perspective. Just to repeat those things, you got fishbone diagram. is also called as a Ishikawa diagram or a root cause diagram. All the three names are there for the fishbone diagram. Uh, then you have control charts. I gave the example of, I hope you remember the burger, in fact, a McDonald's burger, 60 seconds. I gave that example. There is the control charts you have. Then the flow chart, then scatter diagram. You have got a run charts. Pareto charts, I gave the example of 80-20 rule, in fact, where the 20% of the problems results in 80% of the issues like that. Then you also have the checklist, easy to document and monitor. In fact, these are all some of the measuring quality and making it with a standard. Please do remember from the examination perspective so that, you'll be able to answer those questions very clearly. Then we are also looking at performance measurement and tracking techniques. It includes, for example, your earned value management. That's what we looked at, in fact. EV is earned value. Then CPM is a critical path method, that we discussed. PERT, of course, program evaluation review technique, and the trend analysis. We looked at all those things. PERT formula, again, to repeat. Optimistic plus 4 times most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. That is the PERT formula. And the trend analysis, that you look at the previous projects and you compare the trends, in fact, so that you can arrive at the right decisions like that. So the feature of the project from the time and the cost perspective, these are all very, very important. Then project control limits like tolerance and threshold, which I gave the example. Tolerance could be, for example, is the limit to deviation can be withstand. For example, every project, according to your project size or the complexity of the project, you look at plus or minus 5% or 10%, that your organization, you do take a decision on that. Threshold level could be that slightly beyond that, corrective action has to be taken if it exceed plus or minus 15%. So this type of metrics, according to your project requirement, according to your sponsor's agreeable thing, you can take a call on those things. Then you have risk identification techniques. Risk identification techniques like qualitative and quantitative techniques, which yesterday we discussed. Qualitative helps the prioritization of that. We discussed about the impact multiplied by the probability. That is the formula used so that you can prioritize your risk. Then quantification is a numerical value. We discussed about the EME, expected monetary value. I also give an example of a decision tree to understand the expected monetary value of that. And that is how you quantify the risk, in fact, by giving a numerical value. Then you look at the risk responses techniques. I hope you remember yesterday we discussed there are strategies for positive risk and the negative risk. So for positive risk, you escalate, you exploit, you share, enhance, or accept is the common thing. Again, for the negative risk, in fact, you avoid, you transfer, you mitigate, or you accept the risk. I gave the example of car seat belt or the airbags in some of the examples I give you, in fact, so that you remember the negative risk and the positive risk and the strategies. And also you need to remember risk doesn't mean it can be only negative, it can be positive also, in fact. And wherever the positive risk is, there is an opportunity. How you exploit that opportunity, how you enhance the opportunity, how you share that opportunity, that is the strategy for positive risk. And in the negative risk, how you can minimize, how we can mitigate the risk, or how we can avoid the risk, or how you can transfer the risk by taking an insurance. These are all some of the strategies. If you're clear about these two, I'm sure you can easily answer 1 or 2 questions in the examination on this risk thing. Then archiving the practices and practices and status. For example, outline a set of practices based on the organization rules and store the documents. That's why you are archiving the documents. Once a project is closed, and how many years you want to keep the data, how to store it, cloud sourcing, hard copies, it's all your management decision, in fact. Based on your requirement, whether it can be stored 5 years or 7 years, or you want to keep it in electronic data. These are all, some of the decisions that the project and the organization takes it according to their policies and procedures. Compliance, statutes, and organization. This is also very important. You need to comply to the country that you operate, the organization, your environment. For example, your statutory guidelines. These are all very important. I'm sure every project will be looking at compliance of those requirements, including the government regulations, standards, and practices of the law. All those things. And if you are operating in multi countries, you need to ensure that all the countries that you operate, not necessarily only from your original country, but even the other countries where you're operating, you need to respect the local laws. That's also very important. Then your contract closure requirements, we discussed about it, include a mode of payment, your deliverables, your acceptance and sign off procedure, and the terms and conditions mentioned in the contract. All those things has to be taken into consideration when you are closing out the procedures or closing the contract. Then the closeout procedures, the steps performed either due to termination, as we discussed, the project can be closed in between also. It's called terminated in case if you are not able to meet the required deadlines, or if the cost is going up, then you take a major decision with the help of the PMO, that's a project manager office, or with the concurrence of the sponsors. You close the project, but again, in the same things that in the final acceptance is important that you need to get, then sign off, then contract closure first you need to do. Then the lessons learned has to be documented very clearly. In fact, from each of these things, you try to learn some lessons. So those lessons has to be documented very clearly. That's important. Then you also archive the various documents, and customer satisfaction and the feedback also you try to get. These are all some of the closeout procedures you follow during your project closures. Then the feedback techniques, we just touched upon that today. Use different formats, like it could be face-to-face feedback, or it could be written feedback, or it could be even surveys. In fact, you can mutually agree, that feedback you get it from your customers. It can become a testimonial for your future projects also. In fact, I know many of them, they do highlight in their websites that we handle several projects, and these are all the feedback from the various customers. So that will also help you for your market or marketing technique to improve your project's performance in the markets. Then the project review, it involves basically that use of software like MS Project or earned value management techniques that you use in the project review techniques. The transition planning techniques, which we discussed, it defined in the project management plan very clearly. Here, the transition can happen at the end of every deliverable or at the end of the project. Transition plan defines how, when, where, and what, and between whom the transition has to occur. In fact, suppose at the end of the project, the transition is happening. That means you are handing over to the operation, for example, to take it up. So then you need to go and train the required people, in fact, or you have to transfer the various documents. You have to transfer the knowledge how that you need to do. I was giving an example that, some of the projects that, our outsourcing when we did, those engineers, they came to our factory and trained our people also for about 2 weeks time till the entire cycle getting used to by our people. That's what they did. So the transition, the knowledge sharing, the document sharing, all those things will be part of those things. You have such issues, Steve, on the transition of knowledge when you complete the project?
Depends on the company. Depends on the operational guidelines of the company.
Okay.
Some of them we archive.
Okay.
Just paper copies, hard
Okay.
copies, and some of them we've archived electronic copies.
Electronic copies.
Yeah. Right. It just it depends on the company and the
yeah, absolutely.
The process that we go through to memorialize the efforts.
And also the complexity of the project also, that if it is easy thing, probably then it's easy to get
Yeah,
transferred. What, yes, that's it requires
yeah, yeah.
a lot of technical support, means then probably your people will go and help them out, and that's right. That's what they do. Yeah.
Right, and there's a requirement, or there should be a need,
Need, yeah, yeah, correct.
you
Yeah,
know, on day one
yeah,
to know what the end goal is
correct.
for that document control.
Yeah, that's right.
And then structure a system from from when you first get involved in the project to the end of the project.
Okay.
That works best.
Yeah, that was well
But
said. Correct.
it doesn't always happen that way.
Yeah. And also that can be part of your requirement analysis when you collect the requirements from the customer. Probably that also can be mentioned in that and documented that, once the project is over, we need the services for the transition or the knowledge transfer. That also can be
Right.
clearly documented. Am I right? That is usually done.
Sure, sure.
So that you can be also prepared that this transition, this knowledge transfer has to take place. Yeah, that's right. In fact, we used to do it in our projects, and we used to tell them very clearly that you need to come and help us out, or you need to do the knowledge transfer in our premises, like that. Because sometimes this those things, when we are talking about the knowledge and skills, these are all the implicit knowledge sometimes, correct.
Oh
Explicit
yeah,
knowledge,
absolutely.
explicit knowledge can be documented easily, but implicit knowledge, by looking at somebody's working, how they work, then you can learn much more than just going through the document. So the
Sure.
managed knowledge, that's one of the reason, this time in PMI, PMBOK guide, they introduce this knowledge area and the integration and other things. When you look at it, managed knowledge has become an important process in the PMBOK guide, PIM 6. It was not there in the PMBOK guide 5. Since you have a copy of that, you can see that the managed knowledge is another process which they have included. That's how it has become 49 processes with one or two other additions like that. Is a very, very important thing in the project environment, managing knowledge. It is not just bookish knowledge, it's the application of that knowledge in the right manner, in the right proportion, in the right context, the right way. They all plays a big role, actually. Even handling a team member, everybody can handle team member, but some people are so good in handling some team people. They get the work done in a jiffy, in a minute they get the work done. But the way they handle those people, the way they motivate the team members, it makes a lot of difference, I think. You agree with me on those points? I think you are good in those.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
sure I do.
that's
Sure,
right.
yeah.
That's right. That's right. Okay, those are the transition planning techniques. It's good that you're in page of that. Then we look at the analytical skills. Analytical skills is basically we talk about the ability to visualize, break down complex problems into solve them, and the following the decision-making techniques which we discussed. You remember unanimous decision, or the majority decision, or the plural decision, or the autocratic decision, in fact, at the end. So all these analytical skill always end with the final what you are going to do, how you are going to take a decision on those things. In fact, these are all some of the important analytical skills we talk about. Then the benefit analysis techniques, it helps to justify the business case and results in the decision whether to start or continue the project under consideration. Done at the start of the project initiation and at the start of the each phase also. In fact, what benefits we are going to arrive or derive out of this, in fact. So the benefit analysis technique is also very, very important, in fact, where you may do the cost benefit analysis or various other techniques where you can analyze the benefits you are going to get from those projects. Then strategic management, it requires a project to achieve the deliverables as well as to realize the benefits. Both are very important to meet the organization goals. That's very, very important. Strategic management is meeting the organization strategies. That's what you do. And what all you do to achieve that, the project deliverables, and also realize the required benefits. Suppose you achieve the objective, but the benefits are not coming. That means, that you are failing as a strategic management. So that's very important. So always your strategic goals should align with the benefits that you are going to get out of that. In fact. Then the change management planning, we discussed several times that it outlines the procedure of managing the track and document the change request. It describes the condition for approving the change and the request, and tools can be used. In fact, change management planning, it also includes the change request, how you handle that, you do there. For example, you look at the cost, you look at the scope, you look at the schedule, and you take a decision whether how impact is going to do that. Change request, it has to go through the performed integrated change control process. Then the changes are approved or not approved. In fact, only the approved changes has to be implemented, but in the change log, whether approved or not approved has to be documented. I keep repeating so that I'm sure one or two questions will be there on the change management, so that it will be easy for you to answer those questions. Then the types of contract types and selection criteria. Today only we discussed those things. Three types of contracts: fixed price contract, cost plus contracts, and time and material contracts. You need to remember that fixed price contracts will have three things, like fixed price contract and fixed price plus incentive. In fact, the fixed price, economic price adjusted. Similarly, the cost plus contracts, cost plus incentive plus cost plus award. These are all some of the things. And hybrid use a combination of both the fixed price and the cost plus contract. One need to remember is again, I'm repeating, the risk factors. In the fixed price contracts, the risk will be always with the seller, whereas in the fixed price, in the cost plus contract, the risk will be always with the buyer. And in the hybrid contracts, the risk are shared between the buyer and seller. Hybrid contracts are basically for small time, for the short period, for a small budget. This is what you do, the time and material. Cost plus contracts, when your scope is not clear, you try to get into the cost plus contracts. And if your scope is very clear and you got a fixed time period, then most often you go for the fixed price contracts. This is about the contract times and the selection criteria. Then lean efficiency principle. Lean efficiency principle is again, it is reducing the waste to improve the efficiency. It continues improvement process. Wherever is required, you can get rid of the unwanted things, so that it could be less paper documentation. In fact, you were talking about your electronic reports today. It also can be a lean efficiency performance. Am I right, Steve? You agree with me on that? Electronic paper, electronic data that you manage, even the agreements in the electronic formats, it's all a lean efficiency principle, correct?
Yeah, sure, absolutely, absolutely.
It saves a lot of paperwork. It saves a lot of the cost on printing. It saves a lot of cost on couriering the documents to various places. So it's again a lean efficiency principle that you are following. Sometimes we don't know this terminology, but we are doing it, these activities in our day-to-day work. Correct? And that's also can happen. Right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, lean efficiency, I want to give an example. In our company, the paint bomb we used to manufacture, you see, paint bomb will have one plastic container. Above that, there used to be a cartoon, paper cartoon, in fact. For number of years, we were having this package, in fact, cartoon above, below the, under that, you have a plastic container, in fact. Then our MD, the youngster, who came from US, and he studied the whole concept, and he realized, why are we using this cartoon, the additional cartoon? What is the purpose of it? Some of this company is 130 years old company, more than 100 years, this has been followed. You can imagine that there are many people who have been working in the company for 15 years, 20 years, some of them even 30 years have been working. So they all said, it is required, right from the beginning, that's what we are doing. It will help to protect the packing, and it will also help to display the product in the shelf, in fact, retailer shelf. Then our MD kept on thinking. In fact, he does. In fact, if you remove this carton, the company can save several thousands of dollars per year. In fact, he said, because it is not meeting any other purpose except is a you can display the product, and whatever information you are putting on that in the plastic container also you have all that information. So why not we come out of that? So he took a decision on that, and just imagine every year we used to use millions and millions of these cartoons. And one fine day he took a decision. Let's come out of this. Can you believe, Steve, that the company saved so much of money by eliminating the cartoon? In fact, because it
Really?
was today the product is available without this carton. The many of the old thoughts, that customers will stop buying our product because they're associated with our brand with the cartoon. So what will happen if we remove the carton? All such inhibitions many of us we had, but he was very clear. It is not serving any purpose. Why not we come out of that? So that
Mm-hmm.
decision helped the company to save several crores of dollars, and the company is doing exceedingly well today. Their profitability went up, the bottom line went up, in fact, and it is again a lean efficiency method, in fact, which he followed. In fact, I really appreciate that decision which he took. So these are all some of the examples in our which never stuck to many old people who are working in the organization. We are just following it, like it has many years we have been following it. Let's keep following that. But that decision helped to change the whole complexion of the profitability of the brand. In fact, so these are all very important. This also called as out of box thinking sometimes. Am I right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
uh, uh,
Going in the face of tradition. Sure.
yeah, it's out of box thinking. In fact, as well. Of course, as a head of the company, could take the decision, and everything went right. But sometimes some decisions can go wrong. At the same time, having taken a decision, we should never go back. Also, that's also there. It's like that.
Sure.
Yeah. Then we discussed about the lean efficiency principle. These are all some of the examples. Yours is a classic example. I was so happy. There's a good one to quote, actually. Electronic documents, even the agreements, everything electronic. It's an excellent example of lean efficiency principle. Then regulatory and environmental impacts assessments planning. Uh, Regulatory, for example, your government and industry standard may impact the project outcome. Your environmental factors such as weather, available, all those things. I also gave you the example of environmental impact, the water shortage in India for the soft beverages company. I gave you the example. So they do the environmental impact, and sometimes the projects will not take in those markets or in those geographical areas where you have this impact of the environments. And the regulatory, I gave you the example of when we launched our US FDA approval, we wanted, and they were very clear that it only should have 15%. So we had to rework our entire formulation to launch our brand in US market. These are all some of the regulatory compliance that as a project, as an organization, you need to respect, and then only you can do the business in such places. Then contract manufacturing techniques. Basically, again, you define the contract very clearly. You put the terms and conditions, preferably in bold letters. Am I right? Of course, in contracts, the terms and conditions will be in bold letters only. Am I right? It's not like on the product, where you mention in small letters. That cannot happen in the contracts, isn't it? Correct,
Sure.
Steve? In the contracts, it will be all mentioned in a very, very bold letters. That's important. Then the negotiation with vendors, that's also very important. When we negotiate it, again, it has to be a win-win situation, and there should be a lot of transparency. No fact should be hidden, so that everybody is in the same page, so that the contracts are signed with a win-win proposition always. If it becomes a win-lose proposition, and such contracts cannot last longer, in fact, and that can have a lot of impact on the relationship between a buyer and a seller. That can happen very clearly. Then interdependencies among the project elements. This is also very interesting to understand. It covers how the change in one element can affect the other. For example, you look at the schedule variation. Yours is a classic example. It has gone up from 270 days to 500 plus days. So that can have a lot of effect on your cost, and also it can have on the scope. Am I right? So this is an example of interdependencies among the project elements. In fact. So it can affect the one, if it affects the schedule, it can affect your cost, it can affect your scope also, in fact. This happens among the project things. And even a change request is another example. For example, any change request comes for in the schedule management. So that will have some impact on the cost management also. So it's all the interdependencies in the process, in the knowledge areas, in the project elements. You need to remember that it's not only in the processes, even in the among the knowledge areas. In fact, you will have the interdependencies. The next one is the vendor management principles. Vendor management principles, it involves the select the best sellers based on the source selection criteria. We discussed about in length about the source selection criteria, like your management, the technological, then the security we looked at, the reputation we looked at. All those things are very, very important in the vendor management techniques, and the source selection criteria we need to keep. Then only, because our entire project depends upon the support you get from your vendors. And if something goes wrong with the wrong assessment, with the wrong selection of the vendors, can jeopardize our project. So it's very important to give lot of importance for the source selection criteria. Then we have process analysis techniques like Lean, Kanban, and Six Sigma. I explained to you about the Lean thing, very clearly, in fact. The another one is the Kanban. Kanban is the just-in-time JIT concept. You must have heard about it. Particularly, it is used in the supply chain department. Basically, the Kanban, it reduces the idle time in the production process. That means today you want to take up the production, you get the required materials in the previous day or just 2 days earlier, in fact. So that, you can save a lot of inventory cost. And you can also save your space in your warehouse or anything. In fact, these are all some of the advantages. And also you produce according to the requirement. What is required, only you produce. Don't stock up too much, in fact. These are all some of the Kanban concepts. You see, since I come from FMCG industry, normally, we have some storing guidelines that you need to keep the raw material for 2 weeks. You need to keep the finished goods for 30 days or 4 weeks to supply to your market. This used to be some of the norms once upon a time. But today, everything is changed, in fact. You don't need to keep your raw materials for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, in fact. You get it as you produce, in fact. Just 2 days or 3 days in advance, you just get the raw material. Even the finished goods also, you just keep maximum 1 week inventory, in fact, so that your market gets the required fresh stocks. Because what happens, sometimes you maintain 1 month inventory in the factory, then your channel distributors, for example, you are distributing through, let's say, major players like Walmart or your other players, then they will keep 1 month inventory. And by the time a customer gets the stocks, it would have been already 2 to 3 months old, in fact. I'm sure you would have seen the manufacturing date on the pack when you buy consumer goods, and also the date of purchase. If you look at it, some of them would have already about 3 months, 4 months old. Am I right? You would have seen that.
Right.
Except the dairy products like the milk, we look at short dated 1 week, or egg probably only 2 weeks time. But many other consumer products you have like this, where they have shelf life of 12 months. But by the time you buy the brand, it would have been already 3 to 4 months old. In fact, many products you would have seen like that when you buy it. It is basically because of these concepts are not followed. That means there is heavy inventory somewhere, and it gets delayed by the time a customer buys it, in fact. Where in the these type of techniques, when they follow this Kanban system or the lean system, you'll get the products fresh. In fact, these are the advantages when they follow these principles. Interesting, am I right? When you apply these things to our own day-to-day life, so much we can know about those things.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Probably next time when you buy a consumer product, you just have a look at it. You will be surprised. Some of the stocks will be 3 months, 4 months old by the time you buy those products. In fact, that means they would have maintained a heavy inventory. Somewhere the inventory would have been choked in the system, and that results in a lengthy. That's why FMCG company, they follow the first in, first out FIFO system. That means whatever they produce first, they have to sell it out, and whatever they manufacture loss, they should sell it loss. It's like that. In fact, they follow the things. Then Six Sigma,
Okay.
I gave you the example of Six Sigma. Of course, it in the terms of quality management also comes. Basically, in the manufacturing sector, when they use Six Sigma, is the defects per million opportunity. DPMO it is called, defects per million opportunities. That means in the Six Sigma, I'll show you, of course, after this slide, I will also have those formula which I will show it to you. For 1 million opportunity, there can be maximum 3.4 defects if the company is following a Six Sigma process. Let's say that you're familiar with the tires. Which tire you buy normally for your car, Steve? Which is the tire you're using? Is it good tire or MRF or Bridgestone?
Usually Michelin.
Michelin. Okay. Just suppose if that company is following that Six Sigma, for 1 million of tires they produce, there can be only 3 defects in the car, in fact, and the tires. Can you imagine that if that company is following that Six Sigma, only 3 defects per million opportunities? In fact, that means the company, the process is so good that they're taking care of the quality so well that you will not have more than 3 defects, 3.4 to be precise, the defects for 1 million tires they produce, in fact, if the company is following that. So that is Six Sigma. It's a defects per million opportunities, Six Sigma. In fact, of course, again, it is a knowledge area. It's a 3-day program to understand the Six Sigma concepts. But many of the companies do follow. Who started the Six Sigma is the GE Electric from US based company. They are the first one. Then also followed by, I think, few other companies from US. Then it spread across the various other things. But in the manufacturing industry, Six Sigma concepts are very widely used. And one more thing to remember about Six Sigma is, you see, every company has got different processes. It's not necessary that all the processes they should or they can follow Six Sigma. Even, for example, you have IT processes, you got manufacturing processes, you got supply chain processes. So normally the Six Sigma concepts are followed in these supply chain and the manufacturing thing. In fact, that's where they can really record and improve the efficiency of the processes. In fact. So again, it's a process improvement technique, Six Sigma, which is used. You must have heard about black belt, green belt, Six Sigma, black belt, like that. So they are the expertise in the Six Sigma certifications. Just to understand that a little bit of that is right. Then lean is, as we discussed, is to reduce the waste. And we also learn about Six Sigma a little bit of probably in the future days. You can look at it. Then project finance principle. What are the finance principle? Different project selection methods. I hope you remember that I discussed about the planned value. Then you got NPV. We discussed about internal rate of return, the present value, the future value. All those things are the techniques of the project finance principles. Hope you remember those things. What's important to remember is that in the NPV and the internal rate of return, whichever is the higher is you need to select those projects. If it is a payback period, in fact, lesser the time, you need to select those projects. Again, we'll revisit probably after this thing. Then you have project quality best practices and standards. ISO, as I was telling you, that it stands for International Organization for Standardization. Because it's a quality thing. Many companies do benchmark. They follow this ISO system. BS is a British standards. Are you familiar with some of the British standards thing by any chance, Steve?
No.
No, just on a broad level, if you look at, for example, in America, in US, we follow the pounds, am I right? And miles you follow here, correct? These are the metrics.
Right.
For weight, you follow pounds. For the distance, you follow the miles. Whereas in the British system, you follow the kilogram, kgs, and kilometers for the distance. At a broad level, I'm just giving you that. There are many things like that. Just to understand the British system, they follow those standards. In fact, kilometers and kgs, that's what they follow there. But here you follow the miles and pounds, for as a metrics here. In fact, CMMI is the capability mature modeling integration. CMMI, in fact. That is capability mature model integration. Again, for the software companies, this is another rating or a certification that there are 5 levels of CMMI. So this company, they evaluate that what level the company has achieved. In fact, is it a 1 level, 2nd level, 3rd level, or 4th level, or 5 levels? Is basically again a quality thing. Basically again how efficiently the company is running. Is predominantly run by the CMMI for the software industry. In fact, Carnegie Mellon, US-based university, they were the first one to introduce this CMMI concepts. In fact, it is capability maturity model integration. That's what the CMMI stands for. Then IEEE, it is an institution of electrical and electronics engineering. This is another world standards, normally followed by, I don't know, even your construction industry also follow this. In fact, whether you heard about this or not, they have certain set of standards. In fact, institution of electrical electronics engineering. Have many times you heard about that in the construction industry?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
You have heard about that.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Sometimes we'll do testing by IEEE standards.
IEEE standards. Okay, great. Okay. So that's also very widely followed. These are all the best quality practices and standards, which they try to benchmark those things in a day-to-day project life cycle, in fact. So these are all some of the best quality, best practices and standards, just for information, so that, in case if some questions appears on these things, it will be easy for you to answer those things. As I told you that, as a project manager, some skills will be tested based on your working experience, based on your industry knowledge. So you need to look at from that perspective also this PMI thing. Then quality validation and verification techniques, which we discussed. It's a process are performed in accordance to expectation, follow the best practices. Here you measure the project output to verify the deliverable, whether it meeting the standards. In fact, some of the verification techniques, the validation, again, told you that verification is meeting certain specification. Validation is meeting the customer's objective or customer satisfaction. In fact, that's what we need to remember. So this comes in a validate scope and control scope in the that knowledge area which we discussed. So some of the other techniques also includes your quality audits, your process analysis, your problem analysis using the check sheets, your fishbone or scatter diagram, your run bar or control charts, Pareto charts. In fact, all these things will help you to analyze the quality and also they verify. These are all some of the techniques which we discussed. Then performance measurement techniques like KPA and key sources factors. You have a set of KPIs in your projects, Steve? You must be having them, right? Key performance indicators.
Not on this project, but in past projects, I've had KPIs.
You had KPIs. Oh, okay, great. Right. Yeah, that's good. Usually for any project evaluation or you have even for people appraisal, you have KPIs, am I right? Your appraisal system also part of the KPIs, but it's a very popular thing. it's like that. What is the difference between, you are familiar with the KPIs and metrics you have? What is metric and what is KPI? You have followed in your company or in earlier projects?
KPI is it's a minimum standard.
Yeah. Okay.
And a metric is it's also a performance standard.
Performance. Okay.
I mean,
another way of putting it is the KPA is at your strategic level and the metrics is at the tactical level, in fact. Just to give an example, since I was working on the company as a vice president, I had a KPI from my boss, from a managing director, that you had to improve the market share from, he used to give a percentage actually. In fact, you have to increase the market share from this percentage to that percentage. Then we used to have a lot of attrition level. Many people used to leave our sales team, in fact. So you have to bring down the attrition level of the sales team. These ought to be the two important KPIs, in fact. So this is at the strategic level. The metric, at the tactical level, increase the market share from 25% to 30%. So that is the metric they used to give, in fact. So I used to follow that metric. And attrition level from 10% to you have to reduce it to 7.5%. So that is the metric. So metric is at the tactical level, whereas the KPI is at the strategic level. That's how you can also interpret in that manner. In fact. So the key performance indicating of increasing the market share. By what percentage will be your metric, and reducing your attrition level by what percentage, that could be another metric. So probably here in your project, depending upon your requirements and your project requirements, you can have the KPIs probably. So it's like that. These are all some of the key performance success factors. How you evaluate the performance of your team and how you evaluate the performance of your individual members. That's what I can do. Am I right? You agree with me those things in aspect.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's right. Then let's look at some more knowledge area. Of course, we discussed at length a number of times about the active listening is one of the important quality that the project manager should have. It clearly shows, this all the cross-cutting knowledge and skills and multiple domains the project manager should have for the success of the project. He should be a good active listener, so that, particularly while collecting the requirements or getting the feedback from the team members or the stakeholders or from the customers, he has to listen properly. So a lot of emphasis is done on that. Your brainstorming technique, again to repeat, is a data gathering and generation of idea technique. It also used to identify the risk and problem solving area or devising the solutions. So the brainstorming techniques, it's not just confined to only collecting the ideas, even identifying the risk and also the proper solutions it device. Then it involves team members and the subject matter experts. That's what we need to remember. Brainstorming, the correct team members or the SMEs who are expertise in the particular area where you assemble them and you generate the ideas. Change management techniques, of course, we discussed many times. In fact, it's either meetings, either approval or rejected. Only the approval changes has to be incorporated in that. Then communication channels, tools and techniques and methods, we discussed about it. Just to repeat, communication channels, you have a formula for that, n into n minus 1 divided by 2. Mr. Steve, we are handling 10 people. That means, your number of communication channels yesterday you calculated 10 into 10 minus 1 is it's 45, 90 divided by 2 is the 45 channels that you are having. That will help you to analyze how the communication is flown in the organization, in fact, so that it will also give a dimension that how important the communication channel is. Then you also have the tools and techniques and methods like face-to-face. It could be video conferencing, it could be teleconferencing, social media, or it can be interactive like push and pull communication. One more thing to remember, the push and pull communications, you are familiar with those things, Steve? Push and pull communication?
Why don't you explain the concept?
Yeah. Push communication is, for example, you are sending an email. That means you are pushing that communication from your company, in fact, to various stakeholders. Okay, that comes under push communication. You are sending mails, you are sending letters. Those are all the push communication. Pull communication is you get the information from your websites, from your blogging, for example. The customers or the stakeholder, they extract the information from those websites. In fact, that's called pull communication. That means you're pulling the communication from your company's websites. Many time you put up a notice board in your website or the changes which is happening, in fact. So we go through that as a stakeholder, we go through and try to abstract or extract that information. That is called pull communication. Push communication is sending emails, you're sending letters, and all those things will be part of your push communication. Pull communication is abstracting, getting that information through your websites or blogs that you write. In fact, that's called pull communication. Okay, that's okay. I hope it's clear on those. You got it, Steve, on that push communication?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Then conflict resolution, of course, we discussed about it, the problem solving, your confrontation and collaborating, these are all the best technique. According to PMI, that collaborating or the problem solver is one of the best technique. Practically, sometimes it may not be effective all the time. You may have to use, like you said, sometimes you use the compromising technique or other techniques also might be used. But from the examination perspective, please do remember that your collaborative or the problem solving, or also called confrontation. Yeah, these are the three names for that. That is the best technique that you need to use to solve these conflicts arises out of your team members or from with the different stakeholders. Then coming to the data gathering techniques, again, brainstorming, your focused meetings, the decision making like unanimous decision, autocratic decision. These are all some of the group decision making techniques. Please do remember that is to collect, organize your present data and information. Focus groups, brainstorming, and all those techniques that we discussed a number of times. Please do remember those things. Then the decision making, unanimous decision is also there, and also multi-criteria decision analysis. Also, please remember your plural decision, plurality, your direct things, and majority, unanimity. All those things are some of the group decision making techniques. I request you to just when you go rehearse those things, please remember those things from the examination perspective. Facilitation technique. It is again it's to have the broad appreciation within the project management process and the development of the documents such as your project charter, your some key techniques like brainstorming, conflict resolution, problem solving, meeting management. These are all some of the other techniques that you do while facilitating your team members. Then information management tools, techniques, and methods. Again, it comes to your brainstorming, your interviewing, your Delphi technique, root cause analysis. Delphi technique, just remember, that is getting from a subject matter experts who are the virtual team, and they also would like to keep the name anonymous. In fact, they don't want to disclose, but they want to give all the required inputs. In fact, some people, they want to keep them anonymity. In fact, they don't want to discuss or disclose, but they want to give the required inputs to your projects. In fact, it's called a Delphi technique. Just remember from the examination perspective, but they are one of the key important subject matter experts. They are like expert judgment where you get the required inputs from them. Then what happens, sometimes in a group technique, Some people, they say that because of the ego issue, so and so has given this idea, so we will not accept that. So and so has given this input, so that means, we cannot, just on the face of it, they don't like to accept that. So in such situation, this Delphi technique is used. In fact, they want to keep the sources anonymous, in fact, but you will be getting the required inputs. In fact, that's also a Delphi technique. Then you have leadership skills, basically focusing on the group people towards a common goal to achieve, and enabling them to work as a team. That's what basically every leader they do, in fact, so that the entire group works in one direction to achieve the common objectives. So what we require to be a good leader, you need to be a good communicator. You should have good problem solving techniques. You should be a good in team management. You should be good in time management. You should have the required motivational skills. These are all some of the leadership tools and techniques and skills we discussed even in the talent triangle. I hope you remember the talent triangle of leadership, the technical skills, and the business environment that you are working. Whereas the leadership tools, or these are some of the things that you should be a good communicator, you should have the problem solving techniques, you should be a go-getter, you should be good in team management, you should have excellent communication skills, all those things. Then the negotiating and influencing technique and skills, which we covered many times. It involves holding the discussion with the stakeholders to get the best resources, uh, the best budget and timelines into win-win proposition. That's why when you are negotiating with your sponsor or with your other functional managers, it's very important that you negotiate and get the best out of it, because the project success, again, it depends upon the project manager. So it's important that you take care of, you have the good negotiating skills, so that you don't compromise on the quality of the resources that you get, whether it could be physical resources or it could be human resources. You get the best out of it. That's important. The presentation tools and techniques. Yesterday, we were discussing about that. Of course, your company has got a different type of the presentation tools and techniques, but it includes visual aids, your pictures, like you were mentioning that, almost similar like Instagram or something like that, pictures, videos, and dashboards. These are all some of the modern tools and techniques. It's used very widely in the project environment. The prioritization and time management, it involves ordering the deliverables and activities based on the stakeholders' requirement. That's very important. Uh, Keeping up the deadlines, the delivery line deadlines also very, very important. The time management in the modern time, so the time of delivery, the speed to the market, these are all very important metrics today that everybody follows that. So the prioritization and time management is very critical for the project's success. Problem solving tools and techniques includes your brainstorming, you do the SWOT analysis, you do the fishbone diagram analysis. Then also 5 whys, in fact, when, what, who, why, and where. These are all the 5 ways, W's that you look at that when you do the problem solving techniques. Why it happened, when it has happened, who was responsible, where it happened, in fact. All those questions when you ask, you try to understand. Another one, as I explained, that you define the problem, you make a root cause analysis of the problem, then you generate the multiple alternative ideas, then you evaluate which is the best idea where you can implement, then you implement that solution. In fact, that's what you look at in the problem solving techniques. Then the applicable laws and regulations, this is very important. We discuss about the problem solving techniques. Okay, the next one is your applicable laws and regulations. It's a benefits. You look at the applicable laws, the country specific or the statutory requirements. I gave the example of US FDA approval. I gave an example on the country specific. For example, if your project is operating in Gulf countries, you know that the Fridays are holiday for them. So you need to respect those laws. That's very important, in fact. Another thing, in some of the countries, by paying the bribe, for example, it's completely banned. In some of the countries, they don't, as a project, you don't like to do that. But in some countries, unless you had to do those things, sometimes you don't get the required approvals. So again, you need to respect the local laws and you take the right decision when to follow that or what to follow that. These are all will come your integrity. It'll all come under the culture of the organization and various other things, in fact. So you need to keep those points in mind. Then the PM has to keep the jurisdiction and the applicable laws. That's very, very important. Then benefit realization, we discussed about the benefit realization here. The set of process defined to ensure the project deliverables are aligned with the organization's strategic value. This is very important. I explained to you in detail about the benefit realization. Uh, then business acumen, it's an individual quickness and aptitude to understand the business solution and also choose an appropriate response and important skill for a project manager. That's very important. In terms of particularly that you are taking up a project, you should understand what are the costs involved for the project and what is the outcome from this benefit. This business acumen a project manager should have, then only the project can be successful. In fact, you cannot keep on spending money, and if you're not able to realize the required benefit, then that project can become a failure in terms of benefit realization. For that, you should have a good business acumen while drafting, while planning your thing, or while executing it. Then coaching, I'm sure you must be very familiar. Coaching, mentoring, training, and motivational techniques. Just to touch upon that, coaching basically means it developing a project team for higher level of competence and performance. In fact, why do we have coaches? In fact, making the team to perform better to achieve the higher level of competence and performance. Yesterday I was watching here your soccer match between Tulsa and Oklahoma. And I was told the coaches of the football, your soccer teams, that are paid a very high amount. Am I right, Steve? The soccer team coaches, in fact, they get very big, high salaries. In fact, am I right?
Right.
I think that's what most of the teams, they pay quite a lot of money for the coaches. Why do they pay so much? Is basically to develop the project team to higher level of competence and performance. In fact, that's what the job of a coach. Coaches does not teach, how, for example, a ball should be hit. What coach does is most of the time is understanding the weaknesses of your opposite team. And you play according to that and you exploit that. In fact, am I right? That's one of the primary job of any coach, in fact. Correct? The players you are playing against, what are their strength and what are their weakness? They try to understand that and they try to build the team competence on those things. In fact, I think that's how the coaches most of the time they function. Apart from they're parting their knowledge, their experience, and other things, they also try to understand what the competition is doing, in fact, and how we can overcome those things. In fact, how we can make our team the best team. In fact, that's what the coaching does. Mentoring, it's a guiding your less experienced people to reach your next level. In fact, there are many team members who are junior in your team, and you mentor them by parting the required knowledge, and so that they can also become the future leaders or future managers. These are all the coaching and mentoring. Motivational techniques, of course, there are many techniques which we discussed, recognizing and rewarding, the appreciation, all those are the motivational techniques that which we discussed. Configuration management, it's basically collecting of procedures used to track, monitor, and manage project artifacts such as your hardware, documentation, software, code drawings, is all those things comes under the configuration management. You have those issues in configuration management, Steve, in your projects, configuring the various project elements?
Yeah, we do. We do.
We've
got structured ways that we configure stuff. Sure.
Okay. That's right. That's good. That's very important, configuration management in the project environment. Then we have the customer satisfaction metrics. Customer satisfaction metrics like identifying that helps to measure whether the customer requirement is fulfilled. Some of the metrics could be your standards, your technical specification, your service level agreements that you sign. These are all some of the customer satisfaction metrics. You have a system of getting the feedback or the testimonial from your customers, Steve, in your projects?
Yeah, with the federal government, there's a there's a structured feedback that they necessarily have to register, and it becomes almost a public document where where we use those. They're called PPQs, performance evaluations, where we will use those to get the next job. If we get a good evaluation. If you don't get a good evaluation, it can keep you from getting future projects.
Okay. Oh, that's very important, actually. Interesting to know about it, Okay, good.
Right.
Because that's one of the very important aspect of the project. They are getting customer satisfied, and those metrics are clearly defined, and getting the feedback from the customers. That's good. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate that. That's very nice. Then we look at the delegation. You see, as we discussed, everything, as a project manager, you cannot do on your own. So assigning an activity to an appropriate team members or stakeholders. You remember yesterday when we were discussing about the resource management, laissez-faire or delegation we are talking about. It is an important skill as a PM. You cannot execute all the activities, but what's important is you can delegate anything, but you cannot delegate the responsibility. Ultimately, I'm right. You are responsible for the project success. In fact, you are accountable for the project success. In fact, so but at the same time, you can delegate. But again, it depends upon your team combination, their experience level, all those things you need to keep in mind before you delegate many of these aspects. That's very, very important. In fact. But ultimately, you have to take the responsibility. We have to take the onus on the project success. Success, you can always give the credit to your team members. That's what most of the time, the project manager do. But if something goes wrong, most of the time, the project manager, they take the onus or they take the responsibility on board. These are all the delegation techniques that one has to keep in mind. The diversity and cultural sensitivity, we discussed at length that particularly in the present global environment, you have a project team comprising of from different cultures, different age groups, different opinions. In fact, you will have a lot of diversity in the present project teams. I'm sure you must be experiencing it in your project environment. So as a project manager, how good are you managing these diversity and cultural sensitivity? That will have a lot of impact on the overall project success. You need to keep those points in mind. Expert emotional intelligence. Of course, again, we discussed and you gave several examples yesterday on that. It's basically a capability to identify and assess and manage one's own emotions as well as that of teams also, collective emotions of the group. In fact, that's in the best interest of the organization, best interest of the project. You need to have that emotional intelligence. That's very critical, one of the important quality or the trait of the project manager. You have expert judgment techniques. As I told you that they are the subject matter experts. I gave you the example of a conductor running an orchestra, that you cannot be expert in all the instruments they play. But what's important is that you need to have the basic knowledge of the management skills of the project management. That's very important. So it's based on the expertise in an application area, knowledge area, or the discipline or the industry. You get the appropriate subject matter experts so that they can come and provide you any group person with specialized education, knowledge, and skill that you require sometimes, in fact, because as I told you that a project manager can be sometimes jack of all and master of none like that. But when you want some in-depth knowledge or in-depth inputs, then you can always hire these expert people, in fact, to come and help you that. Then we look at the generational sensitivity and diversity. It basically to understand the team members who belong to different age groups. You know that today the teams are formed from millennial groups who are just entering to the industry, and also you have stalwarts who have been in the industry for a long, long time. So you need to have that sensitive to skill and cultural diversity within the team, in fact. Do you have such issues in your team where you have a lot of experienced people and who are just joined? Of course, this is a
Sure.
small
Yeah.
team, 10 people, but in your earlier projects where you would have had 30, 40 people, I'm sure you would have experienced those things. Am I right, Steve?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
I see. Was it a big challenge to manage them?
No, not too much.
Not much. No.
No.
That's good, in fact. That means you had a good team, in fact, who were good, in fact. That's important. But sometimes, it can become very tough, particularly the experienced guys and matching their expectations. And they have to interact sometimes with the junior team members. They'll have a lot of ego issues. They have a lot of the time gap issues, in fact. Second thing, what happens, what I used to observe is that some of the senior people, they are probably not very familiar with some of these computers or the software. Am I right? Whereas your junior members, they started the career with all these things. In fact, even while studying, probably they would use these computers, the graphics, and all those. So they are very fast. So sometimes when you have a mix of this type of team members, some of the senior people who have got a lot of experience who are not used to that, they will take a little slow to understand some of these concepts, whereas your youngsters are, they are very fast. So that used to create a lot of tension sometimes among in the project environment. I don't know whether you would have experienced it, but in some places, that type of issues also can happen.
It used to be more common. Less and less now.
No, less and less now, absolutely. Because they are also getting upgraded. They are also learning these new techniques. Because they do realize that in order to survive, they should learn also, right? That's also there.
That's exactly it, yeah.
Yeah, otherwise, they will become outdated or it's like that. So
Right.
you want to give some value addition or you want to be part of the team, probably we need to upgrade our skills. That's very important, actually.
Sure.
Then otherwise we have no place in such environment. That also can happen. That's right. That's a big challenge in times. That's a generational sensitivity and diversity. But as a project manager, he need to be aware of such things, and that's also very important in this. Then interpersonal skills. It's basically ability to establish and maintain relationship with other people. It's a long list which we discussed several times. Just to revisit interpersonal skills, you should be a good leadership skills. You should have good team building skills. Then you have motivational skills. You should be a good communicator. You should be able to influence your team members. Then decision making. Political and cultural awareness is also very important. Then only when you know these things, what is happening in the company, who has got power, who has got interest, high power, high interest. Those things are also very important as a project manager should know, so that that he can develop good interpersonal skills. He should be a good negotiator for the resources that he requires. Trust building, as I told you, that is the credibility that plays a very important. The stakeholders will respect the project manager if he has developed the trust, and the trust can be developed only with credibility, in fact. Fulfilling the promises or keeping up the promises, all those things are very important. He should be good in conflict management because every day he deals with people, so he should be a good conflict manager. And also the coaching and mentoring, which we discussed. These are all some of the important interpersonal skills as a project manager should have while delivering the projects. I'm sorry, it's a long list. I hope you're not getting bored in these things. Very important. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
It's a good recap.
Yeah, that's right. Because it's also very important from the examination perspective, and also some of them could be repetition, so that you can recap those things very clear. Then knowledge management, as we discussed, there is one: data, information, knowledge, and wisdom, DIKW. It's basically that you have the data. We discussed several times your work performance data. An example. Now, when it is processed, it will become the information, and that information, it will become a sort of knowledge to take decisions. In fact, am I right? So it's a DIKW. That is the concept they call it: data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. You apply that wisdom for the data, so that will become the information, and that information is put to use by your in the project environment. That what data you collected, what information you generated from that, and you can make use of the data and information for taking the right decisions in the project. It's all comes under knowledge management. Then you have lessons learned technique. Lessons learned techniques is referred to the documentation of the knowledge. You would have seen, in fact, almost every process you have lessons learned technique as actually, in fact, as an output or an input. You would have seen, in fact, it's so important. It is basically documenting the knowledge gained during the project. That shows that how the project events were addressed or could have been addressed within the aim of improving for the future performances. In fact, so lesson learned documentation is so critical. You should never close a project without documenting the lessons learned. In fact, and you should never close a project. You should not even release your resources without obtaining the documents on lessons learned. In fact, particularly Steve, in your project environment, you need to follow that. We need to follow that very clearly. In fact, you can only close the project after getting the lessons learned documented from your team members. Do you do such things in your projects? You get the feedback, lessons learned from your project team members?
Sure, yeah.
You do that because that is becoming very paramount and important in your day-to-day running the projects. Then meeting management objectives, which we discussed. In fact, it involves the prepare with an agenda, setting up the ground rules. Today also we touched upon that. I'm happy that you're also following those rules already. Dealing with conflicts and other meeting related duties, and for all those things, sending the minutes of the meeting, sending the agenda. These are all some of the meeting management techniques that we all follow that. Then organization and operational awareness, a few things. It's basically we talk about the situational awareness based on the organization practices and the enterprise and environmental factors. These are all some of the things that you look at it. Peer review process. Peer review is your colleagues that performed by people at the same level of enterprises and is a horizontal channel of feedback. Some of them, they are among the peer review. In fact, your colleagues, in fact, also you can get a feedback from them, how the project is progressing, what are the challenges that you are facing. So any inputs, it is your horizontal channel. That's what they call it. So you also do the, the various things, that will help you to improve your project performance. Then you have a risk assessment techniques. Again, repeating, you have positive risk and the negative risk. Risk exposure, we talk about that, for example, you have the probability and impact thing, those things are there. Situational awareness is understanding the current trends and the practices that's happening. In fact, the cultural skills or the technology or changes within the organization. This is what you do, the situational awareness. Stakeholders management, stakeholders management technique, which we just discussed today. It refers to the strategies that 5 levels of engagement today we touched. The last knowledge area that we touched is the unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, and the leading. In fact, So the project manager with the constant engaging the stakeholders, how you move them to the desired level from the current level. In fact, so desired level always should be supportive or the leadership. So the resistant stakeholders or the unaware stakeholders, how you move them in that, that's the challenge that project manager always take it up for the success of the project. Then you have team building techniques are used throughout the project to ensure they communicate and operate. I hope you remember those 5 techniques that we discussed: storming, performing, norming, all those things. Storming first, in fact, you form the team, then the storming stage and the norming stage and the performing stage. And at the end, you have the adjoining stage. In fact, once the project is abandoned, in fact, that's what you look at that in. Then virtual team management, that's another technique that involving the managing the team when it's spread across the different locations, time zones. In fact, we discussed about the co-location, and we also discussed about the virtual team management. We discussed it as then there are several techniques under which the categories. For example, you have when you go through the PMBOK 6, you will understand, Steve. You have data gathering techniques. There are 9. And you have data analysis techniques. There are 27 techniques are there. Data representation techniques. There are 15 techniques. Then decision-making techniques, which we discussed 2. Your communication skills 2, and interpersonal and team skills 17. And there are ungrouped, there are 60 techniques are there. So totally in the PMBOK Guide 6, just for information, you got about 132 techniques which we covered in these 49 processes. Very interesting, am I right?
Sure. Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. So these are all the. So you'll be going through that once again when you go through that book. But in the last 4 days, we looked at all these 132 techniques that we just discussed. In fact, very interesting. In fact. Just to give an example, like data analyze tools. In fact, you have the alternative analysis that we looked at, your assessment of other risk parameters we looked at, cost of quality. You remember that, cost of conformance and cost of non-conformance we looked at. In fact, for example, if it is an external quality issues, how it can affect your liability to the organization, the reputation of the organization, all those things we discussed. And cost benefit analysis, I gave several examples that, it's like decision tree analysis, which we discussed yesterday. That will help you to make or buy decisions, and your document analysis, like your issue logs, and earned value analysis. I'm sure you are very familiar with those things. In an iteration burn down chart, I gave an example while discussing about the quality and things. The make or buy analysis today we discussed, and performance reviews, process analysis. These are all some of the knowledge and skills that we covered so far. In fact, any questions, Steve?
No. It's quite a bit to go over.
Yes. Okay. I think the flow was right, and I was able to communicate what exactly each one of these knowledge and skills was there. I hope it was quite good, clear, and understood. Okay.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Okay, great. So that is the one. I just have one more, the last thing to cover, particularly the formulas I want to revisit, which is very important from the examination perspective and other things. So can we just take I just want to have a glass of water. We'll take about 5 minutes break, and reassemble, don't mind?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so probably about after 45 minutes I can finish it. I'll take a glass of water and come, okay, just 5 minutes.
I'm back if you want to get started.
Okay. Can we start now? Then okay, fine, that's right. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
This is just revisiting that the project wall. As a project we took it up just to explain the formulas. I feel from the examination perspective this is very important. So I'm just taking those again. So we discussed about the project wall, particularly to calculate your PV, CV, earned value, actual cost, and the schedule variance. In fact, I hope you remember that. So this is a project val which has got the 4 walls to construct. $1,000 per week you have. So your BAC, BAC stands for budget at completion. $4,000 is your BAC. You are reviewing at the end of third week. So 2 walls has been constructed and your actual cost is $3,000. So how do you calculate your CV, SV, EV, actual cost and schedule variance? That's what we need to do. So we use this as a formula. The planned value, please remember, once again, I'm repeating that, is a percentage of authorized budget assigned to schedule work. That is the planned value. So here at the end of third week, you have completed 75% of the work. Are you seeing the screen, Steve? It's clear? Okay. Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. So 75% is what you have completed. That means your planned value should have been $3,000. And your earned value is the percentage of work performed in terms of budget authorized for the work. So here the percentage of authorized for the work, that is the amount. So your actual here the earned value is, since you have completed 2 walls, it is a 50% of the work that has been done. So that means the $2,000 in terms of money. So AC is the actual cost incurred. Here incurred the actual cost. You have the data here, $3,000. So how do you calculate? The cost variance is EV minus AC, earned value minus actual cost. So 2,000 minus 3,000 is $1,000. Here earned value is 2,000 minus $1,000. So your CPI and SPI, CPI is the cost performance index. Please remember, in the variance, you minus it from the earned value here. The actual cost, you minus it from the earned value in the variance. In this index, in fact, you divide it. In fact, that's the difference. You need to remember it. In fact, here EV minus AC, here EV divided by AC, EV divided by PV, in fact. So 2,000, 3,000. Why this index is required? When you are comparing several projects' performance in an organization, this variance will not help you to analyze it in fact. So you also make use of the index so that, you know, if there are 5 projects are running simultaneously, it will also help the organization to understand the index, you know, and with that, you know, they'll be able to take certain decisions in fact. This is about the PV, EV, SV, AC, and CV. Any questions on this? Any confusions or any clarifications?
No, I've got that.
Okay, great. So here with this analysis, you know that the project is behind schedule and it is above the cost, in fact. Okay, so some of the important formulas is a brain dump, what I was telling. I request you to practice this and try to write all this formula in about 5 to 6 minutes time. So that, you know, in the examination, as you enter, in fact, in the first thing you can dump all this formula on a piece of paper so that it will help you to answer those questions as and when it appears. So earned value is the work performed in terms of budget authorized for the work, which I just explained with that example, and the planned value is the authorized budget assigned to the scheduled work. That is the difference. Then EV, what is the formula? It is BAC is a budget at completion multiplied by the actual percentage complete. PV is the planned percentage multiplied by the BAC to complete at any point during the project execution. That means the time at you are evaluating, you can easily compare at what time, you know, multiplied by that. So AC is also known as ACWP, that is actual cost work performed. And SV is the formula is earned value minus planned value. The greater than 0 is good. SPV is the, you divide it, your earned value by planned value. So greater than 1 is ahead of schedule. CV is earned value minus actual cost. Greater than 0 is good. And CPI, the index is you divided the earned value by actual cost incurred. Greater than 1 is under budget. So you kindly remember these things in fact. So BAC is a budgeted complete, budget amount of total work. EAC, for your in order to relate it to your project, your $2.5 million is the current project, that is your BAC. Just to remember that so that it's easy to understand. EAC is your estimated completion, estimated total cost for the project. I am sure after your Tuesday meeting, you would have arrived at certain EAC for your project, Steve, or you are still working on that?
Still working on it.
Some work, and probably you will be doing that. And I'm sure that of some time you'll be able to get this in fact. So ETC is the estimate to complete, that is the expected cost to finish all the remaining work of the project. This is the estimation. Then VAC is a variance at completion, project budget surplus or deficit at the end of the project in fact. So how do you calculate EAC? There are four different situations. EAC, AC plus bottom up when the initial estimates are flawed in fact. That means something has gone wrong. So what you do is you take the actual cost plus you do the bottom up estimating. This is one type of calculation you need to do when things have gone terribly wrong, nothing is going as per the plan. The second one is EAC, actual cost plus BAC minus EV. That is when the ETC is predicted to be done at the budgeted rate, a typical in fact. That means your future project is going to be as per the budgeted rate. Then you take AC plus BAC minus EV. Now, when the ETC is expected to run current CPI, if the future project is going to run as per the cost performance index, then you take BAC divided by the CPI. Then also at the current SPI and CPI both put together, then you have a formula of AC plus BAC minus EV divided by SPI multiplied by CPI. This is the formula you need to use. So I request you to remember this context when these formulas should be used. In the question, they would have given a hint for you. So basically, accordingly, you need to use that particular formula. That's very, very important. Then your ETC is the EAC minus AC. EATC is expected to complete. That is the EAC minus AC. But again, here you need to use a particular EAC formula based on the question. In fact, they had given it. Under what context you are going to use the EAC to calculate the ETC, you need to remember that. Then VAC is the variance at completion. The formula is budgeted completion minus estimated completion. Kindly make use of that formula. Then suppose you need to calculate the percentage of variance at completion. So it is a variance at completion divided by your budget at completion multiplied by 100. That's what you make use of that formula. Then you have TCPI. TCPI is the, you got two things you need to remember. One is the, if it is accepting the BAC value, that is work BAC minus EV divided by BAC minus AC. That is the formula you need to use. If it is basically TCPI, you are calculating work remaining divided by funds remaining. In fact, that's what you calculate. That is to complete the performance index. TCPI stands for to complete the performance index. This BAC, if it is accepting the BAC value, you make use of the BAC. If, for example, if it is not going as per the plan, when it's not sufficient and EAC is calculated, then it is EAC minus AC. BAC minus EV divided by EAC minus AC. This kindly remember this part. You see, unlike the CPI, sometimes when the greater than 1, SPI greater than 1 is bad, is good. Here in TCPI, greater than 1 is always bad. In fact, you need to remember this. In fact, CPI and SPI, if it's greater than 1 is a good, less than 1 is always bad. That means it is above the cost. But here the TCPI, since you are dividing the work remaining divided by funds remaining, so greater than 1 will be always bad. Are you with me on these things, Steve? Is it
sure?
Clear?
Yeah. Yeah, it means you're over budget.
Yeah, great. Yeah, okay, fine. Some of the future value and the present value that we calculated, you remember that I showed you that table. The future value is, this is the formula of the PV divided by 1 plus R and divided by N. R is the rate of interest, the number of time period N stands for. Please remember NPV, higher the better. Internal rate of return, higher the better. Benefit cost ratio, BCR, is the higher the better. Payback period, lesser the better. This is nothing but a break-even period that you know exactly that within how many years this project can be break-even. How do they calculate payback period? It's a net investment divided by average annual cash flow. That is the formula they use, in fact. So from the examination perspective, please remember those things. Again, as I told you that you will not be doing a lot of calculations. They would have given the answers. Out of those 4 options, please remember NPV, higher the better. That's the one you need to select. Don't worry about the number of years they would have mentioned. One of the example we saw in the test, the quiz also. You need to just look at the higher the better. That's the one you need to select. It also same thing applies for internal rate of return. BCR, higher the better. Suppose in case if they have asked the question of CBR, accordingly you need to adjust and answer that. That's important. Probability distribution, we looked at, for example, PERT, again, normal program evaluation review technique, I'm repeating. Optimistic, most likely multiplied by 4 times, plus pessimistic divided by 6. That is the formula you need to use. Triangular, again, it's optimistic, most likely plus pessimistic divided by 3, in fact. So in the examination, they would have clearly mentioned whether you use the triangular distribution or the PERT, in fact. Accordingly, you may have to use that formula. Please do not get confused. They would have given certain hint there, and probably you need to use this right formula. Again, standard deviation of activity. It is a formula that pessimistic divided by optimistic divided by 6 times. In fact, this is the formula you need to remember. Standard deviation. Then the rough order magnitude, ROM, we discussed in the cost management knowledge area. Hope you remember. It is ROM for the longer duration, for more than 3 to 4 years. You know, when you are planning for your budget, then you need to use the minus 25% plus 75%. That is the formula you need to use. Then budget estimate, we're close to the budget, you know that you need to use minus 10% to plus 25%. Definitive estimates is minus 5% to 10%. You said most of the time you use budget estimate, am I right? Minus 10 to 10%, 25%, or is it definitive estimates in your projects?
Mostly definitive.
Mostly the definitive estimates, yeah.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So you keep a range of minus 5% to 10%. I think that's what you must be doing.
Yes. Sure.
That's right. Yeah. So some long-term projects, probably when probably your finance guy may be aware of it, that they keep, suppose they need to project certain things for after 3 years or 4 years, long-term projects. So initially they look at as a minus 25% because the variables, it's very difficult to predict what can happen after 3 years or 4 years. So that's what rough estimates they do. That's why it's called a rough order of magnitude. And closer the project time, that you look at the budget estimate or the definitive estimate. This is the 6 sigma thing we are talking about. If it is 1 sigma, that is 68.26%. 2 sigma is 95.46%, and 3 sigma is 99.73%, and 6 sigma is 99.999%. So if a company, as I gave you the example of the tire manufacturing, it is the defects per million opportunities. That means for 1 million tires they produce, the maximum defect can be 3.4. In fact, that is the process level, the quality or the consistency that company would have achieved at that rate. In fact, just imagine, Steve, that every company tries to follow this and achieve this. You will never have any quality issues at all. Am I right?
No, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I think so. But it's not, I don't think it's practically possible also, in fact, to put every process into that, that means your quality expenses will shoot up like anything. Correct?
Yeah, it would.
And then what happens? You will not be able to realize that cost. I gave you that example of Tesla car company. Remember, for 100,000 car, they may spend at least $20,000 on the quality alone. Now everything is a software, I think, in Tesla car. Am I right? They keep updating the software in the cars. In fact, recently one of my friend bought it in California. So she was telling me that every 4 months or 5 months, new soft grades are getting upgraded into his vehicle. It seems, in fact. So that means there must be spending a lot of money and quality. Suppose the company comes out with a 20,000 as a maximum price they can sell. I don't think they can invest such quality cost, in fact, on that. That's also very important, am I right? So it is the realization value that plays ultimately and how much money you can spend on the quality. Correct? That there should be a lot of synergy or a lot of balancing has to be done there.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Optimum realization of the cost and the thing. And single deviation is a 1 sigma, in fact. That's also you need to remember. Just from the examination perspective, there might be a question on that. 6 sigma is 99.999%. You just remember this formula. 1 sigma is 68.26%. Then in the schedule knowledge area, you hope you remember that flat slack, total slack, this formula, that is a late start minus early start or late finish minus early finish, in fact. Hope you remember that I explained you that each activity, you will have an early start, early finish, late start, late finish. I hope you remember those things. Steve, I hope you remember that diagram which I shared with you, that network diagram.
Yeah.
And how to calculate the critical path in your schedule network we discussed. In the critical path, you use the backward pass and the forward pass. So that is the formula that you use for the forward pass. You start early start plus duration. In the backward pass, late finish minus 0. That's what minus duration. That's what you do. And in the critical path, when you put that late start minus early start or late finish minus early finish, it will be always 0. That is called the critical path. Critical path is the longest duration, the shortest path, that is shortest time cycle. That's what they do. Then a little bit about depreciation and straight line depreciation. By any chance you use these concepts, probably your finance guy must be aware of it. He knows about it. Your straight line depreciation, your asset cost useful divided by cost useful life, and in the double declining balance, you take the 2 times of the asset cost minus accumulated depreciation or divided by useful life. Again, these things are fixed depending upon the capital you rises, the finances and the equipment or whatever that it depends upon, is all subject to various conditions. But this is just for information, depreciation and double declining balance.
Okay.
Then team stages, we discussed about it, the Tuckmans. Once again, to repeat those things, you have the forming stage, storming stage, norming stage, and performing stage. And when the project, in the projectized arrangements, you are adjoining, that means you will take care of the projects. What do you do, Steve, in your company when the project gets over? They will be sent to other projects, or how do they do? Or how do they handle that issues?
Oh, they send me to another project.
Another project, okay.
Yep.
Suppose another project requires a new set of skills. How do you manage that?
I would have to acquire them somehow, whether they'd pay me to do it or I would go out and do it myself.
Okay. And for your team members, that means you will take the new resources or new team members. That's what you do.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, depending on what the project is. we would evaluate what team members would fit best for the project.
And wherever it's required, probably you can import training also to acquire those resources. Am I right? Those knowledge also,
Sure.
probably. Yeah, that also can be done. Provided they're
Right.
good, their attitude is good, and long-term association if they are looking for, probably any management willing to help them also, correct? If they are good, that can happen actually. So from the examination perspective, kindly do remember this formula, forming, storming, norming, performing. As I told you that, the questions might come from different ways. First time, sometimes they will give you 4 alternatives, 4 options, which is the Tuckman model. Instead of forming, as I told you, they may mention as forming. Instead of norming, they would have mentioned as a naming. But one options will be correct: forming, storming, norming, performing. So you need to select the right answer and answer it. These are all some tricky questions that can come in the examination. Then 5 strategic consideration may result. This is also important. Why do you select a project? What thing? It's called mocktails. In fact, this is the acronym that you have. It is a market demand, organization need. When you develop a business case, for example, I was explaining you very first day how the projects are, why the projects are selected. It could be for the market demand. It could be for the organization need, in fact, and it could be a customer request. I gave you the example of why several car companies started, for example, having the airbag, safety airbags is basically from the customers required. Technological advances, in fact, that could be another thing. Then the legal requirements, which I gave you the example of our own company product, and the social need that, several examples like ecological, for example, using less pesticides or the organic foods. These are all some of the social needs of the project. Or it could be a hospital project in a remote places. Again, it's a social need, in fact. This is how the projects are taken up. Inclusive organization need to meet the competition could be another thing, in fact. If you look at the markets of Coke or Pepsi, in fact, why they have come out with so many variants is basically looking into the to grow in the market. In fact, they come out with different projects. In fact, today you take Colgate toothbrushes or toothpaste. In fact, there are several things of variants of toothbrushes, soft toothbrush, hot toothbrush. These are all because of the either it could be customer request or from the organization need to grow in a particular segment. In fact. So we can give several examples like that in the automobile industry or any other industry, why such projects are taken up. Then expected monetary value, we discussed, just to recap that impact divided by the probability. Yesterday, we did some exercises also on that. I'm sure you will remember that. Communication channels, sorry for the repetition, but it is n into n minus 1 bar 2. Because definitely, these type of questions can come. So just try to remember that. Then we also discussed about the types of power of the project manager. We discussed about the legitimate power, reward power, expert power, or the referent power, or the cohesive or the punishment. The most commonly used power according to PMI should be your expert power or the reward power, whereas your cohesive punishment should be used as a least option. That's what as a project manager you should exercise that. Then we discussed about 3 important theories, motivational theories. I hope you remember Herzberg's hygiene and motivation. There are certain hygiene factors, but that alone is not sufficient. You need to have the motivational factor also. That's what Herbert thought. Then Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I hope you remember that physiological needs, safety needs, then social needs, then self-esteem and self-actualization. These are all the 5 important hierarchy. Please do remember that it is very important when you're handling the team members, basing on the needs. In fact, that you try to understand them, and accordingly that will help you to handle your team members. Then McGrath's theory of X and Y. Again, just to repeat that theory, X says it's a micromanaging. That means as a leader, you don't trust your team members. you feel that you require regular supervision, you should always need to have an eye on them. So it is called micromanaging. That means you don't have confidence on your team members. The team leader feels that, if you don't supervise, they don't work. Whereas theory wise, exactly opposite to that. That means, your leader has got full confidence on the team members. They know they know what they're supposed to do, so that even without supervision, they'll be following that. That's called McGraw's theory, X and Y. And just again, from these three theories, you can expect at least one or two questions. So please do remember and practice those theories. Best thing is to memorize it. In fact, that's the only way you can remember that. Then you have a student syndrome. Their work is done at the last moment before deadline. You heard about that, Steve? I hope you must be. Am I right? Work is done at the last moment before deadline. That's what the student syndrome always. Correct?
Sure.
Yeah, that means they wait till the last moment. Am I right? Then only they try to do the work. In fact, even for examination preparation, in fact, only when the examination next week, they start studying. In fact, many times, am I right? It's called a student syndrome. Uh, again, again, it is debatable. It is very subjective. Not everybody will be like that, but this is a general thing. In fact, work is done at the last moment before deadline. Peter principle, the halo effect, which I gave the example also. I think today or yesterday, you remember that just because somebody is good in particular area, he has done exceedingly well. Suppose you promote him put him into another area. Uh, that is a management decision. So it's called halo effect, in fact. In an organization, somebody is doing exceedingly well as an IT head department. Suppose you put him as an HR head. In fact, just because he's good in IT head, need not be good as effective as a HR head. It's called the halo effect, or it's the Peter principle. One more example, Murphy's law. Anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. I'm sure this you must be very familiar, am I right? Sometimes,
Sure.
whatever you do, things has to go wrong, it will go wrong.
Right.
Like yesterday morning, we had some internet issues, you remember that very frequently. So it had to go wrong, it went wrong like that. So it's called Murphy's laws. Sometimes even in the project environment, you have such things. Something has to go wrong, it will go wrong. That's right. Then the other important thing is a few important reasons for conflicts and projects. We discussed about the schedule priorities, scarce resources, your personal work styles, expertise and experience level, particularly when you have the combination of experienced people and freshers or the juniors. You need to bound to have, and sometimes the communication issues that we discussed. It could be language, it could be tone, it could be way you express it. All those things, could be a part of few conflicts in the project environment. Then how to be conflict management style, we discussed. There are 5 or 6 that: withdraw or avoid, compromise, smoothen or accommodate, collaborate, confront, problem solving. All these three are same: collaborating, confronting, or the problem solving, or forcing or directing. In fact. So these are the 5 conflict management style. You said, which is the one you use very frequently, Steve? You said most of the time either compromise or collaborate, am I right?
Compromise generally, yes.
Generally, in fact, yeah, that means they must be very experienced guys and probably not to hurt the egos of all these things. Best thing is to compromise and get things done, am I right? That could be also a technique. That's right.
Yes, right.
Yeah, so it depends upon the situation, the contacts, and the team members comprising of all those things matters a lot there. I agree with you on that. That's right. So what are the benefits in collaborating? It will be always a win-win situation, though it is a painful, but it is always a win-win situation. Compromising, sometimes win, sometimes lose, but most of the time it also can become a lose-lose proposal. Accommodating, again, sometimes lose, sometimes win. Competing, sometimes win, lose, and avoiding, no winners and no losers. In fact, these are all some of the after effects of this, whichever style you adopt or whichever compromise, this will be the effect of those things. Okay. 7 basic quality tools. Again, I would request you to memorize these things, if you don't mind, Steve. You have a checklist, you have histograms, flow chart, Pareto chart, scatter diagram, and control charts. This is also known as Ishikawa diagram, fishbone, or the root cause diagram. So there are 3 names here. You can expect definitely one question out of all these things, different scenarios. So I would request you to memorize these 7 tools, and also where all it is applied, that also whether it is used in quality planning or quality control, so that you will understand and it will help you to answer those questions. This is one thing in the McKinsey 7 S's. Of course, I don't think it's there in the PMBOK guide, but just for information, if it's there. There are some hard elements like strategy, structure. It must be there accordingly. Strategy, structure, and system, and soft elements like shared values, skill, style, and style. So these are called McKinsey 7 S's, it's called. There are 3 hard elements: your strategy, your project strategy, your structure of your team members, and the systems you follow. These are all very important. At the same time, the soft elements like shared value, the organization values you share among with your team members, the skills of your team members, and your style of a working style of the mom, and the staff comprising, the staff alignment. All these things are very important for the success of any project. In fact, it's called McKinsey 7 S's, just for information so that you can remember, and in case if any comes. So this group decision making criteria, it's also have a acronym as BINOM. Probably you can remember this. So what are the group decision making criteria? You have a brainstorming, which we discussed, that is the collecting the ideas, generating the ideas. Then idea mind mapping. In fact, I showed you that how the mind maps are, is a pictorial thing. So it's easy to generate, is a creative technique of generating those ideas. Then nominal technique, that means the brainstorming. Here you vote it, in fact, the majority, in fact, that's what the nominal technique. Affinity diagram, which we discussed, and the multi-criteria decision analysis. You have the multi-criterias, and you take a decision accordingly. Let's say, for example, you are selecting the people. You have the various criterias like your experience, like your, it could be a gender, or it could be another thing like, for example, qualifications, then his geographical alignment, or whether he's able to shift. I know we have several criterias for selecting a human resources. So you have that criterias, and you also look at that. Again, same thing, like a source selection criteria that we discussed in procurement management. They're also like that. For example, you have got several criteria to select a vendor, in fact. So these are all the some of the techniques of the multi-criteria decision analysis. Failure mode and effect analysis. Have you heard about that anytime, Steve? Failure mode effect analysis?
No.
Okay. Failure mode analysis is basically, just to give one raw example, somebody is driving a car. Suppose the brake fails, and what is the effect of it? That is called the failure mode analysis. If some system fails, what impact it will have on the project? Suppose one of the important equipments fails in your project environment, and what impact it can have. In fact, it can delay your schedule. Because the schedule gets delayed, your cost performance goes haywire. Then you will have the scope haywire. In fact, it's called the failure mode effect analysis. That means in your system something fails, what impact can have. In fact, it's called FMEA. In fact, failure mode analysis. It's also very widely used in certain projects. So that will help for them to plan for the contingencies. You remember we spoke about the contingency reserve and also the management reserve. The contingency reserve is up to the cost baseline. The management risk is beyond that cost line with the total budget. But failure mode and effect analysis is used in many places, in fact, to understand if something goes wrong, if something fails, what impact it can have on the project environment. So that's a good technique they do follow sometimes. Some of the project management plan and documents, of course, I don't want to go the complete list. We already touched several times on these things. So you can just remember so that there are around 33 project documents. Project management plan, which is an input in many of the processes which we discussed. After the 49 processes we discussed, in many of those processes that some parts of the project management plan would have been covered, in fact, or would have been an input. So please do remember those things in which particular knowledge area or which particular process those inputs are utilized, just for information. Then this all we covered today, so I don't want to go to that. Source selection criteria, in fact. So, so that's about the knowledge dump. So basically, these formulas, I request you to just remember, because that will help you to answer many of the questions, in fact. Any questions or clarifications, Steve? Right. I hope it was useful to you, this one, this chart and these slides.
Yeah. Actually, I've been snipping them and putting them in a folder as you've been talking. So
yeah,
I've got at least one copy of them. Or am I going to be getting your presentation slides?
Yeah, I'm going to send it across to you. In fact, okay, that's no problem. That's slides. Okay. Yeah, these things also I will forward it to them. Ismart, they will forward it to you. So that you can keep it as a reference, and I can keep going through that as and when you require that. Probably you can put it in your iPad or mobile, so that will help you. In fact, my humble request is start practicing it, writing down these formulas, in fact, and also the context where you need to use the formula. That's very important. Yeah, that's very important.
Right.
Few other things you can easily remember, like theme stages and all those things. Sometimes it's more of with your experience, I'm sure you'll be able to remember these things. But like schedule, for example, you know that when the conflict starts, you know very well that it could be scarce resources or schedule priorities, those things.
Sure.
But these things, like motivational theory, sometimes it's very difficult to remember. So the best thing is to memorize those things. But formula, you must memorize it. There is no other go. In fact, you need to memorize it.
Sure.
So it's possible. It's not very difficult. Best thing is I used to write down every day about once or twice, so that in about 25 days time, I was able to write it down in about 5 to 6 minutes of all these formulas, in fact. So that really helped me to answer many questions in the examination. It's like that. Okay, great. Now coming to the filling up your application form, you need any support, or you should be able to do that. Right? It's fairly straightforward. Once you become the PMI, for example, member, you can download that application. What you need to do is, I'm sure you must be keeping ready your 4,500 hours of experience. Am I right? You must have already keeping those details.
What's that?
The number of hours to fill up for your application form for the examination.
Oh yeah, I've got more than enough hours.
Yeah. So you need to put it under those 5 process groups. For example, how many hours you have spent in initiating, how many hours you have spent in your monitoring and controlling, how many hours you have spent in those things. That's very important, actually. Right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
So once you have the data, then when you download that application, you can clearly mention those number of hours, in fact. Because ultimately, all 5 process groups put together, you should have achieved that number of hours. That's important, actually. How many projects you are planning to put in your out of 4,500 hours? You would have planned those things?
Actually, I haven't charted it out or really looked at it. There's probably 6 or 8 projects that I'll be able to put down easily.
Okay, great. Yeah. Once you do that, that will really help you. Absolutely right. That's right. So it is another challenge you will have is restricting the number of words. the maximum, when you describe about your project, the maximum number of characteristics is, I think, is around 600. So that's where the challenge comes, to put those maximum describing your project in that limited number of characteristics. Okay, that you need to remember that. Probably you know that once you fill it up, if it exceeds, it will reject. Then you need to reformulate and rephrase it and put it across. That's important. That you can do it. That you can do it with your experience. I'm sure about it. That. Okay. That's one thing. And second thing, in each project, what is your role? Whether you are a project manager or a project coordinator, or you need to mention that also very clearly. That's important. So, so any other questions, Steve? In fact, so today what we planned, we discussed about the project procurement management, project stakeholders management, and agile concepts we discussed. Bit lengthy knowledge and skills, I briefed you about it, and also the exam approach. I'm just giving some tips on that. Anything else you feel that you want to know about it?
No.
Yeah.
I'm pretty clear on what I've got to do.
Yeah, great.
I understand that you'll be there for any additional questions, won't you?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's right. So just to sum up, hope we covered in the first day, we covered the introduction, the management framework, your project environment, roles of project manager we covered. We also covered the project management processes, groups, integration scope. And the second day, we covered the schedule management, your cost management, quality management. And yesterday, we covered the project resource management, project communication management, project risk management. And today, we covered the three important things, procurement management, project stakeholders, and a little bit of agile concepts, and a detailed knowledge and skills. It is a repetition of most of the processes or the knowledge area that we covered in the last 4 days. And the exam approach, again, I'm repeating that memorize these formulas. Go through the mock test, at least about 6 to 7 mock tests. I would humbly request you to go through that. And consistently, you should score first time itself 75% and above. That's very important. I'm sure.
Where do I get the mock tests at?
You have the link. These people, the Ismart will be providing those links. If they don't have, you can send a mail. We'll ask them to give those things in front mock test. And also, in case if you don't have, please do let me know that I can send across some links also. In fact, okay, that's no problem.
Okay, right.
And that's important. And there are some excellent, even in the when you web also, a lot of information available. But what's important is which is the best one you need to select and answer those questions. In fact. If you Google it, you will get plenty of links of those mock tests. But I think Ismart must be having, I know, or just find out, or you can send a mail so that we can send across those links to you. So that will really help you. Okay, that's no issue. So once you download, once you pay the procedure is that you pay for the PMI, $129 you need to pay, I think. So you will become a registered member. Once you become a registered member, two advantages. One is you can download the PMBOK Guide 6, which will also have the Agile, which I told you that. The PMBOK Guide is 950 pages. At least try to read that book twice before you take up the examination, so that you can plan every day over 50 pages or 60 pages like that. And go through the content, which last 4 days I have presented. You have the PPT, you will get that. And once you go through that PPTs, that will also help you. Then you can also go through the video records, that they will send it across to you in a couple of days, post wherever there. Then go through this, and I think you do the mock test, then you should be ready to take the examination. So once you file the application form, they will review it and they will send a confirmation to you. Once they accept that, then you need to pay they will give a number, a code. You need to put that code, in fact, for paying your examination fee. So as I told you that, once you become a member, you need to pay balance $455. for the examination fee. Just to say that once you pay the examination fee, let's say in the month of October or September you're paying, you need to take the examination within 1 year of paying that fees, in fact. And that before September of 2020, you need to take the examination. But I'm sure in your case, you're planning within a month or maximum 2 months. That will be good also, so that the present syllabus or the present thing what we discussed, that will be useful for the present examination. And maximum, of course, it may not happen in your case, but just for information, within a year, maximum 3 times they can take the examination. Anything more than 3 times, they have to again repay the fees. Every time, suppose somebody does not get through in the first attempt, again, I think $275 they have to pay for reappearing the examination, in fact. These are all just for information. I'm giving it to you. I'm very, very confident that within the first attempt, you should get through with a distinction. I have a lot of confidence on that with your experience, with your involvement, and whatever the interaction I had with you. That's right. Okay, great. Any feedback you would like to give on the training sessions, on the interaction I had with you? Any feedback?
No, I think I was. I feel honored that this was a one-on-one session.
Thank you. Yeah, that's probably sure fortunate. It's right.
Yeah, I am. I'm sure that doesn't happen very often, does it?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure that.
I think you've done a very nice job. It's been very enlightening.
Thank you. Yeah.
I look forward to being able to pass the test.
Yeah, absolutely right. In fact, I have. Lakshmi, it's a great pleasure for me also to interact with you, such a learned person, such an experienced, and it's my honor to interact, and it's my privilege also. I feel that to interact with you so well. I hope the sessions which I took must be very useful to you, and it would have enlightened your knowledge on the project management. And from bottom of my heart, I wish you all the very best in all the success, not only passing the PMP examination, I'm sure you will do it very well. Even in the project environment, in fact, I wish you a lot of success in making your projects a big success. My humble request, as I told you, that try to implement these things, in your day-to-day project environment. Some of these terminologies, these concepts, if you start implementing 2 ways, one is you'll be developing your team members, and also it will help the overall project environment. That will also can happen, in fact. So that's what probably you need to do it. In fact, that's right. So keep in touch and.
Have you got my contact information?
No, not yet. In fact, you sent it across to who? That's right. Did you send it to, by any chance, to Ismart?
Well, yeah, Ismart's got it.
Oh, Ismart got it, in fact. Okay.
Yeah, right.
So far, I have not got it. Probably you can remind them so that I'll try to get it from them if it's required. That's right. That's no issue. Absolutely no issue, in fact. So you have absolutely no any doubts on any of these concepts. Of course, you were mentioning that you need to go through all these things once again so that you will understand. Best thing is they keep practicing. That is the best way of learning. I think I'm right. That's the best way of learning it. You have sent a mail to them about your contact information. They must be having it, but okay, that's if required.
Well, I could send it to you now or give it to you.
Yeah, okay, no problem. That's right. That's great. So if you do not have any other questions, Steve, let me wish you once again all the very best and all the success in your personal life, in your professional life, in all aspects. Anytime can be in touch so that any help or whatever guidance, we'll be too willing to do that. Ismart is a very professional company. The people are very nice, so they also will extend all the required support to you. Absolutely no problem, no issues on that. When is your next project? When are you going to take it up the next project? Once this completes, something is already in pipeline?
Well, the 2 projects that I'm working on right now, they'll be done probably January or February next year.
Oh, great. In fact, that's right. The reason I asked you that, while initiating the project itself, if possible, try to implement some of these concepts in those projects. While initiating, for the planning process or the execution process, some of these concepts, if you can make use of it, those projects, you can compare also some of those things that you implemented and some of them you have handled with your experience. Is there any difference? So you can just compare the outcome of the projects or the less challenges you would have faced when you implemented those new concepts, in fact, or these concepts. Probably you can, that will also help you to evaluate your project performance and your knowledge areas, in fact, that you have accumulated in the last 4 days and studying a lot of material, whether is it making an impact on those projects. That will also help you, Steve. That's right.
Okay.
And once you become a project manager, the PMI member, try to become the member of the local chapter, and so that you can attend some meetings, some webinars. That will also help you to establish your network and also enhance your professional contacts. Also, in fact, that's also greatest thing you can do that. And the third thing is you can download a lot of templates, in fact, both from the PMI website and also from the projectmanagement.com websites. You can do that also. That's right. Okay. Great then. All the very best. If you don't have any other questions, good luck and nice talking to you last 4 days. And best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. See you.